I rub my sore eyes and sit up in a daze, the cough still scraping at my throat. The room around me is a small thatched hut only a few square meters wide, like a toilet stall, with a slowly burning bonfire in the middle of the floor. Outside, the wind howls and the dark is so absolute I cannot see my hand in front of my face. I should be in my school dorm right now, asleep, and instead I am here. A prank, a kidnapping, or something worse. Every possibility surfaces at once, but before I can chase any of them down, a voice cuts straight into my mind. Survivor, the voice says, welcome to the dark world. To survive, please remember the following precautions. Unknown dangers lurk in the night, and keeping the bonfire burning greatly reduces the probability of being attacked. The danger level is greatly reduced during the day, so cherish the short daytime and explore and gather as many resources as possible. The shelter is the foundation for survivors to live in the dark world, and you must upgrade your shelter as soon as possible. The survival manual has many functions. Read it carefully and protect it well. A natural disaster will be randomly drawn every natural month, so please be aware. And finally, good luck favors those who strive to survive. The voice cuts off as abruptly as it started, but I know it was real and not an illusion. Cold wind seeps through the gaps in the hut, and I shiver, taking a deep breath of cold air, then quickly tightening my jacket and crowding closer to the bonfire to squat down and rub my hands. The warmth dispels the chill enough for my frozen thoughts to start flowing again. The indoor temperature in the middle of July is winter cold. If this were China, it would have to be the very northernmost region. To be transported here in an instant, with a voice speaking directly inside my skull, is far past anything existing technology can do. I have clearly been caught up in some mysterious event. And since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. As a contemporary college student raised on internet novels, I accept transmigration faster than most people would. I take a deep breath of the smoky air, stand up, and survey the small hut for the survival manual the voice mentioned. Only a few square meters cannot hide much, and in the corner I find a black handbook the size of a notebook along with a chipped, worn stone axe. The cover reads Survival Manual in plain printed characters, and the moment my eyes touch it, information rises directly in my mind. The Survival Manual integrates the various functions of the dark world, and if it is damaged, the shelter takes corresponding damage. So the book is essentially the core of the shelter. The voice already told me the shelter is the foundation here, and if it falls, the cold alone will kill me before any monster does. My expression darkens and I flip the manual open carefully. The pages are textured like animal hide. The flyleaf carries the 6 precautions verbatim. The first page logs weather as heavy fog, strong wind, overcast, temperature is outdoor -7.1 degrees, and time is night, remaining 2 hours, 32 minutes, 35 seconds. The animal hide paper updates in real time like a screen, which is unsettling. But transmigration is real, so any other absurdity is reasonable. The second page is the chat channel divided into world, region, and friends. The world channel shows over 8 billion people and is dropping by hundreds of thousands a second as I watch. The region channel is locked at exactly 10,000. Over 8 billion is the entire population of Blue Star, which means everyone has transmigrated. And how the elderly, sick, and disabled will survive in a place like this is not something I want to picture. I lived alone after my grandfather passed, so I do not have to worry about relatives I cannot reach. I open the world channel and instantly drown in scrolling messages I cannot read fast enough to make out. I switch to region instead. Help. I think I have been kidnapped. Can someone call the police? Buddy, I am a police officer from America and I want to call the police too. What kind of black tech is this manual that pipes thoughts into my head? Did we transmigrate or are we test subjects in a secret experiment? Have you seen the world counter 8 billion? Did everyone on Blue Star transmigrate? Dad, Mom, are you here? Stop shouting. 8 billion split into 10,000 person regions. Do you really think you would land next to someone you know? Anyone there? Since we are in the same region, we cannot be far apart. Let us move in together. Move in. With the danger out there, only a fool leaves their shelter. Can someone give me clothes? I sleep naked. I will freeze to death. Awesome. In this cold, who has spare clothes? You are on your own. Then a voice cuts in mid-sentence saying it hears wolves and asking if everyone's bonfires are still burning, that he just opened the door to look outside and the wind blew the flame out. And then he is screaming, telling something not to come closer, then nothing. Someone tries to call him back, brother. Are you okay? Do not scare people. Then the region counter clicks down from 10,000 to 9,999. The precaution about bonfires lands with a weight nobody can pretend not to feel, and the chat falls silent for more than 10 seconds before someone forces a sentence. The bonfire must not go out at night. As soon as it is light, we collect firewood first. Now everyone has a direct sense of how dangerous the dark world is. I look at my own crackling bonfire with a pounding heart, read in silence for a while longer, then flip onto the third page, the trade channel, which is empty because no one has listed anything yet. The fourth page is upgrade, showing level 1 shelter thatched hut, requiring 100 units of wood and 20 units of stone, with a note that the drafty hut is the lowest tier and that upgrading unlocks new functions. Every page after that is blank. So the manual currently has environment, chat, trade, and upgrade, and there are clearly more functions waiting to unlock. Those blank pages cannot be a diary. I close the book, flip back, and reread the 6 precautions one more time. The danger level drops in the day, and there are less than 2 hours of night left. I have to rest fast and adjust my state, because every precaution may be the line between life and death now. I sit cross-legged by the fire and force myself into half-sleep, dozing and waking, never trusting the dark enough to drop deep. With 20-some minutes left, I jolt up, slap myself, and run through the latest version of the 9th set of National Middle School students' broadcast gymnastics. My body is not particularly strong, but I know warming up before strenuous exercise prevents injury, and waking up early to do it inside the shelter wastes none of the precious daytime. By the closing jumping exercise, the cold stiffness has eased, and a steady warm current runs through me. Less than 10 minutes of night remain. I pick up the worn stone axe, weigh it, swing it lightly. The manual identifies it as a no-rank axe of ordinary quartzite, mainly for chopping firewood and trees, usable as a weapon in special circumstances. According to the handbook, item rarity runs black iron rank, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, mythical. 8 ranks total, and what I am holding does not even reach black iron. Speechless, I wonder how many swings it will take to fell a tree. Time runs out, the night closes its last second, and daylight descends. The panel updates: weather sunny, outdoor 5.5 and indoor 11.3. Daytime remaining 8 hours. The temperature jump from the freezing outdoor minus to single-digit positive is welcome, and the indoor bonfire makes the difference real. But 8 hours is not much daylight to plan resource runs, exploration, and a return trip in. Cherish the short daytime, the precaution said, and now I understand why. Across the dark world, everyone is bursting out of their shelters. 8 hours is short, and I do not know yet whether the daytime length will change later. I do not rush out. Instead, I cautiously read the chat for a few minutes to see if anyone has hit danger on the way out. Somebody bragging that he held it all night in the outhouse, and brothers, let us go. Somebody claiming he plays construction games and this is home turf. Somebody marveling at the beautiful jungle and fresh air and calling it paradise. No one reports immediate danger. I take the stone axe, push aside the curtain of the hut and step out. Dew clings to grass blades around the hut, sparkling under faint light, and insects and birds chirp softly through unfamiliar trees and shrubs. The harmonious scene only makes me grip the worn axe tighter. Whatever entity dragged everyone here from Blue Star did not do it out of kindness. Nobody abducts the entire population of a planet for a vacation. The handbook says daytime is reduced danger, not no danger, and overnight the regional counter has fallen from 10,000 to 9,982, more than a dozen people gone in a single night. I leave the shelter cautiously and step into the unknown. Survivors are already in the trees, and after the first axe swing, the regional channel explodes. Even the construction game enthusiast goes honest after one swing, complaining that a flimsy 10-centimeter sapling is harder than rock, and asking how he is supposed to gather 100 units of wood for an upgrade at this rate. A physical laborer type laughs that even he, doing manual labor every day, only fells 1 tree in 5 minutes for 1 unit of wood, and even he has to rest, so the day will be brutal. Someone trying to beg half a unit gets called a dummy and told to go chop his own and not forget how those people died. Someone else offers private photos for food and wood, gets called out as an online beggar, and slides into a private chat after a particularly suggestive image. Get to work, the channel says. No fire equals death. I close it. About 30 meters from the shelter, I find a small birch forest, choose a thinner sapling and swing. The recoil up the haft and the shallow notch I leave on the bark tell me everything. I adjust posture, aim at the same notch, and chop with all my strength. 8 minutes later, the sapling falls and I have 1 unit of wood. I do not rush to pick it up. I rub my arm, rest, and run the math. A strong adult collecting 1 unit per 5 minutes only manages 96 in 8 unbroken hours, and rest and food cut that down. 60 units a day would be excellent. With nightly bonfire consumption added, gathering 100 units takes at least 2 full days. Part-time work has kept me fitter than the average fragile college student, but I am no laborer. Without better tools, I am looking at 30 to 40 units a day, no more. I do not rush to join the chopping army. People who play games know exploration and quests beat blind grinding in a fresh map. And although this is not a game, mapping the surroundings and clearing dangers around the shelter makes future tree chopping safer. Carrying the worn axe, I head east toward the rising sun, climbing bushes and grass and watching for danger, all of which burns through stamina faster than flat ground. About 15 minutes later, 300 meters from the shelter, a pitch-black region rears up directly ahead, with occasional howls coming out of it that lift the hair on my neck. The transition is only meters wide and yet feels like another world entirely, completely unnatural. Facing it, I prudently stop. The clear, relatively safe ring still has more to give and there is no need to risk myself yet. Looking sideways, the boundary curves around the shelter in a circle, a dark encirclement, and for now my explorable area is the 300-meter radius. Whether it expands with shelter level, I do not know yet. Hungry and thirsty after the sleepless night, I pivot to look for wild fruit, and as I turn, sunlight catches a glint of metal among weeds along the dark border. Pushing the weeds aside, I see a wooden treasure chest hidden in shadow with a clasp that briefly caught the sun. The handbook tags it treasure chest, black iron rank, with 60% chance of unranked items, 30% black iron, 10% bronze. The manual never mentioned chests, so this is new information. The black iron probability split is honestly stingy, and my luck has historically been bad. I am a bit unlucky, which is no secret to me, but the box is more enticing than gold to a hungry man. I drag it into the open and open it without ceremony. 3 items materialize. Herring can, no rank. Fermented herring, an incomparable delicacy for certain creatures. Farmer's spring water, no rank. Ordinary water bottled by a farmer's wife, not sweet but quenches thirst. Small water bucket blueprint, black iron rank, after use grants the manufacturing technique for a small water bucket. Consumes 3 units of wood to craft a bucket of 10-liter capacity. Big bucket carries a lot. I remember streamers vomiting on stream from herring and decided it's trade goods, not food. I would throw up more than I would keep down. The water is what I urgently need, and I unscrew it and take a small sip. And even though the description warned that the unsweetened water is plain, my parched mouth finds it sweeter than any beverage I have ever had. Refreshing. The blueprint hits last and hits hardest, because in the dark world crafting needs blueprints, handcrafting is slow and quality is unreliable. A water bucket is universal, and 8 billion transmigrants form an impossibly large market. This is a hen that lays golden eggs worth far more than an ordinary bronze item. I will never trade it. I use it on the spot, and the message confirms I have mastered small water bucket manufacturing. If a black iron chest yields this much, what does a bronze, silver, gold yield? I rein the daydream in. The territory is 300 meters around, but actually 280,000 square meters, and a chest the size of a basketball in that environment is a needle in a haystack. Finding one is already extreme luck. Still, I sweep the entire ring for an hour and find only an open-air stone quarry to the west. No other chests, no fruit, just barrenness. The upside of barrenness is no beasts. With chests off the table for now, I follow the original plan and sweat through the birch grove for 3 units of wood, then come back to attempt a bucket. 10 minutes per bucket. I had assumed crafting would be instant. The math, chopping 1 unit takes 10 minutes including rest, and a bucket costs 3 units of wood plus 10 minutes of crafting. If buckets sell for 4 units of wood, anything above 4 is pure profit, and given the crafting bottleneck, supply will lag demand, so they will not be cheap. I will list at night when everyone is back inside. For the next several hours I gather wood, craft buckets, and reserve wood for the night's bonfire. The work is grim. 6 hours later the sky has darkened, less than half an hour to night. I have stockpiled 7 buckets and 12 loose units of wood. My movements have gone stiff and slow, and I am about to walk back when another tree crashes, and there in the open is a chest emitting a dark green metallic luster. Another chest. I rub my eyes, half believing exhaustion is hallucinating, and the chest is still there, sweeping all my fatigue away. I sprint over. The handbook tags it treasure chest, bronze grade, with 20% unranked, 40% black iron, 30% bronze, and 10% silver. The branch fragment still wedged in its side tells me it fell from the birch I just felled, wedged perfectly into the leaves, the dark green completely matching them. Without the sun straight on it, I would never have found it even if I had searched the territory 10 times. From now on, I tell myself, do not stare only at the ground. Look up too. I open it, and 4 items appear, 1 more than the black iron held, so a bronze chest also drops more items. The first item is long, thick, black, and hard. Baguette, no rank, incredibly hard bread. Consume with caution if you have bad teeth. Doubles as a weapon. I have not eaten in a day and tears prick at the sight of food. I usually prefer rice and noodles, but I am not picky now. The second item. Disposable lighter, no rank, plastic case with 2/3 fuel left, and the gilded characters heaven and earth on the casing. A lighter of unusual origin, useless once empty. I caress it, reluctant to put it down. Even on Earth, in ordinary wilderness, a fire source is critical, let alone here. I cannot rub stick a fire and the bonfire died at dawn. Without a flame at night, the dark could finish me. The lighter is no rank in name only. To me it is far more precious than an ordinary black iron item. The first 2 are useful, but I am conflicted. This is a bronze chest, and I expected a bronze item. The third item answers it. Bronze axe, bronze grade, made of bronze, sturdier and sharper than stone, with the description ribbing me about whether I drop this bronze axe, this silver axe, or this golden axe. I swing it twice and the air whistles. Chopping speed should more than double. As expected of a bronze axe, if I use this to chop, I want to charge into the trees and fell 100, but the sun is going. I shift to the 4th item. The 4th item makes the bronze axe slip out of my grip and thump to the floor. A palm-sized glass bottle, slender-necked, holding more than half of pale purple liquid that shimmers eerily in the last of the sunset. Fountain of mutation, silver rank, sustainable. When placed on the ground forms a fountainhead of alienation that produces 100 milliliters of mutated spring water per day. Ingestion causes unknown mutations in living creatures with effect related to amount consumed, with a glib pitch about not having enough hands and legs and joining the path of evolution. A silver from a bronze chest is 10% probability and I have hit it the first time. I was already content with one bronze item, and a silver came on top. Better still, it is sustainable, far more valuable than any one weapon or tool. The unknown mutations warning makes me promise I will absolutely never drink it on myself. The thought of growing extra arms after a sip sends a shiver through me. Even if I never use it, it trades for resources, and someone else may want to taste evolution. The note says any living creature, so plants and animals also count, though the actual outcome is anyone's guess. A cold gust hits, I tighten my coat, and the panel reads 21 minutes of daytime left. I haul the chest, the buckets, and the wood back, racing against full dark, then light the bonfire from the lighter and slowly thaw out. Outside, the dark is the kind that swallows everything, and the howls are distant but real. The wilderness at night is too dangerous. From now on, return to shelter early. With the bonfire's protection, I finally exhale. Meanwhile, the region channel is a whale. My bonfire went out. Send fire, please. Attach selfie. Why do you need to borrow fire when you are already this hot, brother? I do not buy that. Damn it, the temperature dropped again. What do I do? What can you do? Upgrade your shelter and prep more cold weather gear. That is all there is. Rubbing sticks for fire does not work like the survival shows on TV. Do not be ridiculous. Do you think you are Bear Grylls? Flint, 10 units of wood per piece. Only 3 pairs left. First come, first served. You profiteer. This is the time to unite. You should give it to everyone for free. Moral hypocrites, get out. Take it or leave it. Or wait for the dark to swallow you whole. The desperation in the chat is real, and the regional counter is sliding down hour by hour as the night drags on. I quietly congratulate myself on the lighter. Without it, I would be paying through the nose for an open flame right now. I pick up the fountain of mutation. It produces water if placed on the ground, but I am not putting a silver rank mutation source outside where some passing monster could drink it and stop my shelter flat. I dig a 1 square meter, 30 centimeter deep hollow in the middle of the floor with the bronze axe, uncork the bottle, and pour the liquid in. The purple seeps into the soil and lighter purple wells back up. The panel confirms the fountainhead is formed, and the current mutated spring water reserve is 100 milliliters. I am about to open trade to check bucket prices when the broadcast cuts in. The first day has ended. Survivor, the voice says. Have you striven for survival? To reward survivors who have worked hard, resources obtained will be converted into reward lottery wheels based on value. Each person gets 1 wheel, and the points are only used for tier calculation. Tier 1 requires more than 50 points and grants a lottery wheel, black iron rank. Tier 2 requires more than 100 and grants a bronze wheel. Tier 3 requires more than 200 and grants a silver wheel. Tier 4 requires more than 500 and grants a gold wheel. My breakdown is read out next. 33 units of basic resources at 33 points. 4 no-grade items at 40 points. 1 black iron item at 20 points. 1 bronze item at 50 points. Total 293 points. 1 lottery wheel of silver rank. A silver light flashes, and a palm-sized old silver-white compass-like item drops slowly into my hand. I feel the rough texture against my palm, and surprise gives way to joy. The manual's last note about good luck favoring strivers is not an empty promise after all, and the system has put a tangible reward into a striver's hand on day 1. I run the math. I cleared Tier 3 by 93 points, but the Tier 4 line is 500. By the conversion ratio, even 3 silvers leave me 50 short. I found a bronze chest and a black iron chest in a single day, and rolled a silver inside, which is already among the luckiest paths possible. Many people probably did not even see a black iron chest. Even so, I am still far from Tier 4. Will anyone hit it? I shake the daydream off. I am already lucky, and I am not so close to the next line that the loss aches. The people 1 or 2 points short are the ones who will not sleep tonight. The chat confirms it as the rewards drop. Why did nobody warn about quests? I chopped a few trees and got 6 points and 0 rewards. I want compensation. You lazy dog, blaming gravity for your inability to crap the weak die first. My mentality is shattered. 99 points. 1 point off second tier. Pain, brother. I have 51. Exactly 1 over. Want to borrow it. You cannot lend points and you are rubbing salt in the wound. Despicable. Good thing I got 53. Big brother, how did you hit 99? I axed until it smoked and got 60. Oh, I just opened a black iron chest and the items added points. Chests, there are chests here. I missed a fortune shopping all day. The clown is me. From the chatter I scrape out useful information. The basic resource conversion rate to reward points is not the same for everyone. Some physically strong males got nothing for a unit of wood, while some weaker females got 2 points or more for the same unit, which means anyone working hard enough to gather resources is at least guaranteed Tier 1. Tier 2 is rare. Tier 3 is much rarer. I have not seen anyone in my brief scan admit to it, let alone Tier 4, though it is entirely possible some are playing dumb to develop quietly. The settlement also confirms an obvious world-building point. The system tracks per day, per survivor, and rewards effort rather than only outcome, so even the meekest grinder eats. The catch is that tier skipping requires items, and items require luck, and luck is finite. The people in chat who hit 99 and missed by 1 point will lose sleep tonight. I am not one of them. The compass tags itself lottery compass, silver rank, randomly draws 1 silver rank item, single use, formerly the livelihood of a third-rate geomancer whose livelihood later became a broken bowl. The joke is presumably that he wound up a beggar, truly third-rate. A silver wheel hands me a silver item directly, which means a gold wheel hands a gold item. Overpowered. Silver is not easy. A bronze chest only has 10% odds. Statistically, 10 chests from 1, and rolling silver from 1 chest must have eaten a year of my luck. Use it early, enjoy it early. Use it late, and there is no discount. I trigger it. The pointer spins across fan-shaped grids etched with characters I cannot read, then slows under my nervous gaze and settles around 45 degrees clockwise. A silver light flashes, and a beast skin scroll bearing a purple eye appears. Skill scroll. Eye of Taming, silver rank, uses to learn the skill of the same name, which slightly raises the spiritual power limit and grants the ability to tame creatures with spiritual power lower than mine, with the number-controlled scaling on spiritual power, with a clip about colored contacts not being for Chunibu and weak creatures submitting or dying. 21 years old and my face still flushes at this writing style, but I have built up resistance to weird item descriptions and recover quickly. Beast Taming. That is the Beast Tamer class in games. The Dark World clearly has supernatural items, not just biotech. Every other item could be explained as genetic engineering, but a skill scroll cannot. The supernatural means unknown, which means danger, and a sense of urgency rises. I have a head start and must work harder. Only enough strength deals with unknown threats. And in a supernatural world, there might be powers that bring back the dead. Grandpa, maybe I can still see you. I clench the scroll and use it. The scroll spontaneously combusts, and a faint, imperceptible purple light drives into my left eye. The pain is like thousands of needles, and I drop to my knees, screaming, almost ready to dig the eye out. Half a minute later, the pain ends with a confirmation that I have learned Eye of Taming silver rank. I am drenched in cold sweat with my heart still racing, filled with lingering fear. The scroll never warned me of the pain at all. From now on, scrolls get used in safe places only, because if a monster found me mid-learning, it would be over. Fortunately, I was inside the shelter. My head feels clearer, and I sense a faint instinct in my left eye, like I can control whatever I look at by thought alone. My pupil has gone light purple and looks eerie, though I do not see that yet. The eye only tames creatures with weaker spiritual power, and spiritual power involves the brain, so failure could be catastrophic. I must use it on creatures clearly weaker, and I cannot test it now in a shelter empty of any creature. I am not walking into the night to find monsters. That is just suicide. I give up testing for now and head to the empty chest where the baguette sits, planning to eat and then go list buckets. When I open the chest, my pupils contract. Swarms of large black ants, each soybean-sized with size-shaped mandibles wide open, are feasting on my baguette, with new arrivals streaming in along pheromone trails. Dark world creatures are abnormal. Those mandibles cut through rock-hard bread and kick up fine breadcrumbs, and the baguette is already a tenth gone. Thieves, I shout. Get off my baguette. This is my only food, and I have not even had a bite, and watching it shrink makes me anxious and angry. But I will not punch them with a bare hand, because their mandibles are scythes and my hand is softer than the bread, and a single bite would tear flesh in seconds. I scrabble for a tool and find none in reach. As the bread keeps disappearing, the just acquired skill clicks back into my head. How could I forget? Ants are creatures. As long as it is a creature, the Eye of Taming can tame it. Maybe? Ants have small brains and weak spiritual power, and mine cannot possibly be lower than theirs, so they are perfect for the test. The ants gnawing at my baguette go from disgusting to adorable in an instant. There are at least dozens on the bread. I pick the happiest looking one and trigger Eye of Taming for the first time. A faint, almost imperceptible purple flickers in my left eye, and the ant freezes mid-bite. A connection clicks open between us. If I want, I can sense its thoughts and command it. I tell it to perform a few small movements, and it obeys precisely. Controlling an unintelligent creature like this carries no burden, so I sweep my gaze across the others one after another, and they freeze in place like a pause button has been pressed. Dozens go down in a single string, until no active ant remains in sight. Then I feel a subtle pressure in my brain, a protective ceiling on my control with no other adverse effect. Even on creatures as weak as ants there is a control limit. The cap must scale with my spiritual power. To control more and stronger creatures, spiritual power must rise. I will need to pay attention to items that boost it on the trade channel. After a brief contemplation, I order all the ants off the baguette and into a line on the floor, 63 of them. The handbook tags them as black scythe ant, no rank, completely black, mandibles shaped like scythes, possessing extremely strong biting force, ability none. No rank, no abilities, too weak. The black scythe ant is strong among ants but still an ant, and if they had not been on my food, I could have crushed most of them by stepping. As I wonder how to deal with them, my gaze lands on the fountain of mutation in the center of the room, and my mind opens. Mutated spring water mutates creatures unpredictably, beneficial or harmful, cheap, disposable, plentiful. That describes black scythe ants exactly. With enough of them, some lucky ones mutate beneficially, and the rest are no loss. The thought of strong individuals coming out of this restless bunch makes me jittery. Without further hesitation, I order them all to drink a mouthful. They march down the wall I dug like a disciplined army, approach the fountain and drink without hesitation. Their bodies twist and deform. Some swell like balloons and pop into mush. Half a minute later, only 41 remain alive. 21 died in the mutation, corpses strewn around the fountain. My stomach twists at the sight. Mutated spring water cannot be used casually. The death rate is too high. But my attention snaps to the survivors. Most are grotesquely deformed. Extra legs, missing mandibles, bloated bellies several times normal that they cannot drag along, and the panel marks them harmful and useless. 8, however, stand out. Thumb-sized, dozens of times larger than before, darker and shinier, with 10-centimeter scythe mandibles. Black scythe hunting ant, black iron rank, swift and possessing terrifying mandibles capable of immense destructive power. Ability 10-fold biting force. The 8 are the lucky beneficial mutations, and not only did they evolve, they jumped a rank. Ant biting force was already terrifying. These gnawed through hard bread before mutation, and now combined with 10-fold biting force, I half believe they could chew rocks. If a person were caught between those mandibles, I would rather not picture it. Hunting ants pose lethal threats to many creatures, and at scale even larger beasts would struggle. But there are only 8, so the ant army fantasy waits. I do not know where the black scythe ants came from. I will need to find their nest and capture the queen, and then the army becomes possible. The hunting ants would happily go nest hunting now, but it is night, and them tunneling around outside risks luring monsters in. Day phase only, then. The 8 hunting ants get restless, and I follow their gaze to the corpses and the deformed kin on the floor. They want to eat them. I have been wondering how to dispose of the waste, and I let them. They swarm and devour everything, corpses and living deformed kin alike, until their bellies are round, and as they eat, the pressure in my head eases significantly. The hunting ants are no longer the same species as ordinary black scythe ants, which is why they will eat their living kin without hesitation, and from now on, any failed mutation can be clean-up fed to them. I recover a good chunk of spiritual power and nod to myself, satisfied. I wonder whether the hunting ants themselves can mutate further. If black iron is already this strong, silver would be a leap. I look at them, and the 8 tremble visibly and step back instinctively, even though they cannot resist my commands. Are you serious about taking that step back? I think wryly. The seed of curiosity is planted. I cannot stop now. Before I can press further, the broadcast cuts in. World announcement. To better assist survivors and guide them in the right direction, a temporary mission is now issued. Temporary mission, upgrade shelter. Please upgrade your shelter to level 2. Survivors who rank in the global top 10% for upgrade speed receive a resource gift package, choosing one of warmth package, food package, or tool package. Survivors who rank in the regional top 100 receive a skill selection gift package, with quality scaling on rank. Both channels go feral. People want all 3 packages and all the skill ranks at once. Holy crap, warmth, food, tool. I want them all. What do I do? Can I have all 3? Somebody pee on him to wake him up. Skill selection package. What skills? This sounds like a game. This is not scientific, is it? If I can grab all of these, I take off. Who is willing to exchange resources with me? People are pulling out wooden spears at 15 wood or 5 stones each, marketed as a self-defense weapon for home and travel against monster knocks at the door. A streamer is offering tenderness in private with chat or video for a little wood and stone, promising the customer's heart will be comforted. Someone is lending 50 wood and 20 stone at 10% daily interest with a call for serious lenders. It is the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each on their own wave. To upgrade fast, every trick comes out. I cannot afford to study the ants further. Ants can be studied any time, but missing this temporary mission means missing the rewards forever. Even my well-stocked self drools at the package list. I yank up the manual and dive into the trade channel. The mission has world rewards and regional rewards. Top 10% globally is easy for me. I would have to be incompetent to miss it, since I already have abundant resources and items, and if I cannot make top 10%, I might as well find a block of tofu and slam my head against it. Top 100 regionally is the top 1% of 10,000. I am confident I make it, but my goal is not just to make it. The higher the regional rank, the better the skill. And I want first, or at least top 3 or top 5. I just hope no freaks live in my region. I open the trade channel and item listings scroll past, each tagged with owner, exchange terms, and a comment board. Wool sweater, no rank, owner Jang Dapio, 50 wood or 10 stone. A buyer with only 15 wood begs for a discount and gets called poor. A haggler suggests Pindu Duo at $9.99. Jang Dapio tells him to order it on the dark world and see if the courier delivers. Sharp machete, black iron rank, 60 wood plus 5 stone. The listings are varied and most are price gouged on day 1 with everyone short, with sellers fighting hagglers in the comments because the goods cost real labor. I get it, but at these prices nothing will move. The market will self-correct soon enough. The trade channel is too chaotic and gives me a headache, but a filter exists. I filter for containers and pages of them appear, sorted only by listing order. No price sort. Wooden bowl, no rank, 300 milliliters, 1 wood. Small wooden wine glass, no rank, 30 milliliters, 1 wood. Empty mineral water bottle, no rank, 500 milliliters, 2 wood. Wooden bucket, no rank, 2 liters, 5 wood or 1 stone. A container is essential because water sources mean nothing without something to carry it in. The big factor is capacity, and I look at capacity per cost. After 5 pages, almost nothing exceeds 1 liter, and even empty mineral water bottles are relatively spacious in this market. By scan, I work out that my buckets are worth around 15 wood by volume, but on day 1, nobody can afford 15. I want quick sales for upgrade points, so I listed a market-piercing 12 wood or 2 stone per bucket. Normally 1 stone mining tools are scarce, so stone goes for more, and I price the trade trap accordingly. I have 7 buckets and put them all up. I can craft more, no need to hold any back. I post on World Channel, small wooden buckets, 10 liter capacity, 12 wood listed on Trade Channel. Limited, first come first served. The reactions are immediate. A 4 liter basin for 8 wood, what a ripoff compared to this. I have 2 stone. I cannot upgrade today anyway, might as well get cheap goods. Boss Jang Hyun is generous. Do not fight me, I will take them all and resell at a profit. You beast, scalping after transmigrating brothers rush. Do not let middlemen eat the margin. I am not surprised someone calls me by name. Chat speech displays real-life avatar and name. World Channel allows 3 messages per day, so I do not waste another. Within 10 seconds, the 7 buckets are gone, and a stream of private orders comes in. Among them, someone named Cheongha asks to buy 5 buckets after the temporary mission ends. I do not know why she would want so many, but a customer is a customer. I agree. Tally. 7 buckets sold for 60 wood and 4 stone. Plus my 12 wood, I am now 28 wood and 16 stone short of the upgrade. Wood is manageable. The stone gap is the problem. Buckets are absurdly profitable. 3 wood resold for 4 times the price, but 10 minutes of crafting per unit means I cannot brute force the gap. Looking at the popularity, I want to crank out 100 more on the spot, but every second matters in a regional race, and slow crafting will not win first place. Sacrifices have to be made, so I drop that idea and start listing things to sell. Herring can. Sell. List at 10 wood. After all, it is a specialty food. Normal food is common, but Oreo-flavored herring is rare, and rich tastes are weird. Disposable lighter, keep, cannot sell. The bitten baguette, sell, listed 3 wood. I can buy a fresh one later. Bronze axe, keep. To my surprise, the herring can and the chewed baguette both sell within a minute. Even so, I am still 15 wood and 16 stone short. Sell the hunting ants? Black iron rank creatures should be worth something, but I have only 8 and there are still many open questions to study with them, so unless absolutely necessary, no. Wood I can chase, stone I cannot. Riding a bicycle to a bar, save where you can, spend where you must. I turn to the most valuable thing I own, the mutated spring water. Reserve sits at 93.8 milliliters. The small ant trial used only 6.2 milliliters because ants drink almost nothing. I cut 12 small wooden cups with grooves to hold liquid using the bronze axe. Take out 60 milliliters of spring water and divide it into 12 5-milliliter portions. I list them at 13 wood per portion, or 2 stone, and post a second World Channel ad. Silver rank items, discounted prices. Come and grab them quickly. The reactions ride between disbelief that I have a silver rank item, lament about the gap between people, and rapid buying, since spring water is niche and only specific needs match it. The trade trap pricing leans buyers towards stone. Sale successful, 2 stone. Sale successful, 2 stone. In 2 minutes, 8 portions are gone for 16 stone, exactly enough for the shelter upgrade. The pace then slows on the spring water because curious onlookers are sated, and my World Channel ad is buried. I am only 15 wood from upgrading and about to cap exchanges at wood, when Cheongha DMs again, asking if I can lower the price to 40 wood for the 4 remaining portions. The same rich woman who pre-ordered 5 buckets is now buying out 4 silver rank portions, which strongly suggests she has already upgraded and has wood to spare. We are not in the same region, and her offer matches my mental floor. I do not haggle, I take it. Sale successful, 40 wood. The moment the trade clears, I open the manual, hit upgrade. Survivor detected meeting conditions. Consume 100 wood and 20 stone. Yes. Shelter upgrading, please wait. Shelter successfully upgraded to level 2. Wooden house. Then the broadcast fire. Top 10% globally for upgrade speed. Resource gift package. Choose between warmth, food, or tool. And the second one, sharper. Congratulations, you are the first survivor in this region to upgrade your shelter. Reward skill selection gift package. Gold rank. I do not relax until the broadcast confirms first regionally. The cheap sell losses have been earned back with interest, and gold rank for first place is unexpectedly generous. The world rank package can wait. I open the skill selection card first. Palm-sized package. Inside is a card entirely golden with a question mark printed on its face. Skill selection card. Gold rank, after used, randomly draws 3 gold rank skills, from which one can be chosen. So selection means a forced random 3, almost a scam, but I have nowhere to complain or protest. A gold pick out of 3 is still strong. I tell myself to feel better and use it. The card rises into the air, spins for a few seconds, and splits into 3 golden cards with different patterns etched on them. The system asks me to choose one. Elemental Affinity, Water, Gold Rank, raises affinity with water elements by 100% and comprehensively enhances water-based skill effects. Berserk, Gold Rank, on activation greatly raises attributes and significantly boosts recovery for 10 minutes, then enters weakened state, reusable after recovery. Species Contract, Gold Rank, contracts a species and greatly enhances control over that species. These are hard-earned gold skills, so I read each carefully. Water Affinity is dead in the water, pun acknowledged. Without water-based skills, and I have only a sip of farmer's water. No telling when I would even pick up matching skills. Skip. Berserk is a clutch lifesaver and could counterkill a stronger enemy at a critical moment, but the weakened state duration is unspecified. A day or 2 of weakness in this dark world is a death sentence, and the risk is unacceptable. Species Contract reads vague but matches what I already have. The term control is vague but the side effects look minimal, and mutated spring water plus Eye of Taming pushes the beast tamer path. I also have a nagging suspicion. In this dark world, everyone gets various skills, resources, and items like in a game. But unlike the games I played, there are no fixed professions or fixed skills, and what each of us picks up is random. This is a free world, full of infinite possibilities, and everyone has to plan their own growth path. With limited resources, the worst sin is wanting everything. The 3 skills here clearly correspond to Mage, Warrior, and Beast Tamer. My core resources are most suitable for Beast Tamer. My head start owes more to luck than skill, and competition is light only because everyone is starting at 0. If I do not commit to a path now and waste the head start, I will be passed quickly. I pick Species Contract and silently commit to Beast Tamer. The cards vanish and the system asks for the contract subject. The only creature I have tamed is the black scythe hunting ant, so I name it. Selected contracted species ants. Successfully established a species contract with the ant tribe group. The contracted species cannot be changed. Cannot be changed. The skill description never said that. Is this a scam? My dream was to be a dragon knight. What the hell are ants? I am on the verge of tears, feeling like the sky is falling. 3 minutes later, I sigh helplessly and accept reality. I only have ants right now anyway. Ants are cheap and easy to acquire, and pair beautifully with mutated spring water. And maybe one day they mutate into giant flying fire-breathing ants. If I cannot be a dragon knight, ant knight will do. I look at the new skill, Species Contract, Ants, Gold Rank, greatly enhances control over ant tribe creatures. Vague again, a gold skill cannot be too weak, right? I look at a hunting ant to test, and the readout expands far beyond before. Black Scythe Hunting Ant, Black Iron Rank, swift action with mandibles of powerful destructive force. Potential Silver Rank, Type Combat, ability 10-fold bite force. Current mutation evolution success rate 11%. Feeding flesh type material increases the rate. It is highly likely to evolve into a combat type, with a very small chance of mutating into other types. The skill is not raw combat power but a cultivation map. Potential, type, current rate, the resource that boosts the rate. Without it, cultivating ants would be flailing in the dark. With it, I cultivate efficiently and on purpose. Worth the slot. I open the resource gift package and consider the 3 options against current trade prices. Then choose warmth. The precautions mentioned a monthly natural disaster, and given the worsening cold, the first one is almost certainly extreme cold, and warm goods will price spike. Food and water can be bought from the trade channel. Inside is a cotton suit and a cotton quilt, far more than I expected. I put on the suit and feel my hands and feet thaw. So warm. I should sleep a little better tonight. I check the upgraded shelter. Level 2 wooden house. Upgrade requirements for level 3, 500 wood, 100 stone, plus all facilities built. Floor area is now 20 square meters, 4 times the hut, and the wooden walls feel sturdy enough not to vanish in a strong wind, greatly raising my sense of security. New buildable facilities unlocked. Storage cabinet at 30 wood, can store food and slow spoilage. Wooden bed at 50 wood, made of solid wood, improves rest efficiency. Dual-use stove at 30 stone dispels darkness from inside the shelter at night and serves as a cook fire. All 3 are essential. Food is precious here, so a cabinet that slows spoilage is huge. Last night I slept on cold hard ground and barely rested. A wooden bed will change everything. The dual-use stove dispels night darkness and lets me cook hot food in this freezing weather. Double enjoyment for body and soul. The facility costs are modest, but the next shelter upgrade is brutal and requires all facilities first. Weaker survivors without chests may not upgrade for 10 or 15 days. And even for me it is not easy. I have a craft skill to lean on though. After upgrading I still have wood, so I keep crafting buckets while reading the channel. People are envying the regional 5th place who got a silver skill. Salute to the big shot. I want skills too. Sigh, should I go all in? Can I still make top 100 regionally? Hesitation breeds defeat. Just commit and get it over with. They are interesting people, and the chat is still half adrenaline and half bravado as the temporary mission winds down. Some are calculating whether they can sell the family silver for the last few units. Others are pivoting to chain craft items and selling them at thin margins to scrape past the cutoff. A few are openly trash-talking everyone who has not made the cut yet, the kind of bravado that masks panic. The skill selection rewards seem to weigh on everyone the most. Silver in regional 5th means survivors above me may have rolled gold, and the prodigies in the global front may have rolled higher than that. I buy a rye bread for 5 wood and chew while I work. My hands keep shaping buckets while my head plans next steps. Food first. My territory is barren and only the trade channel feeds me, but cold will price spike or even strangle supply, which is deadly, so a stable food source is mandatory. Growth path next. To scale ant control, I need spiritual power items. Otherwise, even ants cap out. Ant variety also matters. Based on the black scythe trial, different species probably mutate down different paths. Combat for some, construction for some, transport for others. So multiple species are required. Ants near my shelter are limited, so a buy task on the trade channel is the play. Plus, watching for spiritual power skills. An hour later, I have 6 more buckets beside me. The temporary mission winds down, and I scan the broader picture. Each region has 10,000 people, 8 billion total means over 800,000 regions. And the regional top 100 slots are all filled while the global top 10% still has a few open spots. Of those who have not upgraded, very few will today. Less than a tenth of the world's transmigrants made the level 2 upgrade on day 1. Lucky people are a minority, and my expression darkens. I keep crafting. The image stays with me. 8 billion souls dropped into 10,000 person cells with thatched walls and a fire. Told to survive, and on the very first night the death counter is already in the hundreds of thousands. I'm sitting on 3 chests of luck nobody else opened, and I cannot afford to coast on it. Buckets, food source, spiritual power, ant variety, cold preparation, partner cultivation, every line item is real, and night is not long enough to address them all. My private message blinks. Opening it is Chungha again, asking whether I have any buckets for trade now. She buys steadily and finally pulls my attention. Her avatar is a young woman with an oval face and a gentle smile. Dark world avatars cannot be photoshopped or beautified, so the face is real, and even I, who am usually face blind, have to admit she is beautiful. I do not have impure thoughts. I head straight to her wallet and quietly decide to mark up. With that appearance and temperament, she has to be wealthy and high status and not short on money. If she could read my mind right now, she would be speechless. I confirm I have buckets and ask how many. 5, she says, and asks if I still have mutated spring water for sale. I have 33.8 milliliters left from the original allocation, and the spring eye produces another 100 milliliters daily that the ants barely touch, so yes. I tell her I can sell 20 milliliters now, but I want better resources for it. She should have some. In a different corner of the dark world, a tree thick enough that 10 people would need to encircle it carries a small wooden house on its main trunk. Other survivors would gawk at the engineering. Chungha is the owner, and she frowns at my message. How did he know? Well, she did buy too many tools from him at the start of the temporary mission. At that point, only people with no hope of finishing or with overflowing resources could afford to spend wood on tools, and she is the second category. She is not against my pitch. With temporary missions ended, rare items return to their inherent value. She replies, no problem, take a look at these. Multi-ear winter wheat seeds, black iron rank, mutated variant with 100 times the yield of regular winter wheat and stronger cold resistance. Ripening potion, bronze grade. Applied to plants accelerates growth. Lower quality plants benefit more. 2-color goji berry, silver rank, slightly enhances physique and increases resistance. My eyes light up. The seeds plus the potion solve my food problem outright. A plot of multi-year winter wheat means I never lose to food shortages. The goji berry is even better, since there are no hospitals here and even a mild cold can be fatal. So a permanent physique and resistance bump is invaluable. I keep my reply flat. Not bad. How do you want to trade? Xiongha knows exactly how heavy these items are at this stage of the world, and smiles at my poker face. She offers 100 multi-ear winter wheat seeds, 3 bottles of ripening potion, 1 2-color goji berry, in exchange for 20 milliliters of mutated spring water and 5 buckets. What do I think? I freeze for a moment, not because the price is low, but because it is high, far above expectations. By my own reckoning, 30 seeds plus 1 bottle of potion plus the goji berry would already have been a good trade. She is generous to the point of strange. I had intended to fleece her, and now I am almost embarrassed. That is the power of a rich woman, and I almost lose the will to grind. Willpower wins. I push back. That is too much. My goods are not worth that. She replies quietly. In items the math is uneven, but she values my development potential. Long-term cooperation then. We are far apart and she has no recourse if I take the trade and ghost her, so paying extra on a possibility is a confidence move. Sensing my pause, she adds, your regional rank in this temporary mission cannot be low. Your mutated spring water as a silver rank sustainable resource matters greatly to me. I am willing to take a certain risk. Cooperation is mutual and you also need things I have, and the dark world's danger far exceeds what either of us imagines, so partners survive better. Long-term is the framing. She is right that the spring water is what really matters, and the cooperation framing follows. My own preference is to specialize in one path and concentrate resources in that direction. Like classes in a game where combat, recon, support, and logistics combine to outperform generalists. The risk is that specializing creates weaknesses, and entrusting safety to a stranger is a death sentence. This is not a game. I have only set my own career path. If her toolkit complements mine, long-term works. I ask, cooperation needs mutual benefit. Do you have other advantages? Because once my food is self-sufficient, these go down in value. She is not annoyed and answers confidently. All her items, skills, and resources are plant-related, giving her a unique advantage in cultivating plants. The multi-ear winter wheat is her own breed with astonishing yield. As long as I keep trading her spring water, she keeps cultivating mutated plants, and she will give me first dibs. Without plant specialization, I would burn resources for poor results. Once I have used spring water myself, I know exactly what she means, that harmful mutations dominate beneficial ones. Cooperation is full win-win, so she is also a path-committed survivor, just on plants. Smart people abound. I am not the only one to commit early. With her continually breeding mutated plants for me, the partnership is real. I drop the hesitation and agree. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. We complete the trade. Then I ask casually why she started buying from me at the start of the temporary mission instead of selling for upgrade points. She replies, "Oh, that I had already upgraded my shelter to level 2 during the day, so the mission was completed instantly when it dropped. During the day." I freeze in place. In a distant corner of the dark world, Cheongha chuckles softly, having anticipated exactly this reaction, and tells herself that showing a little strength helps cooperation. After the trade, I am near broke, so I keep crafting and selling buckets through the night. The night runs 16 hours, and sleeping all of it is wasteful. I plan 7 hours of sleep and the rest at the bench. Her offhand reveal sticks under my skin. I knew there would be freaks who upgraded fast, but daytime upgrade is on another level, and my imagination cannot reconstruct it. Even for me, felling a tree takes 8 minutes. Could she be a delicate-looking woman who is actually a muscle-bound axe wielder? Lucky we are not in the same region, otherwise I would only be competing for second place. I sketch a figure with 2 axes and bulging muscles tearing through trees, only for the face to turn around and be Cheongha. I shiver, snap out of the daze, check the time and find that 8 unconscious hours have passed. What was I thinking? Cheongha's ability is plant-related, and that is how she upgraded so fast. The muscle scenario was a fatigue hallucination. I have been crafting too long, mental and physical strength are at the limit. I push through the bucket I am working on and stop, surveying the heap in the room. The 8 hours have been rough. My hands are stiff from repetition, and the bucket that took 10 minutes early on now takes 20 as my speed sags. I have made 39 buckets, including one left over from a trade, exactly 40. I keep 10 and sell the rest for 180 wood and 30 stone. Big shot now. I look at the shelter facilities. Storage cabinet, wooden bed, dual-use stove, total only 80 wood and 30 stone. And since they are inevitable, I build all 3 at once. The built facilities place where I want them, so the dual-use stove goes in the center, the wooden bed near it, and the storage cabinet far from the heat to slow food spoilage. I throw the cotton quilt onto the bed. The stove's strong warmth, the soft warm quilt, the comfortable bed. My eyelids droop, but I push through to open the trade channel one more time, because the seeds I traded from Cheonghao still need handling, and it is not yet time to sleep. 10 minutes of browsing pulls up exactly what I want. 3-story nursery, black iron rank, 2x2 meters, 3-story planter, increases plant growth speed by 10%. Owner Thompson 60 wood. A growth-speeding nursery is hard currency. The night is unknown ground and I will not plant my food outside, so an indoor nursery is mandatory. 60 wood is steep, but after hours of bucketing I can afford it. Hard-earned resources mean I will not pay sticker, and I haggle in the traditional way. The owner's name reads foreign, which would have killed my chances if not for the manual's translation function. I offer 55 wood. Thompson swears to God it is worth it, says it can grow delicious vegetables. I tell him post-mission everyone burned wood on upgrades and there are not many buyers at 60. He concedes to 56 and refuses to go lower. I am in a hurry to plant and sleep, so I take it and place the nursery near the door so daytime sun reaches the soil through the open curtain. Each layer is 2x2 meters with a soil tray and half a meter of headroom. No tall plants, but for me it is enough. I sow the 100 multi-ear winter wheat seeds evenly, drip ripening potion on each per Cheongha's instructions, and 1 bottle of potion is used up exactly. I water with 3 wood worth of river water. The seeds sprout out of the soil within a minute. The effect is so brutally fast it is unscientific. At this rate, harvest is days away, and clearly the dark world is past science, with its supernatural items and scrolls. I order the 8 hunting ants onto the nursery to loosen soil without harming the seedlings. Throw firewood into the stove, drop into the bed, wrap up in the cotton quilt, and go out cold. The voice wakes me. Dark world announcement. Congratulations, survivors. You have successfully survived another night. A natural disaster warning will be issued. I rub my eyes and slowly come up out of the dream. The panel reads daytime remaining 7 hours, 29 minutes, 12 seconds. I jolt. Did I oversleep? Did I waste half an hour of daytime? Then I check the chat and realize I did not oversleep. Daytime has been reduced from 8 hours to 7.5. Daytime is shorter. Before I can react, the announcement continues. This natural disaster, cold wave. In 7 days, an extremely low temperature cold wave will bring extreme cold to the entire dark continent. Please collect winter food as soon as possible and strive to survive the natural disaster. I am wide awake. Cold wave, the first natural disaster, is exactly what the worsening temperature implied, and most survivors expected something like it. What no one expected is 7 days. Once the wave hits and the outdoor temperature crashes, exploration becomes impossible, which means within those 7 days I need a month of food, a month of firewood, and warm gear adequate for extreme cold. All stockpiled inside the shelter. Even at my tier, the pressure is real and the urgency is sharp, let alone for survivors still in level 1 huts. Most are dirt poor with dilapidated thatched walls. I had thought the dark world was not that dangerous. Clearly I was wrong. I opened the region channel. Counter reads 9,531. Day 2, the wave has not even started, and that many are already gone. Every digit is a life. The chat is wails. Cold wave in 7 days for a whole month, just kill me now. Hungry already, I have not figured out today's food, let alone a month's stockpile. Maybe the wave has stages and we can still go out early on. Do not be too nervous, everyone. The cold wave should taper instead of crashing in at full force on day 1. Within these 7 days, we have to upgrade to level 2 or even level 3, or food alone will not save us. Yes, no time to argue. I am chopping. I just got a bronze axe yesterday and the sapling pile is finally moving. Selling river water in bulk, 3 wood per liter, deliver via trade channel. Selling raw flint, 10 wood apiece. Last batch before prices spike. Selling cotton scraps for makeshift insulation, 2 wood per bundle, only 10 bundles total. I close the channel before the noise can drag me into other people's panic. I open the trade channel and list 1 milliliter of mutated spring water at 10,000 wood. Not to sell it, just to stick a billboard on top of a high traffic listing. With a note attached, buying large quantities of various ant species, must include a queen ant, can trade in resources or items. Without a queen, the ant project cannot scale. I DM Chuong asking her to help look for ants nearby. As a plant specialist, she works the soil constantly and might bump into a colony. Then I prepare to head out. Past the nursery, I check the wheat, already heading. A few more hours and it is ripe. My thinking was too narrow. In the dark world, anything is possible. After warm-up, I take a few hunting ants and step outside. It is bright. Only a couple more degrees colder than yesterday. No other obvious changes. I set the hunting ants down and order them to find their queen and bring her back. Hunting ants evolved from black scythe ants and can read black scythe pheromones, so they have a real chance of locating the queen. Then I decide to spend half an hour exploring. A chest is huge profit if I find one, and even without one it is recon, after which I go chop trees. I head east opposite yesterday's direction. 10 minutes in I stop, frowning. I should have hit the dark border by now, and there is still bright forest ahead. I have a guess. Did level 2 expand my territory? The channel says nothing about it. I DM Chongha, who has already replied agreeing to help find ants, and I ask. She replies, after level 2 the territory expands from 300 meters to 500, and mutated beasts now appear around the territory and are very hard to deal with. Without strong combat means, do not explore yet. I thank her. I look at the new ground. Chests are likely inside it, but mutated beasts are also very real, and even ordinary beasts would beat me right now. A moment of patience opens a wider path. I will collect resources today, evolve a few hunting ants to silver, then come back. I retreat to the birch grove. After yesterday's work, most of the small saplings are gone, leaving thicker trees that take more effort but yield more wood. With the bronze axe that is manageable, I swing. 2 hours later, a wood pile sits beside me. As I plan to stop and start crafting buckets, a signal pings through the contract and I turn. The lead hunting ant is carrying a fat-abdomined ant, and the other 7 herd over 100 black scythe ants like officers escorting prisoners, all marching toward me. I beam with joy. The hunting ants have wiped out the nest. They brought the queen. The number of hunting ants problem is gone. I drop the axe and run over. Without preamble, purple flickers in my left eye and Eye of Taming hits the queen. Black scythe ant queen, no rank. Potential silver rank. Type reproductive. Current mutation evolution success rate, 48%. Feeding flesh-type materials raises the rate, highly likely to evolve into a reproductive type, with a small chance of mutating into other types. The moment I tame the queen, the hundreds of black scythe ants behind her stop their commotion and stand obediently in place. The realization lands fast. The queen is the leader of the colony, and taming her means controlling the entire colony. Great. This dramatically reduces my spiritual power burden. Do not underestimate it. A single ant takes little spiritual power, but at scale and after evolution the cost compounds. If controlling only the queen runs the colony, I can effortlessly manage millions of ants. The image lights me up, and my gaze on the queen gets fervent. She is too critical to allow any damage, and 48% is decent but far from safe enough. Fortunately, with Species Contract, I have a stable way to push the rate up. I dump the 41 units of wood from the morning chop to one side, and decide to prioritize the queen's mutation rate, because the sooner she mutates, the sooner she breeds hunting ants, and the sooner the army exists. I open the trade channel and filter for flesh. Daytime exploration. Few hunters yet. There are only a dozen pages. I skip unranked flesh entirely and focus on black iron and above. Excluding price gougers, a few candidates remain, and one comes out on top. Mutated rabbit meat, black iron rank, owner Will Porter, 20 wood per gin, half a kilo. Mutated wild boar meat, bronze grade, same owner, 40 wood per gin. Same person selling both at scale, which means combat power and intel I want, plus a price negotiable bulk volume. Counting the freshly chopped 41, I have 98 wood total. Enough. I DM Will. I will take the 1 gin of mutated rabbit meat and the 1 gin of mutated wild boar meat you have listed. Can the price be a bit lower? He takes 5 minutes to reply. Will, if you have looked at the trade channel, you know the price is already very favorable. Me, yes, but few people can afford meat right now and your listing has been up a while. I have a long-term demand for high-quality flesh, and we could establish long-term cooperation. In a distant corner of the dark world, a nearly 2-meter-tall white man, shirtless, props a blood-dripping long-handled axe on the ground and frowns at his manual. After thinking for a while, he writes back, I am somewhat interested in long-term cooperation. Since you can afford this much meat now, you must be a strong individual. I cannot lower the price further, but I can give you a small gift. He sends item info, mutated rabbit blood, black iron rank, and mutated wild boar blood, bronze grade. Beast blood also raises mutation success rate, effectively a discount. So I reply, okay, deal. We trade 60 wood for 1 gin of each meat plus the 2 bottles of blood. After the trade, I ask another question. Will, since you can hunt this many mutated beasts, you must know about them. Could you tell me a bit? I am ready to pay for the info, since mutated beast intel matters to me. Will is generous and replies almost instantly. Of course, no problem. I had hunted plenty of beasts even before coming to the Dark Continent. Mutated beasts here, compared to Blue Star beasts, have not only grown significantly larger, but also become more violent and savage in nature, and their appearance has changed too. The mutated rabbit is 80 centimeters long and has grown a pair of sharp fangs. The moment it saw me, instead of running, it charged at me with bloodshot eyes. Zhang Hyun, if you are not good at fighting, do not provoke them. They have already surpassed the scope of ordinary beasts. With Cheng Ha's earlier warning still ringing, my caution doubles. I thank Will. Mutated beasts have territory and generally do not wander, so as long as I do not approach the new ground, there should be no danger for now. I put down the manual and take out the mutated rabbit meat and mutated wild boar meat. Both are bright red, marbled, fresh, with rich blood smell. 2 days in this world feel like a month without meat, and my mouth waters at the thought of roasting them on the stove. I push the craving down and order the queen to eat the rabbit meat first. She crawls over, opens her scythe-like mandibles, and devours it ravenously. Her rate ticks from 48 to 49 and keeps climbing. Black iron flesh on a no-rank queen is a serious tonic. If black iron pushes this fast, what about bronze? Will bronze meat instantly hit 100%? I switch her to the mutated wild boar meat without hesitation, and the rate climbs faster, hitting 65% in minutes, and stalls. For an ordinary ant, 65 would be fantastic, but for a queen with no second chance, only 100 is truly safe. Then I look at her. Her bulging abdomen is now several times bigger, and she is lying beside the boar meat too full to move. She just ate too much. Scared me for a moment. I laugh self-deprecatingly and order her to digest, then keep eating, then go back to chopping nearby. Half an hour later, I check on her again. Her rate is at 100%. That was fast. I bring her to the mutated spring water and let her drink. Her body is several times bigger than a regular black scythe ant, and 1 gulp takes a full milliliter before she stops. Under my nervous gaze, her body expands rapidly and the mutation finishes. Black scythe hunter ant queen, black iron rank. Potential silver rank. Type reproductive. Ability rapid reproduction. Current mutation evolution success rate 11%, with the same flesh-feeding scaling and likely outcomes as before. Quality jumps from no rank to black iron and she gains rapid reproduction. More importantly, she now breeds black iron black scythe hunting ants directly, which means I never need to spend more spring water on individual hunter cultivation as long as I keep her fed. The hunting ants already have combat power. Numbers were the bottleneck, and that is solved. Once their numbers grow, hunting mutated beasts goes on the table. The ant army I have been imagining starts to look real, but the queen cannot do it alone. I gather the 8 existing hunting ants, drop 2 pieces of mutated beast nearby, let them eat alongside the queen to raise their own mutation rate, and pair them with her for breeding. Watching her bulging belly, I laugh. You, with food, drink, and a harem, you live more comfortably than I do. You must cultivate me a good army. I leave them to it, take the bronze axe, and head out again. As soon as I reach the birch grove, a private message comes in. I open it. It is Chongha again. Jang Hyun, I found a type of ant. See if it is useful to you. Without waiting for my reply, Chongha sends over the ant's information. Sentry ant queen, no grade, an ant with 3 pairs of compound eyes, swift in movement, and skilled in reconnaissance. The queen of a recon-type colony is exactly the missing link my plan needed. Meat-eaters under the black scythe hunter ant queen for combat, plant-eaters under a sentry ant queen for scouting, and one shared ant nest for them to live together with the nucleus once I find one. I beam. I just got a black scythe ant queen, and now this. Double happiness. I tell her it is incredibly useful and ask what resources I can exchange. She replies that she found the queen while loosening soil for her plants, and it took no effort. Free for me, we are allies. I push back. I cannot accept that, even if it is small to her, it is huge to me. Xiongla then asks if I would keep an eye out for plant seeds, and says she has to get back to work and will chat tonight. She trades me a wooden bottle. Inside is the sentry ant queen plus more than 20 sentry ants. 3 pairs of compound eyes each, long antennae and dark green helmet-shaped heads, all peeking around like tiny sentries on watch. This ally is too reliable. I owe her a real favor now. Seeds. I will look. Purple flickers in my left eye and the queen falls under my control without resistance. Sentry ant queen. No grade. Potential bronze grade. Type reproductive. Current mutation evolution success rate 67%. Feeding plant-based materials raises the rate. Highly likely to evolve reproductive type with a small chance otherwise. Species contract gives me readings Chungha cannot see. Bronze potential is a lower ceiling than the black scythe hunter ant queen silver, which is mildly disappointing. Different species, different growth potentials. But the sentry ant feeds on plants, and the rate is already at 67, so the food path is far cheaper. Compared to the black scythe hunting ant, which eats meat, this is brutally cost-effective. And these are scouts, which for me may be more useful than combat ants. The sentry ant queen with her 4 eyes, antennae, and round belly looks at me, and I nod, satisfied. Plant matter from any old grass works, but growth rate caps if the plants are ordinary. For that I need the plant expert. I shamelessly DM Chongha again, asking if she has high-quality plant materials that are plentiful and filling. She is busy and replies in 3 minutes asking what kind, food or otherwise. Any plant, I tell her, wood or leaves, does not have to be food. She says. How about this? Sandalwood wutong wood, bronze grade. I knew I asked the right person. I tell her this is great, and ask how she wants to trade. And please do not give it for free again. Otherwise next time I will be too embarrassed to ask. She smiles to herself. Small things reveal character. And although I have what she needs, if I were too greedy she would only do limited cooperation. Only with acceptable character does she treat me as a long-term ally. She replies fairly. Although bronze grade, it is still wood with limited uses. So 1 unit of sandalwood wutong for 5 units of regular wood. I take it without haggling. I place the wood beside the new sentry ant queen and 10 of her sentry ants, and they start gnawing. The rate climbs fast. 5 minutes later, all 11 hit 100%, and I bring them to the spring water. The sentry ant queen mutates faster than the black scythe ant queen. 1 minute and she is done. The 10 ordinary sentry ants finish even quicker. Sentry ant queen, black iron rank, potential bronze grade, type reproductive, ability rapid reproduction, current mutation evolution success rate 10%, plant materials raise the rate, likely reproductive evolution, sentry ant, black iron rank, potential bronze grade, type reconnaissance, ability basic agility, current mutation evolution, success rate 10%, plant materials raise the rate, likely reconnaissance evolution. Unlike the black scythe ants, who jumped dozens of times in size, the sentry ant queen only got a few sizes bigger, and the workers are unchanged. The queen has rapid reproduction like the other queen, and the workers picked up basic agility. Compared to tenfold bite force, basic agility sounds boring, until I let one move. It crosses the shelter in seconds faster than I can walk. For that body size, the speed is incredible. If basic is this fast, what about intermediate or advanced? With this speed plus reconnaissance, my recon efficiency multiplies several times once numbers grow, and I can stay home while ants scout the perimeter. I treat the sentry ant queen and her harem the way I did the hunting ants, drop the sandalwood beside them, and let them feed and breed simultaneously. After the sentry ants are settled, I decide to take another stroll for chests within 300 meters. The 300 to 500 ring stays off limits per Will's and Shonga's warnings. Half an hour later I have nothing. Either I picked the area clean already, or luck is dry today. As I reach the easternmost 300 mark and prepare to turn back, I freeze. A small tree under 2 meters tall stands ahead, hung with a dozen fist-sized red fruits, lush and tempting. Beneath it sits a wooden treasure chest. The catch, it is roughly 360 meters from the shelter in the mutated beast band. Charge or cower. My mind locks into the kind of standoff between heaven and man. A cold gust slices my cheeks. So cold. I had been cycling between ant work and chopping in a padded jacket and barely felt the chill, but the moment I stop the cold lands hard, and the panel is already below zero. Yesterday it was 5 degrees. The wind clears my head. Less than 7 days to the cold wave, and food and warm gear are nowhere near enough. Hesitation will erode the day one lead. Decision. Do it. 60 meters there and back, plus picking in chest. 3 minutes total. I do not rush in. I find a tall tree with good visibility and climb. From the high vantage I scan the area for 10 minutes. Will described mutated beasts as large, and a small area cannot hide one. I see nothing big. Sigh in relief, climb down, pick up the bronze axe, and step into the unknown ground. Per the consensus on the channel, within 300 meters resources are basic, wood and stone, water if lucky, and beyond it resources are richer with naturally growing black iron and bronze items. But the danger climbed sharply. First time inside, a lie to say I am not nervous. The 60 meters takes nearly 2 minutes, no incident. I reach the small tree and start picking, stuffing 6 red fruits into my unbuttoned collar before my clothes bulge to capacity. I do not push. The tree is not running away. Right hand still gripping the axe, I scoop the wooden chest with my left arm and turn to run. The closer I get to the 300 line, the more I relax, already daydreaming about what is in the chest. Then a sound like wind through grass. Behind me, wind, on a still evening that has no breeze. And yet I do not feel any wind hitting my body. The dissonance lands a beat after my ears do, and reflexes catch up. I drop the chest, swing the axe up to block and pivot. A dark shape leaps at me. I block on reflex with both hands. A bang. Force surges up the haft and I retreat 5 steps before steadying. The attacker bounces back too. Squirrel, but standing 50 centimeters tall on its hind legs, bearing sharp fangs, red eyes blazing with bloodlust, completely unlike the timid creatures I know. Mutated squirrel, black iron rank, ability junior concealment, raises the success rate of hiding items and tracks, so this is a mutated beast, exactly Will's description. Despite my caution, a concealment using squirrel slipped past my scan from a tree or burrow. I cannot outrun it on this terrain, and the safe zone label is just a name I made up. Only an idiot trusts it. Fortunately, it is just a squirrel, and I have a weapon. The mutated squirrel pounces again instantly without giving me time to prepare. I count 3, 2, 1, now estimating its run and leap arc, and at the apex of its leap I bring the axe down with both hands across its head and neck, pressing the blade as if I am driving it into the ground. It cannot redirect mid-air and watches the blade close on it. In the same instant, with no path to dodge, it lashes out with its claws and rips 2 long gashes through my chest, tearing the cotton padding open. The blade lands. The squirrel crashes and rolls, wounded but not dead. I do not let myself think. Step in and chop again. Blood splatters and it goes still. I gasp, breathing hard, heart pounding. Adrenaline masked it, but as soon as the fight ends, a wave of fatigue hits my whole body sore as if beaten. First life or death fight, intense physical reaction makes sense, but I cannot stay. The blood smell may pull more dangerous creatures. I lift the squirrel onto the chest, tuck both under my arm, and stumble back toward the shelter. Only when I see the walls do I exhale, and the harvest in my collar finally puts a smile on my face. I close the door, sit on the floor, and sort. Mutated squirrel, ordinary squirrels weigh under a pound. This one is at least 6 pounds. After basic processing, internal organs and bones removed, I get 3 gene of meat, 1 squirrel hide, and 200 milliliters of blood. At market rate 80 units of wood in a few minutes of fighting. Hunting mutated beasts pays far better than chopping. But I push the get-rich daydream off. The danger is on another level, and a clean fight today does not generalize. Mutated creatures may carry pathogens. Even a small wound at a vulnerable spot like the neck could kill. The squirrel meat goes on the menu tonight, the blood goes to the hunting ants as a bonus, and the hide gets repurposed as a scarf or gloves. Then I open the chest. Rye bread, buckwheat pillow, and a third item, another manufacturing blueprint. I never expected a black iron chest to drop a blueprint, and rye bread plus a buckwheat pillow already had me content. The third item is a familiar cowhide scroll, and I recognize it instantly. Wooden fence, black iron rank, pointed top wooden fence, may catch the careless climber by the crotch, encloses a shelter to reduce the probability of dark world creatures visiting. Manufacturing cost, 1 unit of wood per piece, 3 minutes per piece. Excellent. Shelter safety is hard currency, and the raw material is the most plentiful one. Buckets are good now, but everyone will have buckets soon, and within a day or two, the price performance crashes. Rare resources I cannot spare for trade. I was wondering how to keep earning, and the assistant answered. I use the blueprint on the spot. I do not start crafting fences yet. I lay out the 6 red fruits on the floor. Red heart fruit, bronze grade, can be used to increase physique and quickly recover from muscle damage. Bronze grade with permanent physique buff and muscle repair. The fruits are heart-shaped, hence the name. Right after a day of chopping in a life or death fight, my muscles are aching everywhere, and the timing could not be better. I wipe one on my sleeve and bite. The juice is sweet and rich, and the body finishes the fruit before the mind can savor it. Only 3 melon seed-sized seeds remain. As expected of bronze grade, Taste alone is past every fruit I have ever eaten. Then a warm current spreads through my body and the soreness fades. Within 10 minutes, I feel fully recovered, muscle fibers thicker than before. I want a second fruit immediately and force myself to stop. The fruit's ideal usage is post-strenuous exertion when fibers are torn. With only 6 on hand, casual eating is wasteful. I wonder if Cheongha can cultivate them in bulk. If so, red heart fruit freedom may be on the table. After that fruit, I almost feel anticipation about this dark world. Dangerous, yes, but full of possibilities. I DM Cheongha the fruit's information and ask if she can cultivate it. She replies almost instantly, excited. Bronze-grade fruit, physique plus quick recovery, she can cultivate, but the higher the rarity, the lower the cultivation success rate. So she will need more seeds and ideally a branch from the mother tree. She is a true plant fanatic. No wonder she committed to that path. I tell her I found this in the newly unlocked area, that there is one tree with over 10 fruits left, and that I encountered a mutated squirrel earlier and bled around there, so I cannot return today. She is alarmed. I fought a mutated creature. Am I injured? Treat it now if so. Lucky, no injury. I tell her. Good, she says. The dark world is harsh, and she does not have healing plants yet. By the way, squirrels are hoarding experts. The den must have a stash of food. Scout it when safe. I was so focused on running I forgot squirrel habits. Without her reminder I would have missed it. I thank her and ask her to try the cultivation. I trade 3 red heart fruit seeds and 1 fruit to her, refusing the resources she offers in return. She gave me sentry ants for free, and this evens it out. On her side, Cheongha looks at the heart-shaped fruit and shakes her head with a wry smile, deciding she should pay attention to ant-related items now, or she will keep owing favors, and noting she should ask Baekhyun, who likely has relevant intel. After the conversation, 3.5 hours of daytime remain. The new ground is tempting, but the mutated squirrel was an early warning. Meeting a carnivorous mutated beast at my current strength means dinner for it. I switch to fences. I make one and use its size to estimate. Enclosing a decent area takes at least 100 fences, plus 5 hours of crafting time, which is too steep. I scale to 30 or 40 fences for a smaller perimeter, finishable before dark. I have 38 wood on hand. Enough. I head to the woodpile by the birch grove and start crafting in place. 2 hours later, after the red heart fruit's repair work, I am full of energy and craft non-stop. A pile of fences accumulates. I stand back satisfied, then carry several to the shelter and use the bronze axe as both shovel and hammer to drive them into the frozen ground. The ground is rock hard from the cold, and installation eats real effort. By the time the fences are all in, the sky has gone fully dark. 31 minutes of daytime left. Outdoor temperature is -10, and standing still after sweat builds is painfully cold. I duck inside. The night is bearing down, and I have used up my energy. The stove kindling has burned out, and as I reach for fresh wood I realize I used every unit on the fences. Rather than panicking out into the cold, I decompose the black iron chest from earlier and get 5 units of wood. The storage box is fine. Anything more would crowd. I throw one in the stove, light it, and start crafting more fences. I tentatively list a single fence on the trade channel at 5 units of wood per piece. Net 4 wood in 3 minutes is far better than buckets, which are now 10 wood per piece for 10 minutes of work. I make 2 more fences, but the listing is not sold. Too high, or fewer eyes on the channel right now. I drop to 4 wood per piece and the fence sells fast, with messages flooding asking if I have more. I tell everyone to wait and continue crafting. 4 wood per fence net of 1 wood cost equals 1 wood per minute. Much better than chopping directly. Night closes. Weather strong winds, cloudy. Outdoor -14.1 degrees, indoor 8.1 degrees, night remaining 16 hours. 30 minutes, outdoor temperature has dropped several more degrees and the indoor temperature, even with the upgrade in the stove, has not crossed 10 degrees. A few more days and indoors may slip below 0. Cold wave has not even started and the slope is this steep. I have to push level 3 urgently or the cold wave will end me. I had planned to spend resources on combat first, but priorities flip. As I reach to keep crafting, I notice no world announcement today. The voice has been the rhythm marker of every day since I arrived, and the silence on day 2 is unsettling in its own right. Without settlement and without temporary missions, the system has shifted from carrot-driven to pure survival pressure. Sure enough, the chat is already buzzing about it. What's going on? Where is settlement? I worked all day. Why no rewards? Maybe settlement and temporary missions only happened on day 1. Holy crap. Without those, on chopping and digging alone, we are doomed during the cold wave. Not entirely. You can find chests. A few a day means a comfortable cold wave. If chests were that easy, nobody would chop trees. If chests are hard, hunt mutated beasts, meat is high-cost performance. I do not believe you, you old geezer. You are too cunning. If I had not seen a mutated goat snap a tree, I would have believed it. So no settlement today. Even without it, the day 1 rewards motivated everyone hard, and most people probably hit level 2 today. I close the channel. I check on the queens. The black scythe hunter ant queen is at 51%, and the sentry ant queen has rocketed to 76%. Both were on bronze grade food, so why the gap? Growth speed likely correlates inversely with potential ceiling. The sentry ant has only bronze potential, a lower ceiling so it climbs faster. The black scythe hunter ant queen has silver potential, a higher ceiling and climbs slower. 16.5 hours of night ahead means both can finish tonight at this rate, given enough food. I have plenty of bronze boar meat and sandalwood wood, so I let them eat and tell them to hurry. They eat faster. Then the nursery. The multi-ear winter wheat is so dense the ears press against each other. What I planted with a wide gap has filled the trays. 10 kilograms looks plausible from 100 seeds, and harvest is hours away. The ripening agent is unreasonably potent. Cheong's plant work is something else. Food worry is dimming a little. As I plan to ask her for more seeds, she pings first. Jang-hyun, your ability is ant-related, right? Look at this. Item info attached. I scan and my pupils dilate. Ant nest nucleus. Ant nest nucleus. Bronze grade. Placed in the ant nest. Raises the queen's breeding speed by 20% and increases food consumption by 30%. Ants in the nest gradually gain various attribute increases. Bronze in name, divine artifact in effect. The description hides the upside. This is exactly the kind of niche item that becomes overpowered in the right hands and worthless in the wrong ones, which is why it ended up at the bottom of someone's chest in the first place. 20% breeding speed alone is impressive enough. Extra ants per night with no extra resource per ant, but stacked with rapid reproduction and production expansion when the queens hit bronze. The math compounds. The 30% food consumption looked at first glance like a tax, but mutation success rate is fed by food consumption, so a 30% food increase becomes a 30% mutation acceleration. Even the slow attribute buff is the kind of thing that quietly raises a colony over days. Half the items I rejected in the trade channel had narrower descriptions than this and 10 times the asking price. 20% breeding speed compounds horribly in my favor, since ants win on numbers. The 30% food consumption looks like a downside, but for me, it is upside. Eating drives mutation rate. More food means faster mutation. The slow attribute buff is a bonus. I cannot keep my poker face and tell Seongha this is very useful, and offer to trade more spring water as compensation, since after a day I have another 100 milliliters accumulated and do not need it all. She replies that it is fine. She traded for it from an acquaintance who said ants were too weak and nobody used them, so the item had been bottom of the box and went cheap. She offers to introduce us if there is a chance. A bit erratic, but trustworthy. Hearing ants are looked down upon, I do not know whether to laugh or cry. It tracks. Even I, with all the relevant skills and items, have not produced anything visible from ants yet, and the consumption has been heavy. People without those skill items would be madmen to invest in ants. Better that everyone underestimates them. Cheaper to scoop up ant-related items at low cost. Sensing my silence, Seongha gently encourages me. The dark world holds infinite possibilities. Focus resources on one path and persevere, no matter the path it works. I tell her I am not giving up. I have a premonition that an explosion of strength is near. I thank her and start the trade. I put up 50 milliliters of mutated spring water and receive the ant nest nucleus, 100 multi-year winter wheat seeds, and 3 bottles of ripening agent. She protests I am giving too much, but I insist. Tomorrow during the day I will try the squirrel den and the red heart fruit tree. I will contact her after I have plant seeds. Done, she says, and she will keep an eye out for ant items. The trade leaves both of us better off. She gets a reliable spring water pipeline for her plant work. I get a reliable food and seed pipeline plus a niche item scout, and the favors balance over time. Cooperation in this dark world is hard to start because no party has reached to enforce a deal, so each transaction also doubles as a character probe. After 2 days of trades, my read on her is steady. Her read on me, judging by her continued generosity, is also steady. I look at the nucleus. Black, peach pit size, rough surface, irregular. The description says place in an ant nest, so the question is where to build the nest. Underground is logical, but outside is monster country. Inside the shelter with fences up is safer. I pick a spot near the spring water source. Tell the hunting ants and sentry ants to stop eating and dig a nest. Sentry ants for speed, hunting ants for power. Under 10 minutes a decent ant nest is dug. Better still, since both species are tamed by me, they share a single nest, which never happens in nature. Both groups benefit from the nucleus simultaneously. I drop the nucleus in and have everyone move in. Eating speeds visibly increase, and so do mutation rates. The sentry ant queen, already high, looks like she will finish in minutes. I hold off on letting the queens breed yet, because babies inherit queen quality, and if she breeds at black iron the new ants are black iron, and upgrading them later costs heavy resources and precious spring water. Push the queen to bronze first, then her babies are bronze. The sentry ant ceiling is bronze, so once she hits bronze she breeds at full power. The black scythe hunter ant queen needs more thought. If her rate climb stalls badly after bronze, an early breeding wave might be necessary, since the sentry ants are scouts not soldiers, and after the mutated squirrel, I want some bodyguards. A signal pings through the species contract. The sentry ant queen and her 10 harem ants all hit 100% simultaneously. I send them to drink spring water. Bronze evolution looks harder than black iron. 5 tense minutes, but no fatalities. Sentry Ant Queen, bronze grade. Type breeding. Potential bronze grade. Reached its limit. Can be broken with special items or skills. Abilities rapid reproduction, production expansion. Sentry Ant, bronze grade. Type reconnaissance. Potential bronze grade. Reached its limit. Can be broken with special items or skills. Abilities basic agility, beginner detection. The queen's abdomen has grown. 3 pairs of compound eyes have become 4. The helmet is darker and shinier, antennae longer. The workers are pinky finger size now. Neat little soldiers. Production expansion increases breeding quantity, stacking with rapid reproduction. The army builds fast. Beginner detection on the workers. Given how strong basic agility was, even beginner detection should be serious. 1 sentry ants increase. Every chest in my territory gets swept clean. I order the queen and her harem into the nest to breed. Right as I settle them, the black scythe hunting ant signal pings. The hunter ant queen is also at 100%. Let us go. The black scythe hunter ant queen and her 8 hunting ants drink spring water and replicate the sentry ant's route, but their evolution takes a full 10 minutes for the larger bodies. When they emerge into bronze grade, I am stunned. The thumb-sized hunting ants have grown more than 10 times, fist-sized, jet-black carapace looking ridiculously sturdy, mandibles longer than their bodies, like 2 massive scythes. 1 bite would unsettle a leg, and I am glad they are mine. The queen's body and abdomen grew several sizes and her mandibles are smaller than the workers. The hunter ant queen also picked up production expansion. The workers picked up junior fortification. I tap a hunting ant's shell, like metal. I step on it lightly, no reaction. Defensive output combined with the scythe attacks. At scale, mutated beasts will not survive. Excited, I have the queen finish the rest of the boar meat to push towards silver. She inhales it, 3 tails gone in a few bites. Then I check the rate, plus 1%. 3 tails of bronze meat is worth roughly 12 units of wood, which means raising her 100% on bronze meat alone would cost 1,200 units of wood. The bronze to silver gap is brutal. Bitter smile, fine, take it slow. Bronze hunting ants are already enough. Build a bronze hunting ant army first. Push queen to silver later. I send her into the nest to breed too. They expand it before starting because the original is too small. Now logistics. Sentry ants eat plants, even wood, so the supply line is essentially the same as my fuel pile. Hunting ants eat meat, and I do not have much. Meat is also expensive on the channel and unreliable in supply, since most survivors do not have the strength to hunt mutated beasts and the few who do, like Will, list small portions. I throw the mutated squirrel meat I had set aside for myself into the ant nest for the hunter queen, and dinner becomes the rye bread from the chest, choked down with water. Bear with it for now. Once the hunting ant army actually exists at scale, meat will be at every meal of every day. Through the nest entrance I see plump white eggs already, which lifts the mood, but the food beside the queens is dropping fast. If food runs out, no more eggs. I take out wood and grind on fences. 7 hours later, I am collapsed spread-eagled on the bed. My physical limit hit hours back. A red heart fruit reset my muscles, and I kept going, but spiritual power has no fruit fix, and that depletion hurts worse than soreness. Several times worse. I need items that restore spiritual power. In 7 hours, I made 130 fences, only 10 short of theoretical maximum. Fences are popular and all sold at 4 wood each, netting 3 wood per fence on top of the 1 wood cost. 390 units of wood total. The nest's food is almost gone. I DM Will, do you still have meat? In a corner of the dark world, in a wooden house adorned with hides, a burly 2-meter white man with long golden hair and a bushy beard is tanning leather. He frowns at the manual buzz, finishes the step, wipes his hands, and reads. Customer who buys meat. Anyone who keeps buying meat at this stage must be strong. He likes both strong people and customers. Will, of course. How much? I had thought he was asleep and was about to look elsewhere. 5 gin of bronze grade. Can you discount? 5 gin in one go. Most people buy in tails. So Will smiles and offers 5 gin of bronze grade for 190 wood, with 5 bottles of beast blood as a gift. Done. After the trade, Will pulls his manual back open and DMs someone else. Ryonggu. I just traded another 190 wood. With that you should have enough to upgrade level 3. So Will is also networked, also moving wood toward an ally pushing for the next shelter tier. I do not see this. If I did, I would be shaken. Someone is already stacking for level 3. In a tight alliance, I am barely thinking. I throw the 5 gene into the nest, drop the sandalwood wood in 2, and crash. Some unknown time later the broadcast cuts in. Dark World announcement. Congratulations survivors. You have survived another night. The cold wave will arrive in 6 days. A temporary mission will now be issued. Temporary mission again. I sit up and the broadcast continues. 3 temporary chests will be randomly generated in the bright areas of every survivor's shelter. Picking and opening grants items. Once 5,000 chests are opened in an area, all remaining temporary chests vanish. Top 100 regional rankings by quantity and speed earn 1 self-selected item of varying quality, scaling on rank. I crunch numbers. 10,000 per region. 3 chests per shelter means 30,000 chests total. capped at 5,000 cleared, so on average less than one chest per person. The higher the shelter level, the larger the bright area and the harder to find randomly placed chests, and level 2 and above have mutated beasts that further raise difficulty and risk. Survivors still on level 1 may actually have an edge. Chat goes feral. Finally, top 100 this time. No way, I just upgraded last night, are you messing with me? Do not panic, day 3, almost everyone has upgraded. If only I had not lacked resources, top 100 would be mine. These chests are not easy to find, learn from the past few days. Mutated beasts are dangerous, many will die in this mission. Just chop trees and let me take the rewards. Bah, shameless. Charge brother still in the channel, more than I thought, and 1,000 or 800 of them in any region adds up. Speed matters. I do not panic, I have specialists. I walk to the nest entrance. I look down and only see darkness, no clear count. The hunting ants have dug deeper overnight. I order the queens to bring everyone up. Sentry ants stream out, about 150 by my rough count, and black scythe hunting ants follow, only 23. Sentry ants are small and many, hunting ants are large and few, which fits. The queens signal me through species contract. More eggs and weaker juveniles are still in the nest and need a few hours to mature. I leave the queens to mind the nursery and head out with all the workers. Outside freezing. The moment I step out the door, I shiver violently. Hurry to tighten my coat, rub my hands, and stop my feet as I check the weather panel. Weather light snow. Outdoor minus 9.5. Indoor 14.2. Daytime remaining 6 hours. 55 minutes. 12 seconds. The shelter delay cost half an hour, and I now have exactly 7 hours. Snowflakes the size of 50-cent coins drift down. Soon a thick layer will sit on everything. Snow further hides chests. I check the chat. Snow is falling near other shelters too, which equalizes the field. Sentry ants and hunting ants are unbothered by the cold. I split the sentry ants into 8 squads of about 20 each, 1 per direction. East, south, west, north, northeast, southeast, northwest, southwest, with orders to net search for chests and report mutated beasts. Their main job is the chests. The secondary job is intelligence on mutated beasts roaming the territory ring. After the black iron evolution, they could keep up with my walk. After bronze, they match my run. The 8 squads scatter and vanish in seconds. 23 bronze hunting ants at my feet, fist-sized each, look intimidating en masse. Comfort. If I meet another mutated squirrel today, I do not lift a finger. I do not know how many beasts hide around the shelter, so I will wait until the sentry ants have reported. Then visit the red heart fruit tree in the squirrel cache. I send the hunting ants out too with orders to follow the sentry ants and carry back any chest. As an afterthought, I tell 2 hunting ants to stay near me as bodyguards. After the mutated squirrel, I do not walk anywhere outside without backup. I head back inside to harvest the wheat. Snow is now thick enough to muffle the sound of my own footfalls. The world feels smaller than it is. The multi-ear winter wheat is fully ripe overnight, golden across the trays. I try the bronze axe, but the cramped space and tough stalks defeat me. The axe is too heavy and blunt for cutting. Should I buy scissors or a sickle? As I think, a young black scythe hunting ant peeks from the nest entrance, mandibles shaped like scythes. How could I forget? I send the queen a command and 13 young hunting ants emerge. Climb the trays and cut the wheat like combine harvesters. Under 3 minutes, all harvested. I take out the new 100 seeds Chongha sent and prepare to sow when a thump-thump from outside hits along with the hunting ant signal. Chests. I rush out. 2 walking chests are running across the snow, carried by hunting ants. In barely a dozen minutes, 2 found. The hunting ants drop the chests at my feet without ceremony, then turn and head back out to support the sentry ants. No rest needed. A grateful thought lands and passes. Gratitude does not register on ant brains, but the species contract registers something close to acknowledgement, and that is enough. Even if I were given double or triple the time, finding a chest myself would be a struggle. Professionalism. The first chest is black iron, the second bronze. Temporary chests have the same drop tables and visuals, as regular chests have the same drop tables. I open both. Black iron yields long cotton socks, a bottle of water, and a black iron pickaxe. Bronze yields white bread, a black iron machete, a box of 666 cold granules, and a bronze-grade blueprint. Every item is useful. Cotton socks for the cold, a water bottle, a black iron pickaxe to finally start mining stone, a piece of white bread that is real bread instead of brick rye, and a black iron machete that is sharper than swinging the axe at flesh. The 6-6 cold granules are life-saving in the coming wave. Even on Blue Star, a cold could escalate, and here a cold without medicine is potentially fatal. The blueprint is the shocker. Quick hemostatic bandage, bronze grade, wrap on a wound for fast hemostasis. Crafting cost. Plant fiber, adhesive, coagulation serum. Even on Earth, blood loss is a top cause of casualty, and here it is fatal. A producible bandage is hard currency. The materials are uncertain, only plant fiber looks easy, and adhesive and coagulation serum will need digging. I will ask Chongha and Will after the mission, or hit the trade channel. I use the blueprint, move the rest into the shelter, and and have 10 hunting ants help loosen soil, sow the new seeds, and shell the harvested wheat. They have no complex emotions and excellent stamina. If they did, they would curse me as a capitalist. 10 adult and 13 young hunting ants finish soil, sowing, and shelling in under 10 minutes. Extreme efficiency. Wheat total roughly 10 kilograms. Matches my estimate. I sack it into an empty bucket. An idea. If I lend hunting ants out to others, will they still answer me? Or does Eye of Taming and Species contract require physical proximity? If they answer regardless, I can run a labor dispatch service with hunting ants for farm work, harvest assistance, recon by rental, all at far better margins than buckets or fences, and at zero risk of being undercut, since nobody else has tamed hunting ants. Chianga alone is a major customer, since my multi-ear winter wheat seeds came from her and I have no idea how much she has planted. If her field is anywhere near my crop's density, manual harvest would eat her entire daytime for days. I will verify the contract distance when I have time, but it is something to remember. 10 kilos is enough for me alone for over a month. But I am not alone. The whole ant gang eats too. Cold wave is close, food storage is the priority, and ant numbers have to be controlled, especially hunting ants who eat meat. Cap the hunting ants at 50 for now and replace losses. Sentry ants are small and plant-based, so cap at 1,000 for now. Territory expansion will produce more recon work. The sentry ant ceiling will get raised as shelter levels open more ground. The hunting ant ceiling stays low until I have a stable meat pipeline beyond what the hunter queen requires for her own breeding. After a stable food source, the ant army can grow without strangling itself. The principle is the same as for me. Specialize, do not bloat, and never run a colony past what the food chain supports. Another dozen minutes pass. The third chest still has not been found, and I had 2 in under 10. Anxiety climbs. I keep crafting fences while waiting. 20 minutes later, the sentry ant signal pings and I jump up, and immediately the next signal hits and freezes the smile. Mutated beast spotted. Last chest is nearby. I grab the new black iron machete, take 10 adult hunting ants and run southeast. After 5 fast minutes, I stop about 400 meters from the shelter. 40 sentry ants are scattered close by. Without ant sense, I would never spot them. And the 13 remaining hunting ants are also nearby. Producing each hunting ant is expensive, so seeing 0 losses is a relief. 50 meters ahead is an earthen mound over 6 meters tall. A 2-meter cave entrance carved in the center. A massive mutated wild boar sleeps at the cave mouth. The last chest sits under its head as a pillow. Mutated wild boar. Bronze grade. Abilities. Charged thick skin and flesh. Even lying down, the boar is a meter tall. Standing, it is 1.5 meters and at least 300 kilograms, with 30-centimeter tusks like daggers. 2 abilities, both clearly hard to deal with. Hunting ants can take small mutated beasts, but a bronze boar with thick skin is rough. Even winning would burn ants. But the boar is on the chest, and without it the mission slips. I DM Will, since he sells bronze boar meat and must have killed one. He does not reply, probably also doing the mission. I have to think for myself. Killing it is not the goal. The chest is. Lured away. Hunting ants cause damage but are slow and big target. Bad lure. Sentry ants are fast and many and replaceable. Good lure. Question is whether sentry ants can anger and lure a wild boar at all. Their stings may not break thick skin enough to register, and the boar may simply ignore them. But sentry ants can swarm into nostrils, ears, and eye corners where thick skin is irrelevant, and even a beast can be driven crazy by enough small bites in tender places. I have to try. I order 40 sentry ants to harass the boar collectively, and 10 hunting ants to hide in a tree nearby ready to act. When the boar leaves, they go in and grab the chest. I leave the area fast. I am too large a target to stand here, and a charge from the boar would be the end. As I clear 100 meters, an angry roar erupts behind me, ground shaking with thump thump thump. Plan succeeded, half the win is provoking. The rest is luring far enough for the hunting ants to steal. I jog back to the shelter. Outside is so cold that standing still stiffens limbs in minutes, and only inside the shelter do I thaw. I keep crafting fences to distract myself. 1, 2, 3, and the hunting ant signal pings. I rush out. A hunting ant is trundling toward me, carrying the chest across snow. I take it. Black iron temporary chest. Disappointing on rarity, but ranking is by count and speed, not rarity. I open it. 3 items spill out before I can look. A familiar broadcast cuts in. Survivor, congratulations on finding 3 temporary chests deployed in your territory in 49 minutes. 53 seconds. Temporary mission. Treasure chest scramble complete. Your count and speed rank first in the area. Reward, 1 self-selected gold rank item. A small golden box drops into my hand. I have only encountered a few silver rank items so far, each abnormally strong. Gold should be more so. As I prepare to open it, the broadcast fires again. The total temporary chests collected in this area has reached 5,000. All remaining uncollected temporary chests have disappeared. Mission ended. Wait, I just opened my 3rd and the mission is over. So in my entire region, no other survivor found 3. Are these chests really that hard? For level 2 and above survivors, larger territory plus mutated beasts makes sense. But level 1 survivors with 300-meter ranges and no mutated beasts should have managed 3. Too weak. For sentry ants, the chests are easy. Without the boar pillow, I would have wrapped in 20 minutes. I was tense and the field could not see my taillights. The chat is wailing at the abrupt end. Already over, I only found 1. The hiding spots are insane. 1 was on my shelter roof. Mine was buried with 1 corner exposed. I thought it was a welfare event and got nothing in an hour. Probably nobody found all 3. If someone did, I will wash my hair standing on my head. So the chests were placed in anti-human spots, and the snowfall further obscured them. Other survivors search by sight. My sentry ants do not. No matter how hidden, if it is in territory, no problem. Without the sentry ants, I would have found 1 at most and missed top 100 easily, let alone first. The chat keeps rolling. Surely no one could have found all 3. Probably not. Only 1 hour total. If someone really did 3, I will wash my hair standing on my head. That kind of bravado that masks suspicion. I do not advertise my result. The hidden first place is exactly the place I want to be. The kind of nail that does not stick out and does not get hammered. The sentry ants got the credit silently, and I get to keep my edge for the next round. I look at the squad with gratitude and then pain. The team that lured the boar, 10 hunting ants and 40 sentry ants, returned with 10 hunting ants and 12 sentry ants. 28 sentry ants dead. Of the survivors, almost all are wounded, missing antennae, broken legs. Ants have no minds and only follow orders, but they are mine and they earned this win. 28 sentry ants died trampled by a sleeping animal. The survivors are walking with broken legs and missing antennae. I am supposed to be the one who chose this path, and they are the ones bleeding for it. The boar will not see another sunset. I sentence it silently and turn to the items. A bottle of water, a piece of pig iron, a pair of knitted gloves. I put on the gloves and warmth pools back into my hands. I drink some water, pick up the pig iron, and head inside with the ants. I warm up, then open the gold gift package. I hope for combat power. The boar exposed me. As shelter level rises, mutated beasts get worse, and so does the territory I cannot avoid stepping into. Combat power has to come from somewhere, and ants can only carry so much weight on their own without an upgrade. I unwrap the gold gift box. A golden flash. 3 items in the air, each rotating slowly in the air for me to pick from. Pursuit longbow, gold rank. Arrows gain auto-correction within 10%. Detection telescope, gold rank. Sees through darkness, observes scenes beyond 500 meters. Gene manipulator, gold rank. Extracts gene fragments from biological flesh and integrates them into other organisms, granting characteristics. Each effect is abnormal. Pursuit longbow makes a novice lethal at archery, in which man does not dream of perfect aim, but I have no arrows, and a cold weapon scales on raw strength I do not have. Skip. Detection telescope is excellent, but my recon is run by sentry ants who do not need vision. Once the territory is mapped, I can send them past 500 meters anyway, and I am not going to walk into the dark world personally regardless. Skip. That leaves gene manipulator. It extracts and implants genes. I see uses immediately, and they branch in every direction. Mutated beast genes into hunting ants for bigger and stronger versions. Avian genes into sentry ants for flying scouts that scale walls and treetops nothing on the ground can reach. Boar, tiger, brown bear genes into hunting ants for raw power. Aquatic genes into sentry ants for water reconnaissance whenever rivers come into play. Spider venom genes into sentry ant queens, if I can figure out the implantation order. Combined with ant reproduction, the upside is immeasurable. If a hunter queen breeds hunting ants, and I gene fuse them off the production line, the army's specialization can be tuned per ant rather than per species. Choose. I pick the gene manipulator. The 3 orbs vanish and a microscope-like instrument appears. I take Will's bottle of mutated wild boar blood and figure out the operation in a few minutes. The interface is simple. Place flesh on the platform and it auto-separates gene fragments at a ratio that depends on the donor material's quality. 1 bottle of boar blood yields 5 gene fragments. Then place the recipient creature on the platform to implant. I select a hunting ant. 5 minutes and its body twists violently and I feel a signal. Energy, energy, energy. The panel, black scythe hunting ant, bronze grade mutated wild boar gene fusion in progress, requires intake of flesh or plants to complete fusion. The fusion gave it omnivory. It can eat plants now to finish. I do not have meat ready, so I send it outside to graze. It charges a small white birch tree, opens its sides, and chews the entire tree down in 10 minutes. The ant then changes drastically. Fist-sized to small piglet-sized, hundreds of times bigger, with thick bristles all over. No one would call this an ant. Half-meter scythe mandibles. Ferocious. The gene manipulator straight up upgrades my ants. Updated panel. Black scythe hunting ant. Bronze grade. Fused genes. Mutated wild boar. Currently 0 gene fusions possible. Can fuse 1 more upon reaching silver rank. So below bronze ants fuse 1 gene. After silver they can fuse 2. Silver is a strength leap. Pushing the hunter queen to silver becomes more urgent. A survival manual notification pings. Will, how to kill a mutated wild boar, did you encounter one? He warns even he does not confront one head on. He used poisoned arrows to wear it down. If I had picked the pursuit longbow, that path would have been mine. Now I have a better option. The gene-fused hunting ant. Same volume, ants are nearly invincible. Just to be safe, I fuse more. Half an hour later, 20 gene-modified hunting ants stand in front of me. Too big for the shelter, so I plan to dig an outdoor nest later. First the boar. I do not let grudges sleep overnight when strength permits. Killing the boar gets revenge for the 28th century ants it crushed, plus several hundred gin of meat, gene fragments for more hunting ant upgrades, and bulk food for the hunter queen, which between bronze meat at scale and the nucleus food bonus could push her to 100% in silver in one shot. At silver, she breeds silver-grade hunting ants directly. My entire combat ceiling rises, and silver mutated beasts start to look survivable. The boar dying tonight is not just emotional payoff, it is the next gate. I take the 20 hunting ants and head for the boar's lair. 460 meters from my shelter. In a cave, the mutated wild boar is gnawing a sweet potato, in a foul mood after being woken by ants and chasing some down to crush. Still grumpy, it dug up a sweet potato. Now it sees dark figures approaching. Mutated boars are still bad-sighted, but the trespass on its meal is enough. Eyes red, snorting, it charges. The arriving party is 20 modified hunting ants. The boar gets a few howls before being literally torn to shreds. Only a pool of blood and flesh remains. I watch from 100 meters. I had been worrying about losses, and instead the boar is gone in a flash. Not ants, war machines. A new sense of security wells up. Yesterday I was crawling away from a mutated squirrel with 2 gashes through my padded jacket. Today 20 modified hunting ants reduce a 300-kilogram bronze beast to pulp in a flash. The shape of my survival has changed in 2 days, and the engine of that change is the Eye of Taming, the species contract, the mutated spring water, and now the gene manipulator stacking together. None of them by themselves would matter. Together they move the floor. The 300-kilogram corpse will draw monsters at night, so I butcher on the spot rather than dragging it back. Even at half meat yield, that is 300 gin of bronze boar meat. Meat prices have dropped because more hunters kill beasts, but bronze boar meat is still about 30 wood per gin. 300 gin equals 9,000 wood. With other materials, killing one boar is roughly 10,000 wood. 20 hunting ants act as 20 professional butchers and finish in minutes. Then my smile fades. This meat yield is wrong. Where is the meat? I have only 30 gin of boar meat, 1 gin of pig blood, 1 hide, a pair of 30-centimeter tusks like daggers, and 20-some gin of various offal. Combined, well under 100 gin. The other 500-plus gin is missing. I pick through the offal with the black iron machete and find a red walnut-sized orb. Beast core, bronze grade, the condensed essence of a mutated creature's life, generated by bronze grade or higher mutated creatures. So the missing weight became this core. No wonder meat prices are this high. There is not much meat to begin with. Contentment brings happiness. The 10,000 wood jackpot is a fantasy. The remaining materials are still worth at least 1,000 wood, more than enough to upgrade to level 3. The beast core itself is a bronze sustainable item by description, and even though I do not yet know what to do with it, anything condensed from a mutated creature's life energy is worth holding rather than selling, especially with the Hunter Queen still climbing towards silver. Boar tusks at 30 centimeters can plausibly be sharpened into stabbing weapons or traded. The hide is winter-grade material. The offal goes straight to the Hunter Queen as fuel. The 30 gin of muscle meat I keep partly for myself and partly to feed the next breeding wave. Nothing is wasted. Upgrading level 3 requires 500 wood and 100 stone. I currently have around 200 wood, leaving a deficit of 300 wood and 100 stone. As more chests have produced pickaxes of various rarities and a few survivors found pick blueprints, stone mining has scaled up. The wood to stone exchange rate has dropped to about 1 to 2. Bronze meat is around 30 wood per gin, so 20 gin would more than cover the upgrade. But I am also short on meat, and unless I have to, I will not sell. Plenty of daytime left. Explore the territory ring first. Settle the deficit at night with a meat sale if necessary. I have the hunting ants carry the boar harvest back, including the offal in a bucket, since the Hunter Queen will eat anything fleshy, and that saves resources. An hour later, with the sentry ants, I have swept the entire 500-meter ring, this time with explicit orders to find mutated beasts and unusual plants. 4 black iron mutated rabbits were found, and the combat squad dispatched them quickly. 25 gin of black iron rabbit meat, 2 gin of rabbit blood, 4 hides. Black iron does not produce beast cores, so meat yield is much higher. 4 rabbits roughly equal a wild boar in meat. The sentry ants also found several sweet potato sprouts where the boar's old lair was, fully matured, about 20 gin total. All carried back. I had the sentry ants thoroughly sweep the squirrel area, 7 different burrows, 15 gin of nuts and seeds in total. I also picked the remaining 8 red heart fruits and broke off a branch from the mother tree for Chungha. I DM her with the harvest. She replies instantly. Great, she really needs these. By the way, has my shelter upgraded to level 3? Not yet, still short on resources. She does not reply with words. She opens a trade and lists 300 units of wood. I stare at the trade window. To casually push 300 wood across a long-distance link, she has to already be at level 3 with a comfortable surplus. She follows up with a careful warning. After level 3, the territory expands to a 2,000-meter radius, and silver mutated beasts may appear in the new ground. They are very independent and may not stay in one place with strength far above bronze mutated beasts. She underlines the words may not stay in one place, because that is the part that matters. Bronze beasts had territories I could map and avoid. Silver beasts roam, which means tomorrow's safe path could be tonight's death zone. 2,000 meters is a huge territory. Going from a 500-meter ring to a 2,000-meter ring is a jump from roughly 78 hectares of accessible ground to roughly 1,250 hectares, more than 15 times the previous coverage. Sentry ant patrols at this scale require either far more sentry ants or smarter pathing, and the sentry ant queen's production expansion ability suddenly looks indispensable. Roaming silver beasts inside that area are bad news for the same reason a bronze boar was bad news in a smaller ring. They do not stay put, and territory edges become moving targets. My modified hunting ants are bronze with one fused gene. I do not yet know if they can fight silver. The information matters and concerns my safety. I have countermeasures though. Sentry ant border patrols give early warning at the territory edge, and a chain of sentry ants along the perimeter can be tasked to scout and flee on the first whiff of a silver mutated beast. The hunter queen pushing to silver soon will let her breed silver hunting ants directly, which short-circuits the resource bleed of upgrading individual bronze hunting ants one at a time. Border early warning plus a reactive silver army equals a defensible posture even before I have hunted my first silver mutated beast. I thank her, close the manual, and tell the hunting ants to chop trees. I had wanted them to chop earlier, but they were too small and inefficient. After the boar gene fusion, the problem is gone. Curious how many trees they take down in the remaining hours, I head into the shelter and dump the boar offal and rabbit meat into the hunter queen's nest to keep her rate climbing while I craft fences. The new hunter queen rate, with the nucleus's 30% food consumption boost stacked on top of organ-grade meat, climbs visibly inside the manual panel. Every 10 minutes I peek and the percentages crawled another 2 or 3 points. Nucleus, organ feed, and a queen with potential ceiling at silver. Every input is now compounding. Meanwhile, in a corner of the dark world, beneath a giant tree wide enough that more than a dozen people would need to encircle it, a 1,000-square-meter field stretches around the base. Half is golden multi-year winter wheat, fully mature but unharvested, simply left in the soil. Survivors elsewhere would vomit blood at the sight. The other half is strange-shaped plants, some barely recognizable, some wholly new species. A graceful figure bends over the soil, sowing seeds, hands and feet muddy and unbothered. Xiongha. She straightens after the bag empties and wipes her forehead with the back of her hand. She murmurs, "Phew, finally planted. Hope luck is better this time, and more plants mutate. That way Little Green can collect more gene fragments and grow stronger." The giant tree's leaves rustle without wind, answering her. She continues, "Do not worry, Little Green. I will work hard to collect different plants to help you reforge the glory of the Casimir World Tree." She stumbles on the long name and the leaves rustle louder until she gets it right, then quieter and satisfied. A world tree, indeed, like a childish ghost. She glances at the wheat field. With this much ripe wheat, harvesting it alone would burn an entire daytime, if Little Green could help her. But Little Green expends serious energy in active labor and must conserve to guard against the silver black bear to the northwest. She returns to her shelter on a tree branch up to 30 meters above the ground. From a bronze chest, she takes a golden scroll. Mutual aid contract, gold rank. Select a target, establish a mutual aid contract. Both parties cannot harm each other. With permission, can teleport to the other's shelter. Usage limit 5 times. Ally. She decides to think it over tonight before deciding. Daytime is precious, so she tucks the scroll away and starts compounding ripening agent at the work table. Her workbench sits beside a large window of polished wood, and the bottles of mutated plant extracts are arranged by hue and viscosity. Orange concentrates in the front for accelerators, pale green in the back for stabilizers, a few amber drops kept apart for the rare cross mutations she does not yet trust. Each bottle is labeled with a script she invented. Pure inheritance from a botanist grandmother, she likes to say. While she works, the giant tree's leaves rustle softly above the field, almost like a long exhalation. Little Green is content. She is content. The wheat will keep. The contract waits in the chest. By the time I surface from the focused crafting trance, fences pile up to my chest and the cramped shelter has run out of floor space. I emerge with stiff arms and gulp from a mineral water bottle. Outside it has gone dark earlier than I expected. The manual reads 3 hours have passed and I am amazed I worked through it without break. 2 days ago I could not last 2 hours. The red heart fruit's repeat use has thickened my fibers. Wood production has scaled across the population, so survivor demand for safety fences is higher, and prices have ticked up rather than down. I list the new fences at 6 wood per piece on the trade channel and head out to the birch grove to check on the hunting ants. The birch grove is gone. Hundreds of birches reduced to low stumps. The entire forest converted to logs in 3 hours. I stare at the bare ground, surprise and disbelief and pleasure all at once. The hunting ants are at the far edge in an open clearing, still working. They fell the trees, then trim branches with their scythes, then stack them neatly. Hundreds of clean logs piled with craftsman precision. I had only ordered them to chop. They added the trim and stacked themselves. Their stamina is essentially limitless. I count the haul. 2,029 units of wood. 3 hours. With this kind of wood, I can upgrade 2 level 3 shelters. I no longer need to sell meat, but this kind of harvest is not repeatable. My territory has only one dense forest, and the hunting ants have leveled it. The remaining trees are scattered and total roughly 1,000 units of wood across long distances, so collection is inconvenient. If only I could rent the hunting ants out, labor dispatch, get rich in minutes. Realistic question first. Even at full hunting ant deployment, hauling 2,029 wood back takes 2 to 3 hours, and I have under an hour of daylight left. It cannot all reach the shelter. But this is my territory. I am the only survivor in it, and the wood is not going anywhere overnight. Better still, upgrade the shelter on the spot and skip the haul. I open the trade channel for stone in bulk. After some browsing, I land on Gichin, who has listed 300 units. To list this much this early, he must be capable. The price is too high. 2.5 wood per stone when market is 2.1 to 2.2. I message him, can the price be lower? I need a large quantity. In a corner of the dark world, in a level 2 shelter, a disheveled bearded young man banging on a stone axe perks up at the manual beep. Big customer, finally. He drops the axe, opens the manual, and forces composure. Gichin, large quantity. How large? Someone today bought 10 stones and also called that large. Me. I will take all 300 units of stone you have listed. Is that a large quantity enough? On his side, he nearly cries with excitement. He badly lacks wood. His shelter is in stone country with few trees. His original stone axe broke before he collected much, and he survived only because a chest dropped a silver mining pick. After he dug too much stone, the price dropped, and his high listing has been waiting for a fated buyer. Almost a full day with no inquiries. And finally, a customer. Do not panic facing a big fish, he tells himself. He replies, brother, this price is the lowest. You do not know how hard stone is to collect. I'm the only one offering this much at once. You sly dog, raising the price on contact. I shake my head and reply, 2.1 wood per stone. Deal if yes, I can also accumulate slowly tonight. The night is long. He insists. Brother, every stone is bent over flesh and blood. Are your stones going to turn into Sun Wukong? I am unmoved. Then forget it. He has to take the deal because he genuinely needs wood and cannot afford to gamble on my bluff. Fine, brother. Your way. If I were not in a hurry, I would not part with them. He sends a friend request and we trade 300 stones for 630 wood. I accept the friend. Of the original 2,029 wood, 1,399 remain, plus the 300 stone, level 3 upgrade plus a buffer for facilities. Easy. I open the manual. Do you wish to consume 500 wood and 100 stone to upgrade the shelter? Yes. Shelter upgrading, please wait. The wood and stone vanish from my inventory as the panel ticks the consumption, and a small spinning indicator hovers in my mind's eye. The upgrade is started. I look up at my old level 2 box from 100 meters out and brace for whatever the upgrade animation looks like. The chat channel is quiet at this hour, with most survivors deep into their nightly bonfire crouch and preparing for the 17-hour dark. The cold pricks my cheeks despite the cotton suit and the gloves. I tighten the collar and walk a few steps closer to the construction zone, watching to make sure no mutated beast wanders into the gap during the build process. 5 minutes later, the shelter completes the upgrade to level 3 exquisite wooden house. The waiting felt longer than the timer because my eyes were on the dark ring of the territory edge the whole time, half expecting a silver mutated beast to wander in and find me out in the open, with no fence and no cover. I am still at the old grove site. With the trees gone, the line of sight to the shelter is clear, and I watch the upgrade visually for the first time. A globe of darkness wraps the original 20 square meter wooden house, and when it dissipates, an 80 square meter exquisite wooden house with a stone-laid base stands in its place. Compared to the level 2 box, this is a real house. Space, safety, aesthetics, all step changes. Building a house in minutes from nothing is more black tech, and I have stopped trying to understand the engine. New buildable facilities. Level 1 farmland, 200 wood, 100 square meters of monster immune protected farmland for planting. Level 1 animal pen, 200 wood and 50 stone, 100 square meters of monster immune protected pen for raising creatures. Level 1 workbench, 100 wood and 50 stone, a workbench that speeds item crafting and reduces fatigue. Farmland is an absolute steal. I paid 56 wood for a 12 square meter 3-tier nursery, and 100 square meters for 200 wood is many times the rate. The pen is more useful than I first thought. Hunting ants and sentry ants are growing in numbers, and letting hunting ants tunnel under the shelter is a collapse risk. The workbench is exactly what it sounds like. Slave driver's whip for crafting, increasing both speed and stamina. I build all 3 at once. 500 wood and 100 stone total, equivalent to another level 3 upgrade in resource terms. Farmland and pen near the shelter, workbench beside the stove indoors. The farmland fence is tall and clearly demarcated. The pen, smaller, sits to the side. I have the hunting ants carry some wood inside for the night and head in. The level 2 shelter at 20 square meters have been claustrophobic with bed, stove, cabinet, 3 empty chests, 3-tier nursery, and the spring water source competing for floor. 80 square meters with no room dividers is suddenly empty and spacious. Insulation has improved noticeably too. Closing the door alone, the chill drops, even before I light a fire. After a level 3 upgrade, I feel real comfort settle in, the kind I have not had since I arrived. As long as the stove burns, the cold wave should not freeze me. The cold wave's two threats are extreme cold and food, and I now have enough preparation on both axes to exhale. I light the stove and consider dinner. Inventory: 20 gin of multi-ear wheat, 9 red heart fruits, 22 gin of sweet potatoes, 30 gin of bronze boar meat, 25 gin of black iron rabbit meat, plus chest bread. The startup phase is over. Tonight is barbecue. I have been on rye bread for days and gave the meat to the hunting ants, without tasting. I save when I should and spend when I should. I am no miser. I wipe the black iron longsword clean, cut large slabs of boar and rabbit, chop into cubes, split sticks with the axe, skewer and roast on the stove. The slabs are thick and slow to cook through, but that is fine. Flip occasionally. The smell turns on within minutes, and I swallow audibly. Wait, no barbecue without seasoning. Cumin, chili powder, black pepper. Without those, no soul. I check trade channel. Nobody's selling. I post on the chat channel, anyone selling cumin, chili powder, black pepper. Paying high. The chat detonates immediately. Holy cow, why is Boss Jang Hyun buying seasonings? Is he doing barbecue? Cumin, chili powder, barbecue. I have not even hit rye bread freedom, and Boss Jang Hyun is at barbecue freedom. Brother, can you give me a piece? If you give me a piece of barbecue, I will do whatever you say. Hey, you can see avatars in the chat. You do not have the looks for this. My private DMs flood with freeloaders to the point I have to disable non-friend messages. I rub my forehead, regretting the broadcast. 3 messages a day on the world channel, and I burned one on cumin. I had been on top of my development cycle, and a single careless line about barbecue collapsed my privacy for the night. Lesson logged. Never broadcast aspirational consumption on the world channel. Everything goes through DMs and friends. Just as I close the manual, the friend bell pings. Cheongha. She and I have been friends since day one. Cheongha Janghyun. It is night again. Do you still have mutated spring water to trade? My eyes light up. She is the highest probability seasoning supplier I know. Plant specialist. I reply, we will get to that. Do you have any seasonings, like cumin, chili powder, etc.? She is stunned. Why is he asking? Before she can reply, I send a trade with a string of barbecue skewers on my side, and her eyes widen at the golden sizzling, oily roasted pork skewers. Cheongha's plant path is real, but she is not a vegetarian. Days of not tasting meat. Weak tears flow at the sight. Yes, she replies, I have many kinds. Logically, with her wealth, she could easily buy fresh meat, but her cooking is so terrible the food she makes is inedible, so she has been eating chest food and porridge. Hence the meat deprivation reflex. I grin, ask if she wants to trade barbecue for seasonings, and she instantly agrees. We trade 2 boar skewers and 2 rabbit skewers for cumin, chili powder, and a green pepper powder she cultivated from a plant called green pepper, which according to her tastes like a mild mustard. On her side, she has forgotten her original purpose entirely. She is sprinkling all 3 seasonings, eating with oil dripping, almost swallowing her tongue. I eat the rest of the skewers and nod, satisfied. Cooking has not declined since I started living alone after grandfather passed. If anything, tonight outdid myself. Not skill, ingredient quality. Bronze and black iron meats and Cheongha's mutated plant seasonings produce a flavor past every barbecue I have ever made. Better still, after eating I feel warmth spread through my body, and even my physique seems faintly improved. Ranked meats are not just delicious, they are physique buffs, and over time the cumulative effect should be significant, like the red heart fruit. I am no hedonist, but if pleasure also makes me stronger, no hesitation. I commit to chasing ranked grains and meats in the future. The red heart fruit already proved that physique can be improved through ingestion if the material is rare enough. Ranked meats clearly do the same incrementally. Stack red heart fruit with ranked food daily and the cumulative buff over weeks could meaningfully raise my baseline. The base tier of survival is no longer one fence and a fire. It is what I eat and what my ants eat, and both feed the same combat ceiling. After the barbecue, I walk to the ant nest by the spring. The animal pen is built, but it is night and I have not moved the nest yet, so the original is still in place. I summon the hunter queen. The panel reads current mutation evolution success rate 87%. Flesh and blood materials raise the rate highly likely reproductive evolution. 13% from silver. Since the bronze evolution, she had only climbed 11% on the meat I fed her, plus the 20-some gin of boar and rabbit organs from the cleanup. Those waste organs alone added 76%. Should have bought organs from the start. Would have saved a fortune. Trade channel still has nobody selling them, since organs are foul and most hunters discard them. I take out 4 gin of boar meat and feed her. She trembles excitedly and devours all 4 gin in 2 minutes. Rate spiking to 100. Drink the spring water. She walks happily to the source. She remembers what comes after. She drinks 5 milliliters before stopping, more than the small tasting because her body is bigger now. I did not gene fuse her, so she is 7 or 8 centimeters and not the half meter of the boar-fused workers. The water takes effect and her body swells rapidly. 5 minutes, 10 times bigger, 70 or 80 centimeters long. Her originally all-black abdomen now carries layered silver ring patterns, mysterious and almost ornamental. Her scythe mandibles are nearly gone. She is a reproductive ant, and every evolution strengthens reproduction at the cost of offense. Ordinary hunting ants at silver get sharper and bigger mandibles. Queens shed them. She is in extreme energy depletion post-evolution, so I give her boar meat to refill. She inhales it. Panel, black scythe hunter ant queen, silver rank. Potential silver rank, already at limit, can break with special items or skills. Type reproductive. Abilities rapid reproduction, production expansion, rapid development. Fused genes none. Currently confused genes 2 times. Rapid development is a new ability. Inject energy into newly hatched larvae and rapidly develop them to mature state. Double the normal energy cost. Not for daily use, but a clutch save in a pinch. Instantly spawn thousands of hunting ants for counterattack if anything threatens me. 2 gene fusions on the queen now. I have not rushed queen fusion because there is only one of her, and the choice has to be cautious. Vague hypothesis. Fusing higher potential creature genes might raise growth potential. If she fused with a gold creature gene, would she gain gold growth potential? Trade channel does not even list silver flesh, let alone gold. This stays theoretical for now. While I am thinking, the queen finishes eating, rubs her antennae toward me, and makes a shasha sound, the rhythm carrying meaning the species contract decodes directly into my head. Master, the meat, delicious. If it is tasty, eat more, plenty of meat, I reply on autopilot. And freeze. I am the only one in the shelter, where did the voice come from? Chill down spine. I look around. No invaders, only the queen with her abdomen on the floor, lifting her head to look at me with 2 large black eyes. Calm. The voice earlier was not human, a strange rustling sound, but I understood the meaning directly. Realization. The only biological foreign language I can understand is the contracted ant species via species contract. The queen rubs her antennae again. Rustle. Master. Confirmed. Until now the ants, including Mowol pre-silver, only sent biological signals which I decoded. She has now sent an emotionally textured statement with content. The previous ants were like robots, only receiving commands and executing them strictly, never transmitting messages with clear meaning and emotional shading. In this dark world anything is possible, but the simplest explanation is the silver evolution pushed her over the intelligence threshold. Silver is clearly a strength and intelligence inflection point, not just a damage and durability bump. If silver mutated beasts roam level 3 territory and they are this kind of inflection, the pressure is real, and the laziness from the upgrade and the meal evaporates. I sigh wryly. The dark world does not allow rest. Still, Silver Hunter Queen is a serious upgrade, and once silver hunting ants breed and gene fuse with strong creatures, silver mutated beasts may become matchable. The resource problem rises again, because I had thought I was set, and clearly I am not. I push it aside. You should have a name now, I tell her. She tilts her head. Name? Yes, a name. I rub my chin and brainstorm. I rule out Xiao Hei, Little Black too generic. After 2 minutes of careful brainstorming, my eyes light up. Ink-colored blade, silent moonslayer, the imagery a Korean classical scholar might have used for a dark assassin. Your name shall be Mowol. Russell. Ink, moon, Mowol. Thank you, master. Whether she fully understands the meaning is unclear, but she straightens her upper body and waves her 2 small scythes. Satisfied. Mowol, breed some silver hunting ants. Powerful enemies are around the shelter. I need your strength. Yes, master. She cannot breed alone, so I invest another 10 jin of bronze boar meat to upgrade her 8 hunting ant harem to silver. To my surprise, ordinary silver hunting ants do not develop intelligence. Silver intelligence appears to be exclusive to queens, which fits ant social structure. Mowol enters breeding state, and I leave her alone, since her feeding cadence is hers to manage, and the harem ants will work on her schedule. The new ant nest entrance is now a meter wide to fit her, which means the inner tunnel volume has more than doubled, and the hunting ants have stacked the spillover dirt into an impressive ring around the cavern that doubles as bedding for new larvae. I stand at the entrance for a few moments, listening to the soft clicks of mandible work and the thin whine of feeding, and the scale of the nest hits me. A few days ago, this was 63 rice grain ants chewing my baguette, and now it is a silver tier breeding chamber. Specialization works. The Eye of Taming, Fountain of Mutation, Species Contract, Ant Nest Nucleus, Gene Manipulator, the Hunting Ant Queen and Sentry Ant Queen sharing a single nest with the nucleus inside. And now the Silver Hunter Queen with 2 gene fusion potential all stack into a single thesis. Ants as scalable infrastructure. The fantasy of a dragon knight is dead and buried. The reality of an ant knight is taking shape, and it is already absurd. I look at the quick hemostatic bandage blueprint. Crafting cost, adhesive, coagulation serum, plant fiber. None of these read as raw materials. They sound like processed products. A bronze-grade blueprint with this complex a craft chain is unusual. The night now runs 17 hours. Plenty of time to sort it out. Trade channel first. Adhesive. Owner Yo Hazel. 5 wood or 3 stone. Few sellers. I message her. How much adhesive total? Half an hour into the night, she replies instantly. I only have 10 right now, but if you need more, I can make more. So adhesive has its own blueprint behind it, and she's on the production side. Plant fiber and coagulation serum almost certainly work the same way. I have just walked into a small craft economy I had not realized existed. So adhesive is also blueprint crafted, not raw. Probably the same for coagulation serum and plant fiber. I take 10 for now, contact again if more. She is happy because adhesive does not move quickly. Trade complete, 50 wood for 10 units. Days tally, 348 wood from fences, plus the hunting ant haul, minus stone purchase and upgrade in facilities, leaves 399 wood in stock. With my prior stash, total 802 wood and 200 stone. Comfortably rich. Coagulation serum next. Far fewer sellers. One listing catches my eye. Owner Will. 100 wood per unit. Price negotiable via private message. Other listings are 20 to 30 wood. Exorbitant, but Will is honest and the negotiable note is a beacon. He is fishing for serious customers. Will sells fresh meat from day 2, hunts heavily, has plenty of blood, and coagulation serum is plausibly a blood derivative. I message him, Will, your coagulation serum is too high, market is 1/5. 10 seconds later he replies, Janghyun, why are you searching coagulation serum? Do you know its use? He set the high price to fish. I have nothing to hide. I have a quick hemostatic bandage blueprint. Coagulation serum is a raw material. I send him the blueprint info. In his own level 3 shelter elsewhere, Will is on a wooden bed, manual in hand, his bearded face still smelling faintly of beast blood from a recent processing session. The instant he reads the blueprint info, he stands up, bearded face complex with surprise and joy. Janghyun, do you have this bandage? I can give you coagulation serum and mutated wild boar meat for free. Is Will injured? I almost asked before realizing the rhetorical answer. He fights vicious mutated beasts daily. Injuries are routine. I reply, I just bought adhesive. I only need coagulation serum and plant fiber to synthesize. He instantly, I have 15 portions of coagulation serum free. Just give me 1 bandage after you make it. 15 portions free at 30 wood per portion is roughly 450 wood, more than the bandage's value. Will really needs it. I could take the deal, high profit. But Will is more valuable than the resources. The dark world is full of crises, and a fighting force of his caliber might save my life. I reply, I will buy your coagulation serum at market price. But the first bandage I make is yours, at normal market price. You provide me coagulation serum long-term going forward. On his side, warmth. Janghyun can be a true friend. Although he wanted to give the serum free, since I refuse, he stops insisting and silently resolves to send me more resources later. Trade. 330 wood for 15 portions. Pale yellow vials, sealed at the cork. I line them on the workbench shelf alongside the 10 adhesive units, and the bench is starting to look like a small medical supply atelier. Last material, plant fiber. Trade channel keyword plant fiber yields over 20 pages, prices around 10 wood. Will's urgency is real, and I made a promise. I do not want to delay his injury or sit on an unfulfilled promise. I picked the first reasonable listing, buy 1 portion at 10 wood, and sit at the workbench for the first time. The bench is like a spacious computer desk, surface comfortable, operation smooth. Bandage crafting time drops from 10 minutes to 9.5. Half a minute does not look like much per item, but as crafted volume scales the saving stack. At 100 items that is 50 minutes saved, at 1,000 items it is more than 8 hours, and the fatigue reduction makes the back half of any session more productive. The bench is not just a fixture, it is the throughput multiplier for everything I make. Done. I trade request Will, who clearly is guarding his manual, and accepts instantly. I list 1 bandage, he lists 200 wood and 10 gene of bronze boar meat. Bandage cost is roughly 40 wood. 200 wood plus 10 gene of meat is at least 500 wood total. I look up. Will replies, part is the price. Part is gratitude. Your bandage is a very valuable medical item, beyond ordinary resource pricing, and unless resources are scarce, do not sell it easily. I accept the trade, but his words land. Medical items. I have not seen any in the trade channel. The bandage is bronze in name, but the manufacturing chain is much harder than ordinary bronze items. The dark world may be deliberately controlling medical supply across the world. Why, I cannot guess yet. I shake it off. Too far for me to be useful right now. The medical supply control hypothesis stays in the back of my head as a flag, though. If true, it has implications. The dark world wants survivors to die at expected rates from injury, and the bandage I just made is one of the very few items that breaks the model. A bandage that resolves blood loss has compounding effect on the population dynamics of survivors. Every hunt becomes more survivable. Every mutated beast confrontation becomes more profitable. Every survivor with one becomes incrementally tougher to remove from the population. A medical supply pipeline, even at small scale, distorts the death curve the system is enforcing, and the system reacts by limiting raw material availability rather than banning the items outright. The work is therefore feasible, just slow and politically sensitive among other survivors who learn what I am brewing. Hence the artificial scarcity. Hence Will's warning that a bronze bandage is far more valuable than its rank suggests. Hard not to wonder what other deliberate scarcities the system is enforcing. Clean water, antibiotics, antitoxins, prosthetics, heat sources at scale. Each unanswered category is a market gap, and a future supply pipeline I might own. With Chongha's plant work, an alliance might be the engine that scales medical production rather than just bandages. Disinfectant from mutated alcohols, antitoxins from venom-cultivated plants, anti-inflammatory pastes from leaf compounds. The dark world may want to keep medical supplies scarce. Partnerships breaking that scarcity become exponentially more valuable. I file the thought as priority pipeline development for after the cold wave. Now I want to make a batch. I open the trade channel for plant fiber again. And stop. How could I forget? Xiongha is a plant specialist. Plant fiber is not rare, and trading with a friend is preferable for relationship and supply stability. I DM her. Xiongha, do you have plant fiber? She takes 5 minutes, long enough for me to drift to other tasks and contemplate buying from a stranger. When she finally replies, plant fiber, yes, what do you need? Are you making something delicious? Plant fiber and food. What is the connection? I do not understand the leap. On her side, her face goes red. She clutches the manual tighter. Did I just say that? Will Jiang Hin think I am only a foodie? She covers, oh, you asked for seasonings earlier, so I assumed food again. Explanation makes it worse. I let it go because she clearly cares about her image. She continues, by the way, I have plenty, byproduct of stock plants, currently 39 portions. I do not need them. I will give them all to you. Does everyone have to be this generous? Your 39 portions are 390 wood at market. I refuse to take her at a loss and trade 50 milliliters of mutated spring water for the lot. I also tell her I am making bandages and she gets priority supply if needed. As I am closing the manual, another message from her. By the way, Jiang Hin, I was so focused on the meat I forgot the important matter. Important matter, when she asked about mutated spring water originally, that was the lead-in. But I already gave her 50 milliliters. That should be enough. She continues, it is like this. After a few days of interaction, I feel you are someone worth befriending. Good strength, good character, excellent cooking. Is that the main point? There is something strange in there. I prompt. So, important matter, not just to praise me, right? You wish. The important matter is I want to form an alliance, become allies. I reply jokingly. Allies? I thought we already were. Yes, but only a verbal gentleman's agreement. My idea is that we should establish a deeper level of cooperation. The dangers of the dark world are far more numerous than either of us imagines. One person's strength is limited. To survive better, we must prepare for a rainy day. The phrasing is careful, not pushy. She is letting me lead the question while making it clear the answer will be a substantive instrument, not a friendlier handshake. The how, please. She sends item info, mutual aid contract, gold rank, select a target, establish a contract. Both parties cannot harm each other. With permission can teleport to the other's shelter. Usage limit 5 times. Mutual aid contract. Gold rank. I sit up straight, the soft mattress no longer soft. The fence crafting fatigue no longer relevant. This is the kind of item where the answer is yes before the negotiation begins. And the only question is whether the partner is the right one. The mutual aid contract is overpowered. 2-way teleport, mutual non-harm binding, 5 uses. Humans are social animals and crave alliance. In this dark and dangerous world, isolation is psychological as much as practical, and a contract bridges islands. The acquisition difficulty is high. The only way I can imagine she got this is the gold gift package from the temporary mission, which means she is probably first regionally too. Her deeper cooperation pitch was not an empty line. The item's value demands sincerity from me too. I reply, since you have the item out, you want to sign with me. I am very interested in deeper cooperation. On her side, a quiet exhale. She chose me carefully after considering many people and was hoping I would accept. I add, your item is high value, alliances are mutual, but to avoid misunderstanding, let us clarify some things first. You probably do not have a basic understanding of my abilities. I only know yours are plant-related. Let me introduce mine and you can introduce yours. Then we decide on the contract. She smiles at the directness. She replies, all right, but let us send simultaneously rather than have one go first. Done. We type at the same time. Mine. Main ability, control and cultivate ants. Strengths, reconnaissance, can detect surrounding territory. Combat, can defeat silver mutated beasts. Physical labor assists with chopping and harvesting. Genetic modification, can extract and implant biological genes. Hers. Main ability, control and cultivate plants. Strengths, food, large amounts of food including mutated plants with effects. Detection, can communicate with plants for territory info. Defense, defends against silver creature invasions. Information, some special information of the dark world. Reading hers, I am stunned. Food is the bottleneck of this world, and how much food she can produce is anyone's guess. The math is simple. 200 multi-ear winter wheat seeds I traded from her yielded 40 gin in my 3-tier nursery in roughly a day with 1 bottle of ripening agent per 100 seeds. If her level-3 farmland is 100 square meters at full density, and she has multiple farmland tiers and additional protected ground around her shelter, the per-day output is in the low thousands of gin, possibly more. Most survivors are still chewing rye bread. She is sitting on a small grain reserve. I do not eat a lot, but the ants do. The more food, the bigger the army. Ants are omnivorous. Even hunting ants who need meat for evolution can survive on grain, since silver workers are at potential limit, and the meat demand drops to maintenance. Her food alone would be enough to anchor the alliance. Detection answers my old question of how she finds resources in chests so fast. Plants are everywhere, and her plant communication may even outperform my sentry ants. Defense against silver creatures means her own combat power is real, even if it operates through a different vector than mine. With a contracted world tree, she has a moving fortress in the form of branches, roots, and condensed leaves, none of which I have been able to picture from her trade messages alone. Her defense line probably does not just mean she can survive a silver attack on her shelter. It probably means the world tree can drive one off, which is a far more aggressive defense than survivors usually achieve. Information is the most curious. Dark World Secret Tier, potentially. The system has dropped 6 precautions and a few broadcast lines, and otherwise left survivors to read the mechanics off each other's experience. If she has access to a deeper layer of context, disaster forecasts, rarer item taxonomies, the structure of the territory rings, who the supposed top-tier survivors are, that information bridges blind spots that have been costing me time. After the contract, I will see what I can learn. On her side, she is also shocked. Jang Hyun's strength is exaggerated. She developed quickly thanks to a contract with Little Green from day one. Does Jang Hyun have something similar? Combat against silver mutated beasts. Even Little Green struggles with one. He controls ants, and ants can defeat silver creatures. What kind of ants are these? Ants are synonymous with weakness. She cannot picture rice grain ants matching ferocious silver mutated beasts. But Jang Hyun is not boastful, so she accepts and reserves judgment. Then the labor and gene modification entries. She lights up. Physical labor saves her muscles. Gene modification could direct her plant mutations. She knew about my fountain of mutation, did not know about gene modification. Both alone make the contract worthwhile. She writes, "Your abilities are incredibly strong, Jang Hyun. Let us sign quickly." Right after sending it, she rubs her head. I was a little too eager, not conducive to cooperation. Jang Hyun is a 5-sided warrior. The only side he lacks is food, which I have in abundance. Perfect complement. I see no need to raise the price. Her abilities are critical for me and vice versa. I reply, "That is exactly what I was thinking. Sign, I look forward to deeper cooperation." She, happy to cooperate, writes your name on the scroll. Touch with finger. She trades the scroll over with her name already written in elegant brushwork. Up to 5 names per contract. If all sign the same scroll, all 5 become allies and the binding extends across the entire group. I touch the scroll and a black mark appears under my fingertip. I write, Jang Hyun next to her elegant signature. My handwriting is poor. I have not done calligraphy in years and have barely written by hand in this dark world, and it looks crooked next to her elegant signature, abstract and dragon and snake-like. The contrast is severe. I worry briefly that the contract will reject an abstract scrawl as not legibly representing a real name, but the contract clearly cares about identity rather than aesthetics. A few seconds later, a connection clicks in my mind. The kind of subconscious tether I felt when I first learned Eye of Taming, only thinner and pointed at a person rather than a creature. The tether does not give me access to her thoughts or her location in any granular way. It is more like a knowledge that she exists at the other end, and that she cannot harm me without breaking the binding. The mutual non-harm clause is enforced at the system level. There is no way to fake it. Friend list updates. Her avatar now has a request teleport option in addition to chat and trade. System. Survivors Changhoon have successfully established a contract. Protected by the power of the contract, neither party may harm the other. I trade the scroll back. On her side, she looks at my signature and laughs softly. It is unique. She picks up the manual. Jang Hyun, is it convenient for me to visit? I am stunned for a moment, because the question is not just polite. Visiting in person is a step beyond the contract. In the dark world, going to someone else's shelter or having someone come to one's own is dangerous either way. Relatively speaking, going somewhere else is more dangerous because you are on unfamiliar ground without your defenses around you. For Chongha, a woman, to actively volunteer to come to my shelter so soon after signing is a stronger signal of sincerity than the contract itself. Visiting another shelter or being visited is risky. Visiting is more so since you are off your own home turf. For her to volunteer to come herself is a major signal of sincerity. I reply, okay, but it is messy here. Hope you do not mind. Not at all. At this stage everyone is focused on survival. My shelter is messy too. She is about to teleport when she pauses. First meeting, she should bring a gift. She paces back and forth in the wooden house, frowning slightly, and then her eyes light up at the world tree outside. I have got it, little green. Give me one of your world tree leaves, please. The tree shakes its leaves violently. She expected the protest. I know it is hard to condense one, but I am visiting our mutated spring water big client. The reason you have evolved so fast is the spring water. No high-grade gift would be poor manners. And what if he stops giving us spring water? The tree's rustles soften, and a slender branch reaches her with a golden leaf. Successful plotting smile. Thank you, little green. Do not worry, I will exchange more spring water for you. She plucks the leaf carefully, places it in a small cloth pouch, opens her manual, and sends the teleport request. With a flash of white light and a gentle rustle from the world tree, she disappears from her own shelter. On my side, I wait a few minutes and see the request. I accept. A peculiar circular pattern emitting a white glow appears out of nowhere on an empty space near the center of the shelter, like an anime magic circle. With a flash of white light, a tall, graceful figure in a white dress appears on it. She sways curiously from side to side, looks herself up and down, then turns to me, who is standing in the room, and smiles slightly. Nice to meet you. I am Chung-ha. Bright eyes, white teeth, like a lotus emerging from water. Even a steel-straight man pauses for a half-beat. I recover. It has been a while. I am Jang-hyun. We greet each other with mutually good first impressions. She holds out the golden leaf. Small gift for our first meeting, nothing much. So formal. She even brought a gift. I take it absently, and information about the leaf instantly appears in my eyes. World Tree Leaf. Gold rank. A leaf condensed from the essence of World Tree energy. Consuming it can increase lifespan by 10 years. My pupils contract. Consumption increases lifespan by 10 years. How many emperors and dynasties on Blue Star wasted manpower and resources chasing the elixir of immortality? And here she is handing one over like passing a cigarette. Even knowing she is rich and generous, this is a first meeting gift is too much. I take a breath and offer the leaf back. This is too valuable. I cannot accept. She seems surprised. Who could refuse lifespan? And then her eyes clear. How can a given item be taken back? Moreover, in a safe environment, lifespan is priceless. But here we may not live many more days. The math changes. Yes, who can guarantee a peaceful retirement in the dark world? I sigh and accept. The reasoning is sound. Lifespan in a safe context is priceless because the marginal value of a year scales with peace and prosperity. In a world where day 5 may be your last, the marginal value of a year is much lower, and the leaf is functionally just another buff. The transactional logic strips the awe out of the gift, and that strips the social burden too. She is not handing me a generational treasure, she is handing me a tool. I move a few steps to the spring water source. The pool is the same as the day it formed, lighter purple welling up where the original seeded the soil, the surface texture faintly viscous compared to ordinary water. I take an empty glass bottle from a box, bend down, fill a small bottle, and offer it back. This is mutated spring water, our usual trade. I have not needed much recently, plenty left. Consider it my welcome gift. She recognizes it instantly, and her eyes briefly contract. That bottle is at least 100 milliliters, more than the past few days of trade combined. She is about to refuse, then remembers her own argument and accepts. Basic social etiquette has reasons. After exchanging gifts, the wariness drops noticeably. There is something in the formality of an in-person meeting that the manual cannot replicate. Body language, voice cadence, the small tells when someone is choosing words carefully. After only a few minutes in person, I have a much better read on her than I did after days of trades. She is not just a rich woman with plant skills. She is meticulous, easy to read once you know to look, but with reserves she keeps locked up tight. The information line in her ability list is not idle. I sit on the wooden bed, she on the workbench chair, and we begin discussing details. She, Jang-hyun, what are your thoughts on level 4 shelter? I am surprised. I expected combat, gene tech, or labor first. After my own level 3 upgrade, I had been busy with facilities, dinner, Moal's silver evolution, the bandage. I never checked level 4 conditions. I gave it the back burner because the level 3 upgrade just landed and resources are not infinite. I admit it sheepishly. She smiles. That is fine, only day 4, level 3 this early already makes you one of the best. Take a look, and we will discuss. I open the manual and turn to upgrade. Shelter level 3 exquisite wooden house. Upgrade conditions. 2000 wood, 2000 stone. Upgrade all upgradable facilities to level 3. 1 gold rank beast core. The first 3 lines I scan and dismiss as time and labor problems. The last line I freeze on. A gold rank beast core. The first 2 are time problems for me at most. Resources are scaling. Beast cores come from bronze and above mutated creatures. I have only 1 bronze core from the boar. A gold rank core has to come from a gold rank mutated beast. Silver mutated beasts I have not met yet, and Xiang has been clear they are not on the same level as bronze. Gold is past that. No wonder she is rushing the alliance. Gold rank mutated beasts are not solo material at this stage of the dark world. The only way to kill one and bring back its core is a strong alliance, ideally with multiple specialists, whose combined skill set covers attack, defense, recon, and post-fight transport. Mutual aid contracts allow up to 5 names per scroll, which is exactly the size of a small operations team. She has been thinking past me toward an eventual 5-person cell. I file it for later. I exhale. Given the difficulty, ordinary survivors have no chance. You said you have information, you must know something about this. She nods. That is right. Level 3 is the limit for ordinary survivors at this stage. Level 4 is a huge hurdle even for top-tier survivors. I have not personally seen a gold-rank mutated beast, but I have learned about its strength through other channels. She lowers her voice and leans slightly forward, the conversational gravity shifting. If silver mutated beasts are 3 times the strength of bronze, then gold mutated beasts are 10 times the strength of silver. 10 times silver is a number my eyes twitch at. Each strength doubling produces an exaggerated upgrade, and 10 times stacks several doublings on top. But I am not dizzy this time. I have my own scaling plan. With a silver hunter queen breeding silver hunting ants and gene fusing them, a gold rank mutated beast may not be insurmountable. I tell her, by the way, you do not know my specific combat power. Let me show you, then evaluate whether our current resources can threaten a gold rank mutated beast. I get up and walk to the ant nest. She stands too, both curious and slightly hopeful. Could she have struck gold and Jang Hyun can solo gold rank mutated beasts? The ant nest entrance had been widened to a 1-meter diameter circle to fit Mowal's post-evolution body. When Seong-ha first walked in, she had been curious about the big black hole in the room, but the unfamiliarity kept her from asking. Now she watches as Mowal crawls out at my command. Round head, long antennae, small scythe mandibles, abdomen with silver patterns, and a body length over 70 centimeters. Seong-ha's mouth forms an O. You call this an ant? Where are there ants this big? These are your ants. No wonder you said silver combat power. Ants win on numbers, and at this size with hundreds or thousands, ordinary silver mutated beasts go down in seconds. She regains composure. If they are ants of this kind and there are enough, fighting gold rank mutated beasts is plausible. Even winning is not out of the question. But the count would be in the thousands or tens of thousands and resources would be enormous. Also, every gold rank mutated beast has different abilities. Flight, burrowing, fire, ice, and a counter ability to your ants would make killing very hard. Still, defending against gold rank at this stage is impressive. I shake my head. Her name is Mowal. She is my main combat queen, but my fighting style does not rely on her, since the hunter queen is reproductive type and offense is shed in evolution. Mowal, let your silver citizens come out. Such a formidable ant is not the main force. Seong-ha is on the edge of her seat, and her usual graceful poise is starting to crack at the corners. She had been mentally adjusting to a partner who can defend against silver mutated beasts in a pinch. The idea of a partner who can solo more than that, by stacking silver tier ants in numbers and gene fusing them with 2 silver creature kits each, is forcing her to recompute the alliance's center of gravity in real time. Her plant-based defense was the comparable counterweight to my ant force. If my ant force is multiples larger than she assumed, the alliance becomes asymmetric in my favor, which is uncomfortable for her sense of fairness even if it is good for both our survival. She does not say it aloud, but the small rapid blinks give her away. Mole's antennae move toward the entrance. After 10 or so seconds, larger blacker creatures emerge one by one. 6 in a row, each over a meter long with thick matte black carapaces, and half-meter long sharp scythe mandibles that are shiver-inducing on sight. They do not move like animals. They move like assembled machines, weight balanced perfectly on 6 legs, articulation crisp and silent. Seong-ha is thoroughly stunned, slender hand trembling as she points, momentarily speechless. Each one of these is a silver hunting ant, enough to dominate territory in the right conditions. 6 of them at my command, with 2 gene fusion potential each, is a striking force well past silver tier on its own. Once Mowal breeds the next batch, the count climbs from 6 to 30 to 100 to several hundred. Every silver ant a fortress on 6 legs. I find her shocked face cute, the regal mask fully off, and continue the demonstration. My main combat ants are silver, and they can fuse the genes of 2 mutated creatures. Bronze ants fusing bronze creature genes more than doubled combat power. Silver ants fusing 2 silver mutated beast genes should triple or quadruple combat power conservatively. She abandons the elegant posture. With a bitter smile, when we exchanged information, I thought you were exaggerating. Now it seems you are being conservative. Actually, you should have the ability to hunt gold rank mutated creatures on your own. I shake my head. You are overestimating me. My ants are weapons. Manufacturing them costs resources up front and maintenance is heavy. Your kind of plant specialization producing food at scale is equally important to me. Do not belittle yourself. I almost said you're kind of rich and corrected mid-sentence. She, already in shocked Zen mode, did not catch it. She asks the crucial question. How long, how many resources to cultivate 1 silver ant, and how much daily maintenance in multi-year winter wheat units I gave you? Good question. I have been pushing rarity, not yet auditing the costs. With species contract intelligence, I can ask Mowal directly. I take a handful of wheat from the cabinet, walk to Mowal, stroke her head, and hand her the wheat. Mowal, with enough wheat, how many citizens can you cultivate per day? And how much wheat does each citizen consume per day? She straightens, takes the wheat with her tiny upper ant legs, hugs it briefly, and chews through over 30 grains in a quick smacking rhythm. Then she looks up and speaks in rustles. Master, Mowal understands. She reports for half a minute, antennae shifting in a slow dance as she annotates each number with biological context. Feeding cycle, gestation cycle, energy partitioning, idle versus active maintenance. I crouch beside her, listening and translating internally with species contract, and gradually a clear table of figures forms in my head. When she finishes, I straighten with a bitter expression. With ample food, Mowal can cultivate approximately 120 silver ants per day. Each silver ant requires 100 jin of wheat to cultivate from the larval stage to maturity. The daily minimum maintenance per silver ant is 1 jin of wheat for idle keep. Intense labor or sustained combat is 10 jin per ant per day. The earlier 6 silver hunting ants were cultivated from the bulk meat I dumped earlier. 20 jin of boar meat plus the offal, and Mowal is now empty. 20 jin of meat for 6 ants is unsustainable. Even on cheaper grain, 100 jin per ant blows past my imagination. Balance. I cannot do whatever I want. The silver ant army fantasy crashes. Cultivating 10 silver ants requires 1,000 jin of grain, which is roughly 50 multi-year winter wheat plantings on my 3-tier nursery. The nursery yields 10 kilograms in roughly a day with ripening agent, which is 20 jin in the same period, meaning 10 silver ants is nearly a 50-day production cycle of my own farming, before maintenance is considered. Even with the new 100 square meter level 3 farmland, the math is grim. My face goes wilted. Cheong-ha, who had been numbed by the demo, lets out a pff laugh. With a relaxed expression, she pats her chest and declares, "All right, do not be discouraged. I am still here. You go all out and cultivate ants for 3 days. I will provide the grain." The gentle voice brushes my ear like a powerful explosive. I stare blankly at her small hand, patting her chest in such a bold declaration. Her slender figure suddenly seems majestic. 3 days of unrestricted grain, at 100 jin per ant per day, 360 silver ants are theoretically possible, and at the daily maintenance cost of 1 jin per ant in idle, and 10 jin in combat, an army of 300 or 400 silver hunting ants becomes sustainable on a steady wheat supply. Combined with Mowal's 2-gene fusion ceiling and the hunting ant's silver tier 2-gene fusion ability, the floor for what they can fight rises dramatically. Cheong-ha has just handed me the runway I did not have. I steady myself, exhale, and tell her the offer is accepted, with a clear caveat. Once the ant army stabilizes and we begin hunting mutated beasts cooperatively, the meat returns to her ratio so that her resources do not run a one-way deficit. She nods, satisfied with the symmetry. Cooperation is mutual. She likes that I do not take the freebie at face value, which lets her keep extending the line of credit without worrying she is being used. 3 days of grain at her promised generosity probably runs into thousands of jin, easily enough to push my silver hunting ant army from 6 to several dozen, and possibly past the threshold where a single silver mutated beast becomes a one-sided fight. The cumulative effect of the past 2 days is starting to feel like a real strategic position rather than a string of lucky chess pulls. Eye of Taming, Species Contract, Mutated Spring Water as a sustainable resource, the Hunter Queen and Sentry Queen sharing one nest with the nucleus inside, the Gene Manipulator extracting mutated wild boar genes for hunting ants to fuse, the Quick Hemostatic Bandage Blueprint feeding into a quiet medical supply pipeline, the Mutual Aid Contract slot holding open for at least one more name. Each piece individually is interesting. Stacked, they are a portfolio. Day 5 of the Dark World is going to look very different from Day 3, and the Cold Wave's actual arrival will probably accelerate every line. I take a slow breath, sit down on the wooden bed, and let the quiet of the level 3 shelter settle. Cheong-ha is on the workbench chair across from me, hands folded in her lap. The 2 ant queens are deep in their nest, breeding through the night. Outside, the temperature is plunging, and somewhere in the new 2,000-meter ring, a silver mutated beast may already be moving. Tomorrow we plan in detail, and the next move is mine to make. The Day 5 baseline is the day when the Cold Wave's first tier of cold lands and survivors begin paying for everything they did not stockpile, and the day when my hunting ant army either crosses the Silver Army threshold or stalls. Either way, the answer to that question is already in motion right now, before either of us has fully thought it through. Tonight we trade a few more notes, settle the cooperation rhythm, and let the Alliance take its first sleeping breath. The 5-name slot on the contract scroll is already on my mind. If will is the next signature, the cell crystallizes around food, plants, ants, and combat in roughly that order, and the team becomes structurally capable of facing gold-ranked mutated beasts within reasonable preparation. I will not press the introduction tonight. Alliance scaling is incremental, and overpressing breaks trust faster than slow building accumulates it. Cheong-ha brought the first contract. She is best positioned to suggest the second name, and I trust her judgment on character. Will, if he agrees, brings hunting capacity and the steady meat pipeline that scales with my hunting ant numbers. The resource symmetry between his hunts and her grain feeds the colony at both ends. Looking at Cheong-ha's mighty, slender figure patting her chest, I almost go weak in the knees and kneel before the rich woman. Firm willpower dismisses the spineless thought. I take a deep breath, tone low, and tell her thank you for your support. Please do not hesitate to ask if you need anything. She turns slightly, blinks and chuckles. We are allies, are we not? I have a stake in your ant army. I will not be polite. The serious atmosphere dispels with one joke. The relationship slips a notch closer. She sits back at the workbench, hands folded on her knees, eyes fixed on me. The cold wave is approaching, she says quietly, and we do not know what situations we will face. The mutual aid contract supports 5 names. For safety, we should find a few more teammates, but quality over quantity, only elites with reliable character and strength. I had planned to suggest the same, but the contract is hers and I did not want to lead. I nod. I do not know many people, only one I would consider an elite right now, but I need to interact more and confirm. If he is reliable, I will introduce him to you. Same here, she replies. If I find someone suitable, we discuss and vote. It is getting late, she says. She has to head back, prepare enough food, and not delay my silver ant cultivation. She stands and is about to leave when I stop her. You forgot your item. The bottle of mutated spring water still sits on the table. Also, take these with you, they should help. I have Mo summon 10 more bronze gene-fused hunting ants from the nest. Through the contract, my ants now hold a non-harm clause toward Cheongha, and even register a faint affinity for her. I teach the 10 hunting ants 2 simple actions, tilling and harvesting, make them obey her commands, and walk her through the command syntax. She takes them excitedly. 10 minutes later, her message arrives. Jang Hyun, your ants are really useful. My multi-ear winter wheat was harvested instantly. Here is some grain for you first. I will plant another batch and send you the next yield as soon as it matures. Go cultivate silver ants with confidence. She opens a trade. I glance at the wheat quantity and my pupils contract. 10,000 jin. Even knowing she is rich, 10,000 jin is excessive. I subconsciously click agree, and only after the click do I realize where I will put it. A massive amount of wheat materializes from thin air and pours down. I have only enough time to order Mowol back into the nest. Then I lunge to shield the fountain of mutation with my body before the wheat rain buries me. Cheongha on the other side has no idea what predicament her grain has caused. She happily commands the 10 hunting ants, strong as oxen, to keep tilling and planting. The level 3 shelter at 80 square meters saves me. 10,000 jin spread across that floor only reaches 8 or 9 centimeters. Not enough to bury me alive. I clear the weed off facilities only, leaving the floor a wheat carpet, and half an hour later, sweating, I sit on the wooden bed and call into the wheat block nest entrance. Mowol, cultivate silver hunting ants with all your might. 10,000 jin can theoretically yield 100 silver ants if every grain goes into cultivation. And even reserving daily maintenance for the existing colony, the cultivation budget should still produce dozens overnight. Daily consumption matters, but if Cheongha's promise holds, the next wave will arrive before Mowol finishes 100. The wheat at the entrance shifts an inch. Rustling, Mowol acknowledges and begins. Rich woman, you have put me in a tough spot, but you were busy planting, so it is unintentional. As I think about it, something is wrong. I pick up the manual and reread her chat history. Ants, useful, harvested instantly. Go plant another batch. My 12 square meter 3-tier nursery yields about 20 jin per round. 10,000 jin requires at least 600 square meters of land, far past any level 3 shelter's farmland of 100. So she is planting outside her shelter, but it is night. How does she manage that? My face goes pale and my heart rate quickens. For half a second, I let my imagination run wild and link her with the night monsters. I ask directly. She answers. She has a very magical contract partner that brings the nearby 50-meter area under protection at this stage. Immune from monster attack even at night. That is how it is. You scared me. I reply with a chuckle, just asking. I will not bother you now. Finish your work first. So Cheongha has more trump cards beyond grain. I should visit her sometime. With the misunderstanding cleared, my curiosity grows. I park the thought and pick up the manual again. What excuse do I use to learn about will? I just experienced firsthand how the mutual aid contract builds trust and integrates resources. My floor is still under several centimeters of wheat. Without the contract, no amount of chat would have produced this. 3 minutes of thought later, my eyes light up. The right move is sincerity, not interrogation. I open Friends, find Will's avatar and type, "Are you there?" I wonder what Will is busy with. After a minute with no reply, I'm about to set the manual aside when I glance back at "Are you there?" and grimace, like a shy high schooler confessing or a long-lost classmate about to ask for money. Whatever. As I prepare to send another, Will answers. "What is wrong, Jung-hyun?" On his side, he has just put down a finished wool mattress and picked up the manual. A rusty welded mechanical arm gauntlet wraps his right arm, a wasteland-style technological creation that does not match the dark world aesthetic. I do not know any of this. I roll out my excuse. "Will, weren't you injured? If you still need a quick hemostatic bandage, just tell me." "Concern for me," he reads. His expression stiffens. His eyes flick to a pink pig cartoon watch under his left cuff, and his pupils lose focus. He drops into memory. "The organization does not need trash. All of you who fail training get to District 8 and feed the test subjects." "Yes, instructor." 08. You are no good either. 08 who came earlier cannot even beat me 11. A man cannot go back on his word. If you refuse to call me brother, wear this watch. The organization does not need emotional trash, only killing machines that obey. The people opposite you are not comrades. In half an hour, kill each other or die. 08, 21 fights. You have lost every one. This is the last. Only I survive. I heard you have a younger sister in District 9. Let me take care of her. Haha, you really thought of me as a friend. You are just a toy I always bullied. Cough. Why did you not dodge? My legs were numb. Is that not allowed? Idiot. Do not cry. Do not let the butcher see. Before the organization caught me, I had a brother. Same golden hair. Same stubborn temper. This watch. He lent it to me. Take it. Take care of your sister. Do not be a useless brother like me. 08. From today, your name is Will. Will Porter. Hold your documents and do not expose your identity. Begin operation. Will sits dazed, 2-meter frame obscuring the workbench. A drop of turbid liquid down his rough face. The tingling sensation halts the memory. He sits up. Pupils contract, expression returns to calm, and he pulls down the left sleeve. He exhales and replies, I am fine, thank you. If you need me for anything, just say so. I will do my best. Will is genuinely uninjured. The reason he was so eager for a bandage earlier was his sister, 09, in another shelter who injured her left leg from a mutated beast a full day ago. With only rare spring water to clean the wound, the ulceration was worsening and amputation or fatal infection was a real possibility. His sister is his only hope for survival. He had been frantically buying on the trade channel with no responses, and then I appeared. With my bandage, 09's wound healed and did not infect. Before coming to Blue Star, he had been with a terrifying organization and had not felt cared for in a very long time. Hence the memory hit. I, on the other side, frown over my next move. The plan was to ask what kind of creature injured him to gauge his strength. After his sincere reply, I cannot keep calculating and testing him. I press my finger and type something different. Will, I just reached an agreement with a powerful survivor and signed a mutual aid contract, forming a small team. We agreed to help each other and share resources. If you are interested, we can exchange basic ability info. I attach the contract description. Will's eyebrows twitch. He is grateful and trusts me, but he has 09 and a former organization tail. Although the Dark World scrambled the planet, the organization's foundation will not vanish. An association with him is a hidden danger he does not want to bring to me. Then he reads the contract details. Establish mutual non-harm with permission. Teleport to the other's shelter. His pupils contract. If he and 09 sign the same contract, he can teleport to her shelter and resolve threats she encounters. He stands up abruptly, eyes fixed on the manual with fervor. To tell, or not to tell. Will stares at the rusty gauntlet on his arm and lightly traces the number 9 carved into its side with his left hand. He takes a deep breath. He replies, Jang Hyun, I have another companion. Could you consider her as well? He cannot expose 09. The organization concern outweighs gratitude. I am slightly taken aback. Spots are still open, but although the contract is in my hand, the owner is not me. I will discuss with her. Of course, the person you recommend must have guaranteed character and outstanding strength or ability. Otherwise, the contract owner will not sign. He nods to himself, reading my reply. Anyone who has this scroll plus my approval is reliable and top tier. For the team, look for compatible experts, not dead weight. He sends his ability info. My main ability is close quarters combat, with strength to kill silver mutated beasts. I also have abilities in flesh and fur material processing, byproducts and traps that lure and weaken mutated beasts. My companion's combat power is weak, but she is skilled in mechanical manufacturing and modification. At this stage, she can already create relatively crude firearms and mechanical tools. And as material processing improves, the tools improve. He attaches the gauntlet info. Rusty mechanical arm gauntlet. Bronze grade, a crudely made mechanical creation that greatly enhances strength and defense. Requires beast core for power. My eyes widen. Will gives me a huge surprise on his own side. I already knew he was a fierce hunter from day 2, and silver mutated beast capability is in line. The companion is the bigger surprise. Mechanical technology in the Dark World, where supernatural items mostly come from biotech or alchemy, is gold. The saying is, a gun is fast at 10 paces and accurate within 10. Even mutated bodies are flesh and blood, and mechanical firepower scales without ceiling. She can also do mechanical modification, combine machinery with biology, and has working products like a beast core powered gauntlet. I picture my hunting ants in mechanical armor with mechanical cannons on their backs. Long-range firepower, then close quarters scythe assault. Her drawback is weak combat. The team does not lack combat power. The team needs ability multipliers, and she fits perfectly. My eyes turn red. The companion's mechanical specialization is not just a niche skill. It is a force multiplier that my biological-only stack cannot generate by itself. And over time, the synergy between her tools and my ants will push the team's combat ceiling much higher than either of us could reach alone. I have to discuss with Chong-ha. I reply, Will, your and your companion's abilities are very strong. I will speak with the contract owner. I am sure she will agree. Will reads it with mixed feelings. He could conceal the rest and likely close the deal, but after my help to him in 09 he cannot do that. He sends another message. Jang Hyun, do not rush. There is one more thing. My companion and I were kidnapped by a terrorist organization on Blue Star when young and trained. I was a combat member, she was a research member. With the transmigration, we have escaped the organization's control, but it has not been destroyed and may find us in the future. We will not obey them, and we may face retaliation. Terrorist organization. I grew up in a superpower with good public order, lived alone after grandfather, never had food worries or life-threatening danger, and only know terrorist organization from television news. Will's frame, fighting capacity, and the depth of his manufacturing makes sense now. An organization that has both combat and research members is not light. Probably hundreds of operatives, dedicated training facilities, deniable cover, foreign government links. The full apparatus of an entity that takes children and rebuilds them into killing machines or research drones. Will's mention of instructor, District 8, test subjects suggests an industrial scale to the operation, the kind that does not vanish without leaving rumor and remnants. But transmigration scrambled Blue Star's accumulations, and what is left may be brainwashed automatons without coordination. Compared to Dark World dangers, that is downstream noise. Will's open disclosure is itself sincerity. I reply with a smile. I understand. I will tell the contract owner truthfully. If there are no problems, I will contact you again to sign. He exhales. His tense body relaxes. A small arc on his rugged face. Thank you, Jang Hyun. I await your news. I DM Chungha with Will's and the companion's abilities, and the organization disclosure. She does not reply for 10 minutes. Busy outside. Even with hunting ants, the planting is real work. I look at the nest entrance. The wheat hourglass has sunken further. Mole has cultivated several more silver hunting ants. Taking the lull, I open the trade channel and think. By morning, around 70 silver hunting ants, a substantial force. 2,000-meter range definitely hides rare resources and rare chests. Daytime is good for searching. Silver mutated beasts are likely in there though, and even 70 silver hunting ants fighting one with special abilities risks losses. Each silver hunting ant is a treasure for the gold rank engagement. Minimize losses, ideally avoid them. I look at the gene manipulator. At this stage, someone should have killed a silver mutated beast. Anyone selling. I filter the trade channel for silver beast materials. Less than a page of listings. First item, mutated raven blood, silver rank, owner Will, 10 million wood. Exchange for silver rank or special bronze grade resources. Private message if interested. Will again. The exorbitant price is bait for serious customers, and the resource type singularity makes sense. He hunts and is meat rich. I message him about the listing. He instantly tries to give the materials free. I cannot accept it, already taking advantage of him. So I make 3 quick hemostatic bandages on the workbench and trade them for 2 bottles of silver rank beast blood, mutated raven blood, and mutated yak blood. 2 species means he has killed at least 2 silver mutated beasts. I wonder if Cheonghwa will agree to the addition. I sigh, set the gene manipulator on the workbench, twist the red side knob. A minute later, the camera component on top emits a blue-purple beam onto the platform. I open the raven blood bottle and pour it into the circular vessel, then twist the blue button. The beam shines on the vessel. The color deepens for 5 minutes, then fades. Above the red blood are thin light yellow flakes. 10 mutated raven gene fragments. 100 milliliters, 10 fragments. 10 milliliters per fragment. Wonder how much blood and meat a silver mutated beast yields, and how many fragments scale. If yield is low, fully fusing silver-grade genes into all ants is another expense. Sustain more with war is the answer, plus Chungha's grain. Now I can verify the conjecture. Do gene fragments above the recipient's potential ceiling raise the recipient's potential? I send a sentry ant up to the workbench. Hunting ants already have silver potential. Raven fragments would not raise it, but sentry ants cap at bronze. The little sentry climbs to the vessel. I tap the gene manipulator's yellow button. The beam flashes. A fragment flies up and implants itself. The sentry trembles violently like a sieve for half a minute, then jumps to the floor and devours wheat frantically. Gene fusion takes energy and it inhales whatever it can. 3 minutes later, the sentry calms. 4 pairs of compound eyes intact, antennae intact, dark green helmet intact, body still finger joint sized, but a pair of matte black fuzzy wings sit above its abdomen. Fly to me. Wings vibrate fiercely. The sentry lands on my fingertip in a blink. It really flies, and the speed is incredible. This is no longer a sentry. This is a pilot scout. I check the panel. Sentry ant, bronze grade. Type scout. Potential silver rank. Abilities basic agility, beginner scouting. Fused genes mutated raven. Current 0 gene fusions can fuse 1 more after evolving to silver. Current mutation evolution success rate 0%. The potential has risen to silver. My pupils contract. Each level a creature climbs is a leapfrog improvement. An ant potential becoming dynamic, pushable by gene fragments above the recipient's ceiling, removes the structural ceiling on my whole strategy. The hunting ants and sentry ants and now tunneling ants all have the same upgrade path. I just need higher ranked gene fragments. Gold mutated beast genes become the next prize, and Will's hunting capacity becomes part of the same pipeline. I had suspected this, otherwise I would not have tried silver ranked gene the moment I had it. Verified now. Silver combat power is 3 times bronze. More importantly, after silver, 2 gene fusion. If I find gold ranked genes, ant potential could hit gold. The weakness of low ant potential vanishes. I exhale, the long held worry dissolved. Tension released. I glance at the manual. No messages right now. I look at the nest. Mowall, send a few silver hunting ants up. Meter-long ants emerge. I cycle through extraction and implantation, but this time fuse the gene fragments into silver hunting ants, not sentry ants. I imagine the chemical reactions. Silver hunting ant plus raven gene plus yak gene in one body. What kind of monster does that produce? Creation is irresistible. I twist knobs, shake bottles, blue-purple flashes pulse through the room. After an unknown time, the manual beeps urgently and pulls me out. I look at the new creations. First, a silver hunting ant fused with mutated raven gene. Wings of black down, 1.5 meters spread, capable of lifting the heavy body to fly, otherwise unchanged. Second, a silver hunting ant fused with mutated yak gene. 2 meters long, thick white fur like a yak, rough to touch with strong cold and physical defense. Third, a silver hunting ant fused with both genes, combining all features like a prehistoric monster brought back to life, projecting raw oppression even standing still. I stretch my sore arms and check the chat. Chungha's messages have stacked up. Zhang Hyun found 2 teammates that fast. You have a wide network, both excellent, especially the mechanical abilities, big use for our future development. The organization, do not worry. The Dark World tied up over 8 billion in one go. They cannot stir trouble. Since they were open, please tell them about my abilities too. Approval. I tell Will, who sits in his shelter and reads my abilities in silence. Food, silver combat, gene extraction, reconnaissance. Strong. As a professionally trained soldier with pride, he had not expected ordinary survivors to be powerful, and the alliance pivots in his head from gratitude driven to actively useful. He replies, I understand. I will contact my companion to confirm a time, but she gets engrossed in tools at night and can only be reached during the day. A night-long crafting trance. I get dizzy and sore in 2 hours and would quit if not for survival, so the companion is a serious specialist. Professionals are different from amateurs. Then we do the call during daytime. I return to the workbench and continue gene extraction. But only 1 gene per hunting ant. 2 gene fusion is potent but not cost-effective with limited silver gene supply. By the time I run out of silver gene, I have 1 black scythe hunting ant fused with raven plus yak, 9 fused with yak only, 8 fused with raven only, and 1 sentry ant fused with raven for the verification. I stretch and yawn, and the manual beeps again. Stranger message. Joe Munchel, boss, I saw you were buying ants in the trade channel. Do you still need them? Ants. I open the trade channel and look at my mutated spring water listing. Right, the buy task note, posted on the natural disaster announcement day. So much has happened that I forgot. Ants are like rare species in the dark world. And finally, a contact. I reply, yes. In a corner of the dark world, in a level 2 shelter, a tattered, thin young man squats by a fire, sniffing, eyes glued to the manual. The single word yes jumps over the 1 remaining lens of his glasses. His nose tingles. His stomach cramps. He grabs the manual with trembling fingers. Boss, do you have anything to eat? Half a bread will do. I have lots of ants. Lots. He sounds desperate. I ask for the ant info. Tunneling ant queen, no grade. Ants that love to dig nests. The architects among ants. There really is something. Construction type ants. Exactly the variety I was missing. I reply. Just the queen and a few ordinary ants will do. Let us trade. He almost faints from excitement. 2 days hungry. Firewood low. On the brink of giving up, only the survival instinct kept him browsing the trade channel. He had despised the industrious ants digging holes everywhere. Now they are the cutest creatures in the world. He kneels on the floor, blocks the path with his hand to let the tunneling ants climb in, and loads 23 plus the queen into a shriveled empty mineral water bottle. Then he sends a trade. I see 23 tunneling ants and 1 queen on his side. He had asked for half a bread. Clearly extreme hunger and resource thin elsewhere. He may not last days. Ants are critical to me. I have searched for days during exploration with nothing to show. As long as he keeps finding ants, an investment is worth it. I put 100 gin of wheat from the floor pile, a bucket of purified water, and 100 wood into the trade slot, and click agree. Trade clears. The mineral water bottle of tunneling ants appears in my hand. Each is about 5 millimeters, dull earthy brown, triangular head, long forelegs like mining picks. Excellent diggers on appearance alone. On his side, Joe Munchel stares at the items. Boss, why so much? Just some ants. Half a bread or 1 bread would have been fine. I smile and reply, "It is all right. To me, it is worth this price. This is what you deserve. If you find new ant species, I will give you the same. For me, these resources are nothing. 100 gene of wheat is the volume of a few floor tiles in my room. Wood is just one slot of one of my professional logging team's daily run. For him on the brink of death, an astronomical figure that resets his survival horizon by weeks. His eyes burst with light. Cling to Boss Jang Hyun's leg. Find more ants. Survive. Thank you, boss. I will continue to work hard." I encourage briefly and put the manual on the bedside. I read the panel. Tunneling ant queen. No grade. Potential bronze grade. Type reproduction. Current mutation evolution success rate 63%. Feeding earth element materials raises rate. Likely reproductive evolution. Tunneling ant. No grade. Potential bronze grade. Type construction. Ability rapid digging. Rate 54%. Earth element material feed raises rate. Likely construction evolution. They evolved by eating dirt. That is too cheap. Probably already eaten dirt extensively, hence the high starting rate. Sleepy and drained, I tamed the queen, sent her and the others into the nest to eat dirt, and crawl into the wooden bed under the thick blanket. An unknown amount of time later, a familiar voice wakes me. Dark World announcement. Congratulations, survivors. You have passed another night. 4 days until the cold snap. Work hard to gather resources to get through this harsh winter. Daytime already. I open my eyes. I stretch, cells and muscles waking with me. Manual, weather, sunny, outdoor -11.2, indoor 13.1. Daytime remaining 6 hours, 28 minutes, 15 seconds. Yesterday's snow day was -9. Sunny today is 2 degrees colder. At this rate, before the cold front, -20 is plausible. Daytime is shrinking. 7 hours yesterday, 6.5 today. When the cold front arrives, daytime may be 3 or 4 hours, which is barely enough for resource searching. The system is pushing survivors to their deaths. I open the chat channel. World counter, 7.1 billion. Region counter, 8,218. My pupils contract, over 1 billion gone worldwide, nearly 1,800 gone in this region. Each digit a life. The system's death pace is brutally fast, and the slope steepens because the lower tier survivors have neither the resources nor the alliances to weather the cold wave once it lands. Hurry. Level 4 before the cold front fully arrives. I put down the manual and walk to the nest entrance, which has been expanded again into a perfectly regular circle, almost compass drawn. Tunneling ant work. Obsessive compulsive architects. Mowol, except for breeding ants, send all silver hunting ants and sentry ants up. Yes, master. With silver intelligence, Mowol can flexibly manage the colony from my high-level commands. Big-bodied, oddly shaped hunting ants emerge first, then more normal-looking ones. The room runs out of standing room. I open the door and signal them outside. Cold seeps in. I shiver and tighten my coat. About 70 silver hunting ants, the count from last night's cultivation. But how did the nest fit them all without my shelter collapsing? I ask Mowol. Truth. Last night the tunneling ants were chief architects and commanders, with the black scythe hunting ants as the main digging force, building a nest that is sufficiently stable and spacious. The dirt was compacted by hunting ants' strength into the nest walls and into rock crevices underground. A bold idea hits me, and the more I turn it over the better it sounds. If tunneling ants are this good at construction at no grade, what could a silver tier construction colony with intelligence build? Could they actually engineer an underground palace? Underground is safer than above ground. No nocturnal monsters wandering close. Warm in winter, cool in summer. Issues to solve. Lighting, air, water source, structural stability. I do not want to be buried alive. Structural stability is critical. The tunneling ant queen needs to be silver to gain intelligence and become a proper architect. Their digging now is gene instinct, not rushed. Explore the territory ring first, palace later. Outside, wrapped in a down jacket from the trade channel, I count 63 silver hunting ants, including gene-fused individuals. 521 sentry ants, including the raven-fused one. The cold glint of hunting ants' scythes raises pride. With this army, anything below gold is slaughter. Cheonga's information says silver mutated beasts are not common in level 3 territory, but better safe than sorry. I send all 521 sentry ants out to net search the entire 2,000-meter ring, marking chests, rare resources, and mutated beasts. I lead the hunting ant squad to chop scattered birches near the shelter for wood. A 2,000-meter ring of roughly 1,250 hectares is gigantic for one person. For 521 bronze sentry ants moving in a coordinated net, it collapses to manageable in minutes. The detection geometry is straightforward. Divide the ring into 8 sectors, subdivide each into smaller patrol grids, and beginner detection on each ant translates to redundant overlapping coverage of every square meter that matters. 10 minutes later, they have marked everything and reported through Mowol. Compared to the days I would have spent walking the ring solo, the radar-style coverage is a step change in operational tempo. Unknown grade rare resources 4. Treasure chests 3 of various qualities. Black iron mutated beasts, 28. Bronze mutated beasts 7. Silver Mutated Beast 1. These are not ants, these are living radars. Sentry ants currently distinguish mutated beast ranks but cannot effectively identify resources or chest grades. Enough for me. Depart. Bring all chests back. Clear out black iron and bronze mutated beasts. 60 hunting ants surge out and disappear. I lead 3 hunting ants toward the resources. Resource collection methods vary. Ant intelligence is not flexible enough, so I see for myself. The silver mutated beast I saved to witness firsthand. Hunting ants could handle it, but I want to gauge the strength gap to gold. The first resource is 800 meters east. With red heart fruit and ranked meat behind me, my physique allows fast travel without panting. Under 10 minutes through brush, I arrive, and smell something foul before I see it. The stench is like a bloated carcass that burst in scorching sun. Fermented contents splattered, rancid fat and decaying organs, with a faint alluring sweetness layered over it, that only makes the nausea worse. I gag from afar and almost lose dinner. I cover my nose and look through the trees. A 200 square meter open space, a black mud pit at center with bursting bubbles and partly rotted animal bones. In the dead center, a half-human tall plant with all black roots, stems and leaves, and a palm-sized blood-red flower at the top. The sweet scent comes from the flower. The kill mechanism is obvious. The scent attracts animals, the plant kills them and uses their bodies as fertilizer. Wicked plant. Useful resource. Black blood flower, silver rank. Consuming directly or drying and steeping in water can greatly increase life potential. And the scent can cause hallucinations. A silver rank resource. Increased life potential and advancement probability. Phrasing too vague to fully parse on a casual read, but combined with silver quality the effect should be strong, and worth the smell to recover. Transplant first, test later. Consult Chongha on transplant method. I send her the info. While waiting I turn to leave, and my gaze sweeps the rotting mud. Black rot soil, bronze grade, fertile soil with strong foul odor. The mud is also a resource. The sentry ant could not distinguish them and probably mistook flour and soil as one resource. Unexpected gain. The smell is the problem. Cannot bring it back to the shelter, especially with a will and companion alliance imminent, and guests possibly visiting. Leave it for now. I rush out of the stench and inhale fresh cold air. Mind clearing. Phew. Alive again. Hope the rest are not as fragrant. I continue. Cold wind keeps cutting my face, biting chill mixed with tree scent fresh air. Inspiration hits. I clap. Tunneling ants only need earth element material to raise their rate, and black rot soil is bronze earth element material. There is enough black rot soil to evolve a large batch of bronze tunneling ants. Just now my brain was gas mask impaired. Tunneling ants are dirt eaters. The recycling solves the black rot soil problem. I order Mowol to send a hunting ant to bring all tunneling ants over. Pang of guilt. Do ants have a sense of taste? Never mind, no intelligence yet. I check the other 3 resource points. Less smelly, no double resources. Red iron ore, bronze grade, 1200 meters northeast. Exposed surface as tall as a person. Unknown depth underground. Arrow bamboo, bronze grade, fist-thick arrow straight stalks 10 meters tall. Hundreds of them with winter shoots beneath. Jade bean, bronze grade. Sounds grand. Actually a soybean variant with jade-colored skin. Only a few dozen plants. With soybeans I can extract soybean oil, stir-fry vegetables, deep-fry meats, an invaluable delicacy. Quantity is too small to extract much, but the glutton Cheonha will surely cultivate a high-yield variant. I dig a few arrow bamboo stalks and a few jade bean plants for the hunting ant to send back, and walk back along the ring. Along the way, several small hunting ant squads are hunting. Mutated beasts at black iron and bronze fall fast and get dragged to the animal pen outside the shelter. Mowol estimates 10 to 20 more minutes to clear all sub-silver mutated beasts. 3 chests of various qualities are already at the shelter. I will open them first, then meet the silver mutated beast. I open the door and stop. 3 chests beside the workbench, the center one radiating silver light. A silver rank treasure chest. The silver chest is mostly wood, with silver trim. Exquisite. I squat and touch it. Treasure chest, silver rank, 20% black iron, 40% bronze, 30% gold. Compared to bronze chests, item quality climbs a level and gold is on the table. I have only seen 3 gold items so far. World Tree Leaf adding 10 years of life, mutual aid contract that connects 5 survivors, gene manipulator that tripled my combat power. Each was overpowered, and the probability that a silver chest contains another such item is real, if the dice roll right. The probability is low, but hope exists, and one must dream in case the dream comes true. I take a calming breath and do not open the silver chest yet. I look at the 2 bronze chests beside it. On Blue Star, I played enough games to know the padding enhancement trick. Enhance other gear first as bait, then enhance the target. Superstition but widely circulated, so probably has reasons. With extra chests, I try it. I lift both bronze chests and open them at once. 2 bottles of water, 2 pieces of bread, a pure cotton mattress, a piece of refined iron, a military shovel. Useful, but mostly black iron or unranked. Only the refined iron is bronze. As unlucky as it gets, Exactly what I needed for the padding theory. First step complete. I rub my hands, place hands on the silver chest, lift it gently, and the lid opens. Dazzling treasure light leaks out, vanishes. First item, Primordial Dragon branded assault jacket. Bronze grade, wear resistant, cold resistant, lightweight and stylish, made with inner thermal circulation technology fabric. With cold wave incoming, it will be useful. I set it aside. Second item, big black pot, black iron rank. Ingeniously designed cooking utensil convenient to carry on the back, essential for wandering chefs. I do need a pot for cooking, but black iron is a letdown. 2 items in and not even a silver shadow. Padding superstition useless. Third item lights my eyes, an instrument. Small water purifier, bronze grade. After use, it can filter water into direct drinking water. The more polluted the water, the slower the filtration. Excellent. River water has been my daily, and quality varied so much I had to boil long every time. With this, no more water quality worry. Reminds me of the bigger water source problem. When the cold wave hits and rivers freeze, river water collection difficulty spikes and prices will surge. Note logged. I place the purifier dispenser shaped by the workbench. The silver chest has 1 item left. I have lost hope of gold and casually take it out. And freeze. Tier 1 trial scroll, gold rank. Survivors can initiate a trial after use. Upon completion of the trial, one's life level can be elevated. Gold rank. The padding worked or did not. Either way, a real gold item. Trial, life level. Strange terms again. Vague and elliptical the way the original 6 precautions were vague and elliptical. The way Eye of Taming's description was vague. As my strength rises, the information vagueness rises with it. Past world experience increasingly useless. A new domain entirely. I will not use this scroll until forced. Trial difficulty unknown. Instant death possible. My progress is leading. No need to take this risk now. The manual buzzes urgently. Cheongha. Jianghyun. I just harvested another batch of multi-year winter wheat convenient to receive. Oh, you found a silver rank plant. Black blood flower. Life potential. That is a good item. She knows about life potential. I am stunned. She mentioned earlier she had some special information about the dark world. I had not paid attention. I had not encountered unknown info then. Now after a string of incomprehensible items I see the value. Her information may rival her grain capability. I ask, what is life potential? She pauses to organize. Plant specialization lets me contract some plants and view their information. One plant info field is potential, the growth limit, which differs across plants. Black iron, bronze, etc. So her ability mirrors mine, but for plants. Are you saying the black blood flower can raise a creature's life potential? So a black iron sealing creature could push to bronze? Or silver? If so, it is not very useful for me. Gene fusion already raises ant potential. She replies, that is right, but it is not just that. You are very perceptive. Humans also have life potential. Humans evolve too, but not on the black iron silver ladder. A different path. We are at tier 0. With sufficient life potential and certain conditions met, we can advance to tier 1. With greatly improved physical fitness and other benefits she does not yet understand. She is not yet sure how to advance, since the world tree only remembers half the relevant information and the most crucial conditions are missing. Tier 1, that is the trial scroll. I send the info. Junghyun, how do you have this? Oh, just got it from a chest. Got it from a chest. From a chest. Be more humble. She steadies herself and warns, this item is extremely valuable. Do not use lightly, every advancement is a leap in life's hierarchy, and must be treated with caution. Wait a few days, by then one of my abilities will break through and I will be able to detect human life potential. She can detect human life potential too. She is like Doraemon, constantly pulling out new things. The fact that she casually mentions detecting human life potential as one of her abilities suggests her contract with the World Tree is far deeper than a defensive partnership. I am not in a hurry. The trial scroll goes into a sealed compartment at the bottom of the chest near the workbench, too valuable to be in casual sight. I thank her and open a trade, arrow bamboo and jade bean for her side. The jade bean for soybean oil makes her thump her chest and promise a high-yield delicious oil variant. Then she sends 10,000 jin of wheat. This time I am prepared. Daytime, so I dump the wheat directly into the outside farmland. The 100 square meter level 3 facility I had built right after the upgrade and never used, since Cheongha is the grain pipeline. Now my farmland is piled high with ripe wheat. The animal pen next to it is filled with mutated beast corpses dragged in by hunting ants. Farmland for grain, animal pen for poultry. My usage seems wrong, but as long as there is grain in the farmland and beasts in the pen, the labels do not matter. I shake my head. I run to the black blood flower location, and under Cheongha's guidance pluck a petal and cut a branch, traded to her for cultivation. Of course a hunting ant does the picking. The black rot soil ring is a no-go for me. After the trade I notice the ant is covered in black rot soil. It sleeps in an outdoor hole tonight. Then I remember the tunneling ants on dirt duty. I locate them by contract. The queen and ordinary tunneling ants are lying with round bellies beside a black rot soil section with a missing chunk. No longer eating. Mutation evolution rates all at 100%. Tunneling ants started at high base rates and bronze-grade soil pushed everyone to 100 quickly. I send a hunting ant to bring them back to the shelter for spring water evolution. Anticipating new abilities at bronze. Mole pings. Master, all 28 black iron and 7 bronze mutated beasts in the area have been killed. Cleared already. Even if early ants are weak, with sufficient quantity and quality the efficiency is terrifying. Time to experience a silver mutated beast firsthand. Mole. Gather all silver hunting ants. Yes, master. I head for the silver mutated beast location with the hunting ant army assembling along the route. The bigger picture is starting to come together. Tunneling ants for construction and earth element specialization. Hunting ants for combat scaling at silver with 2 gene fusion. Sentry ants for reconnaissance with raven-fused flyers extending the recon ceiling vertically. The 4 ant types now form a complete operational set. Scouts, soldiers, builders, and a reproductive queen at the center keeping the colony scaling. With the gene manipulator, every ant in the colony can be tuned individually as silver tier genes flow in. With the mutual aid contract slot still open, the team can absorb a 5th specialist later. The thesis of ants as scalable infrastructure is no longer aspirational. It is operational, and Chungha's grain pipeline keeps the engine fed. 5 minutes later, I arrive near the hunting ant squad's staging area. Slow my steps and look forward. Dozens of dark figures are hidden beneath a 3-meter-high reverse slope, motionless as mountains and silent. The silver mutated beast is 300 meters behind the slope, currently feeding Promoel's intel. I crouch and slowly climb the slope to peak. Under a tree thick enough that 2 people would need to embrace it, a massive snow-white figure nearly 3 meters long is facing away from me, devouring a mutated wild boar. From its head, occasionally lifted while tearing meat, it is a wolf-type mutated beast, a mutated unicorn wolf with an ice blue horn on its head. Wolf-type beasts have keen senses. Why has it not detected us? A gust of cold wind blows past with a faint blood scent, and I get the answer. We are upwind. I relax and focus on the wolf. Mutated unicorn wolf. Silver rank. Abilities. Charge. Thick fur. Ice spike. Maybe distance or the rarity of the species. But the panel only shows abilities. No detail beyond names. Charge and thick fur are obvious. Attack and defense. Ice spike is the wild card. A mage skill in games. If silver mutated beasts can master extraordinary abilities, gold rank mutated beasts surely can too, and conquering gold may not be as simple as I had imagined. I am not soloing this and not yet conquering gold. I push the worry off and slow my movements, retreating 200 meters and hiding behind a thick tree before signaling the hunting ants to swarm. The hunting ants instantly come alive, climb the slope in seconds, and charge in unison toward the mutated unicorn wolf. With thump 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 impact on the ground, the wolf abandons the half-eaten mutated wild boar and turns. Dozens of dark, grotesque, scythe-armed creatures, some running, some flying, are charging in. A single howl and the lines clash. I climb a tree for a vantage. The wolf is already encircled by hunting ants, and seemingly about to be torn apart, when its ice blue horn flashes a pale blue light, and more than a dozen forearm-length ice spikes scatter outward, hammering nearby hunting ants with thump-thump impacts, sending them flying back to the ground hard. Spikes that miss fly 300 or 400 meters before embedding in tree trunks. These ice spikes are absurdly powerful, comparable to assault rifle fire. Glad I did not watch from up close. Fortunately, the skill is not casual. After the attack, the horn visibly dims, the ability clearly carrying a heavy resource cost, and the remaining hunting ants pile on without giving the wolf a second window. Seconds later, the mutated unicorn wolf is silent on the ground. I exhale and climb down. I need my own strength to grow. Even watching from a tree is risky. I check the hunting ants hit by ice spikes. All up, no immediate harm. A few hit in the abdomen leak yellowish-brown fluid, but the wounds are healing themselves. Back carapace hits show only slight indentations, not even minor. The ice spike was probably the wolf's ultimate. Even so, it caused only minor inconvenience to silver hunting ants. Silver mutated beasts are handled with relative ease at this scale. Gold, with 10 times silver strength, would still cost casualties. I signal the hunting ants to transport the corpse to the animal pen with the other 35 from earlier. Meanwhile, in a corner of the dark world, Will is tending an animal pen outside his shelter. Unlike my 100-square-meter pen, his is 500 square meters and clearly upgraded. And unlike my pen, full of beast carcasses, his pen actually houses over 20 different species of mutated beasts, mostly unranked in black iron with 3 at bronze or higher. They include herbivores and carnivores, and despite typical bloodthirsty mutated beast nature, they coexist peacefully. His methods remain a mystery. He is built in a shed inside the pen, but his face shows worry. Why has 09 not replied yet? She should be awake by now. He sets the manual down and walks to a cage at the side, lifting a small mutated beast cub by the scruff of its neck and inspecting its leg, then putting it back. The pen's peaceful coexistence is hard won. He has been pacifying these animals one at a time, with patient handling and food rationing, building a small private menagerie around his shelter that doubles as a buffer against the larger mutated beasts that wander the territory ring. Each of these animals is a potential gene donor or labor tool once 09's machinery is ready. The shed he is building inside the pen will become her workshop, with proper shelter against the cold and a controlled environment for the more delicate components. He just wants her to reply. Back in my shelter, I unpack the new chest items and review the day. The silver chest's contents: a salt jacket, big black pot, small water purifier, Tier 1 trial scroll. Together represent infrastructure across 3 different lines: cold resistance, food preparation, and water purification. The water purifier in particular hits a problem I had not yet addressed, and would have addressed badly later. The Tier 1 trial scroll is a separate problem. I lock it away in the bottom of a chest with the world tree leaf, the mutual aid contract slot remaining open in my mind. Both are gold rank items that I cannot use in the next few days, and both are insurance for the cold wave's longer arc. The animal pen outside is filled with 36 beast carcasses now, a logistics problem of its own. Bronze beasts produce beast cores, which means roughly 7 beast cores are sitting in the pen waiting to be extracted, on top of the boar core I already have. Beast cores are worth more than meat at the same rank, and the level 4 shelter requires a gold rank beast core. Working on that path means cultivating a hunting cycle on silver, and eventually gold beasts, which my hunting ant army is now starting to enable. Meanwhile, the mutated wolf carcass has the abilities of charge, thick fur, and ice spike, 3 gene categories that map cleanly onto hunting ant upgrades: charge for impact, thick fur for defense, and ice spike for ranged ability. If ice spike can be transferred via gene fusion into a hunting ant, the hunting ant army adds ranged damage to its melee sides and changes the entire tactical envelope. I send a hunting ant to bring the wolf corpse back faster, and I tell Mowal to prep the gene manipulator session for tonight. The trial scroll, the world tree leaf, the Tier 1 advancement, the medical supply pipeline, the gene transfer of ice spike, the tunneling ant evolution to bronze, with whatever new abilities that brings. The addition of Will and 09 to the contract. Every line item is a discrete project, and the Cold Wave's 4-day countdown is the deadline against which every line is racing. Day 5 out of the gates, and the Dark World feels less like a survival run and more like a logistics game I am running across multiple work streams in parallel. The first day was about staying warm and finding food. The second day was about basic tooling and the first chest acquisitions. The third day was about ant army scaling. The fourth day was about alliance and contract. Today is about silver tier consolidation and gold tier preparation, and every successive day looks like it raises the abstraction level by another notch. The trial scroll is the first whisper of a tier above silver and gold for survivors themselves. Not for items or ants, but for the human at the center of it all. And I do not yet know what that ladder looks like, only that it exists. A practical thought lands. If humans can advance to Tier 1 via a trial, then survivors who stay at Tier 0 are a known entity I can model, and survivors who climb to Tier 1 are an unknown I cannot. Xiongha's caution about not using the scroll lightly is therefore the right caution. Once she can detect human life potential, the scroll's risk profile becomes legible, and I can plan rather than gamble. The probability of Tier 1 being a one-shot trial that snaps the scroll on use is non-trivial. If I fail the trial, I lose a gold rank item with no fallback, and if I succeed without preparation, I may find Tier 1 difficulty matches Tier 0 physical ceiling, leaving me no improvement and a wasted scroll. Wait, cultivate, coordinate. The scroll will still be in the chest a week from now, and a week is a different person from where I stand right now. The right time to use a Tier 1 trial scroll is the moment Xiongha's life potential detection comes online and confirms my reading is high enough to clear the trial without burning the scroll on a fail. Until then, it is a backup card, not a primary play. I close the manual, pat Mowal on her shiny head, and step toward the workbench to start tonight's gene work on the mutated unicorn wolf corpse. The hunting ants drag the carcass into the shelter through the back entrance. 3 meters of snow-white fur and bone, ice blue horn intact at the center of the skull, the thickest layer of fur I have ever felt running across my fingertips. The horn alone is a curiosity. If its ice spike firing function survives extraction, it could become a separate gene fragment line of its own, a kind of arcane ammunition source for the hunting ant army. I cut a small portion of the horn off cleanly, set it on the gene manipulator's vessel, and twist the red side knob to begin extraction. The blue-purple beam fires up across the platform, and the workbench hums under my fingertips, with the quiet promise of another set of fragments stacking onto a pipeline that has not yet finished scaling. The horn shavings react to the beam slowly at first, then begin to give up faint pale blue motes that float into the vessel like underwater snow. If this works, every hunting ant fused with the ice fragment will be able to fire a personal ice spike, and a 50-strong squadron of ice spec hunting ants becomes a ranged fire battery instead of a melee swarm. The combat envelope shifts from melee only to mixed arms in a single extraction. Just as Will is wondering, his manual beeps. He flinches, fearing it is me asking. He has not contacted 09 yet. He picks it up. 09. Will, is the mechanical arm gauntlet malfunctioning? No, it is fine. Something else. Meanwhile, I had just returned to my shelter and was about to deal with the mutated beast carcasses in the animal pen when my manual chimes. Will. He must have discussed it with his companion. Will. Jang Hyun, sorry for contacting you so late. My companion has agreed to form an alliance. Relief. A slight smile. The silver mutated beast was a wake-up call. I must unite as many forces as possible, and Will plus the mechanically skilled 09 are invaluable. I tell him it is all right. Still early. After signing, we are allies. No need to be polite. I retrieve a mutual aid contract from Seongha and trade it directly to Will. The contract is extremely valuable, but one should not doubt a chosen person and should not choose a doubted person. This level of trust is necessary. Seongha and I have already signed. Will running with it would be self-defeating. Will receives the contract scroll and is genuinely touched. A gold rank item handed over without collateral, no escrow, no fallback. Just direct transfer with the assumption he is not going to abuse it. The trust signal is louder than any verbal commitment, and the value of the gesture lands in his face for a brief moment before professional composure smooths over it. He suppresses excitement, signs, and forwards to 09. After we sign, we can clear the danger on her side, with the teleport function letting Will reach 09's shelter directly the moment something escalates. 5 minutes later, my contract returns, my and Chongha's names, plus Will and 09. 4 uses, 1 slot remaining for the 5th name. Daylight is precious. Will and I agree to meet up in the evening for discussion. I put away the manual and start processing the carcasses. With 4 people in the contract now, 2-on-2 communication has too many permutations and runs into stale-state mismatches as different pairs catch up at different speeds. A roundtable tonight is far more efficient. 1 shared context, 1 pass-through decisions, 1 set of synchronized commitments. I dissect the mutated unicorn wolf myself. First time on a silver mutated beast, 15 minutes flat. 30 gin of silver rank fresh meat, 1 silver beast core, a complete snow white wolf pelt, and the unicorn horn intact. The horn registers a silver rank material, ice blue unicorn horn. A unicorn horn containing ice power can be used as a raw material to create items. I do not yet know exactly how to use it, but silver materials are bound to be valuable. Decoration for now. The wolf pelt will become a rug or chair after processing, and even decoration in this world signals strength to anyone who teleports in for a meeting. The animal pen still has 35 carcasses. Doing them all myself would eat 3 hours and most of daylight. I let the silver hunting ants process them with their scythes, since the loss in finesse on black iron and bronze materials is acceptable. They swarm in and start neat butchering, each scythe peeling clean meat slabs and stacking miscellany on the side. I watch the meat pile grow and start thinking about storage. Black iron mutated beasts yield more meat. Bronze and above carry beast cores and yield less. Even so, 35 beasts is over 1,000 gin of fresh meat. Piling it inside would smell and crowd. Cheongha's wheat outside is also exposed. I need a warehouse or a cellar. Warehouse is not feasible at this shelter level. Cellar, I have tunneling experts. The tunneling ants should have evolved by now. I head back inside. I expected the small tunneling ants would be hard to find. Instead, more than 20 earth-brown figures sit near the nest entrance. 1/2 meter long. From 5 millimeters to 1/2 meter. A drastic change. Fertilizer? Did they eat fertilizer? I am surprised, then pleased. Larger size means faster digging and structurally better chambers. The cellar can be done before night. The expanded size also gives me hope for the underground shelter. Originally, it looked like a distant project requiring tons of tunneling ants. Now, if bronze and silver tunneling ants scale further, they may approach excavator size. An underground kingdom would not be impossible to engineer in the medium term. I check the tunneling ant panel. Tunneling ant, black iron rank, potential bronze grade, type builder, abilities rapid excavation all-rounder, current mutation evolution success rate 1%. The tunneling ant queen, like Mowal and the sentry ant queen, gained only rapid reproduction. The workers, however, gained 2 abilities at black iron, rapid excavation and the new all-rounder, and the second is the surprise. Sentry ants and hunting ants only gained 1 ability at black iron. The tunneling ants gained 2, which breaks the pattern I was using to predict the cultivation map. I close in and look. The 3 pairs of abdominal legs have changed shape. Pickaxe head longer and sharper on the first pair. Entrenching tool spread on the second pair. Drill bit cone on the third pair. They fold the outer joints under their bodies when moving, and extend them only for excavation. All-rounder makes sense. 3 tool types in 1 chassis. I bring the tunneling ants outside near the farmland and pen and order them to dig a cellar. With Mowal and the rest constantly consuming food and night being unsafe, I also order an underground passage from the nest to the cellar. 23 workers, 1 queen who eats black rot soil. The workers rotate pickaxes, shovels, and drills, and rocks and vines do not slow them. Minutes in, the pit is a meter deep. I send the queen back to keep eating black rot soil. Push her to bronze. After arranging the tunneling ants and double-checking that the cellar's depth target is reasonable for current temperature, I look at the hunting ants finished with the carcass dissection. The ground around them is piled with sorted meat slabs, hides and miscellany, beast cores and organs in their own neat rows. They are slacking. I cannot let them rest while wood and stone in the territory remain uncollected. Even after rare resources and mutated beasts are cleared, basic resources still feed the upgrade pipeline. I will not exchange wood and stone for rare resources from the trade channel anyway, since top survivors mostly barter and the basic to rare exchange ratios are exorbitant. One of the reasons I am building the team. There is something else I have been wondering about. What is in the dark zone? I was not strong enough or thorough enough to explore it before. Now that the bright zone is mostly mapped and level 4 needs a gold beast core that may take days, I have spare military strength and provisions. I will not rush in. I send 30 sentry ants to test the waters. Their breeding cost is low, and their scouting is far better than other ants. Even if none return, the data they feed back through Mole is priceless. I message Mole via the contract. Have the hunting ants collect all wood and stone near the shelter. After the tunneling ants finish the cellar, send them to eat black rot soil to push the rate. Send 30 sentry ants from different directions into the dark zone and receive their feedback. Master, Mole guarantees to complete the mission. With Mole as the only silver tier queen on the team and the species contract link extended to all ant species under her care, she handles 3 concurrent operations: hunting ant resource collection, tunneling ant cellar excavation and feeding, sentry ant dark zone scouting, with the kind of effortlessness that makes her feel like an automated assistant in a strategy game's macro layer. I head back inside. I change into the Primordial Dragon branded assault jacket. The bronze fabric is very light, comfortable, and a warm current circulates through my body. Without a fire indoors, the temperature is only a few degrees, and even with a down jacket, my hands and feet would be ice cold. With the assault jacket alone, no down jacket, my hands and feet warm fast. Good stuff. The ranked up gear is a meaningful upgrade across the board. Assault jacket inside, gauntlet for will, bandage for emergencies, water purifier for hydration, gene manipulator for ant scaling, mutual aid contract for team cohesion, and the trial scroll waiting in the chest as the next tier instrument. I sit at the workbench. With the ant army doing the volume work, I do not bother crafting low-margin items like buckets and fences. Only rare medical items like quick hemostatic bandage are worth my time. I lay out adhesive, plant fiber, and coagulation serum and start a long crafting session. By the time I finish the last bandage, 18 minutes and 28 seconds remain in the daytime. Less than 20 minutes left. I get up fast. The ants are still outside, and if I do not get them back before dark, they may be wiped out and I am poor overnight. I open the door and a biting wind slams it back into the wall. I close the rebound, hood up, zipper up to the top, and step into the cold. Only a sliver of setting sun remains. The first thing I see is a neat stack of logs on the west side of the farmland. At least 1,000 trees layered in tidy rows. Looking around, no tree stands within sight. Even with limited visibility, I cannot determine the full extent. The wheat piles on the farmland and the meat piles in the pens are gone. In the middle of the farmland and pen, a 5-meter wide square pit covered with wooden planks. The cellar dug by the tunneling ants with the wheat and meat already inside. I exhale. Through the contract, all ants are back in the nest. Accounted for. No losses outside the Dark Zone scouts. Mowol, well done. I head inside, shut the door against the cold. 10 or so minutes left. I debrief Mowol. The hunting ants cut down 1,021 trees, an estimated 3,125 units of wood. All trees within an 800-meter radius are cleared. So many. The territory's trees are scattered, so collection ate time. On a dense forest, the same hours could yield several thousand or tens of thousands. Findings on the Dark World? Master, all 30 sentry ants that entered were wiped out. Completely wiped out. 30 bronze sentry ants. Small, fast, concealment skilled, and not one survived. I had anticipated it, but still feel the sadness. The first significant ant-side loss since arriving, and the first to register as a moral weight rather than just a resource cost. I hope the sacrifice was worth it. What about intelligence? Mowol pauses for several seconds to organize the report's structure, then begins. Of the 30, 12 exploded within a second of entering the Dark World, likely correlated with concentration of black mist at the entry direction and individual resistance. 14 of the remaining 18 exploded successively while advancing. 3 encountered unknown creatures and were instantly killed. The last broke from the species contract link and is now missing. Mowol's deduction: the Dark World contains highly toxic dense fog, extremely powerful unknown creatures, and unknown influences like mind control or individual mutation. None of the 3 categories is something a survivor at my level can passively defend against. The mood goes heavy. The Dark World is not just powerful monsters. It is multi-vector hostility, environmental, biological, and psychic. The post-nightfall darkness around the shelter is likely the same. Lucky I did not rush at night. Cheonha leaves her shelter at night within a 50-meter ring of protection from her world tree. She may know more. The way her partner can suppress nighttime danger across a defined radius is exactly the kind of mechanic I would need to study before any meaningful Dark Zone push. After nightfall, I will compare notes with her. I want to check on the cellar. Outside is too dark. I will go through the nest via the underground passage and see the nest interior for the first time. The nest accommodates dozens to hundreds of meter-long hunting ants, and the entrance is a meter-wide circle, so I can fit, but jumping in blind and breaking a leg would be ridiculous. I order the tunneling ants to convert the entrance into descending steps. With Black Iron rank and all-rounder, 2 tunneling ants work simultaneously in the limited entry space. 3 pairs of abdominal legs moving in dazzling but ordered choreography. 3 tools not interfering, transforming the entrance fast. They even snack on excavated soil. I open the trade channel and buy a portable kerosene lamp at 10 wood. The tunneling ants are deep underground, traces invisible. The entrance is now a square shape with descending steps. A faint grunt continues from below. I light the lamp with the gilded heaven and earth lighter and descend, lamp in hand like an instant's dive. 2 minutes of careful steps, then flat ground. The grunting is louder and chaotic, not the step-cutting noise. I raise the lamp. My pupils contract. 500 square meters at minimum, far past my lamp's reach. The ceiling is high enough that I cannot see the top, the walls supported by compacted earth pillars at regular intervals. The floor smooth enough that a person could walk without watching their feet. All ants, hunting, sentry tunneling, are working under the tunneling ants' direction, expanding the space, with several rooms of unknown function visible directly ahead, partitioned by smaller passages with their own doorways. The construction is well past anything I could have engineered alone, and the labor is essentially free in the sense that each tunneling ant earns its cost in soil consumed, since they snack on the excavated dirt as they go. Resource conversion in this colony is nearly closed loop already. Weed in, ant out, soil in, chamber out, meat in, gene fragments out. And the closed loop is exactly what the underground kingdom needs. The ant's living room is many times larger than my shelter room. My expression goes complex. Sorry for my brother's hardship, jealous of my brother's Land Rover. Just as I prepare to investigate, the broadcast cuts in. World announcement. 3 days remain until the cold wave hits. Friendly reminder. Due to low temperatures, mutated beasts will cross territories to forage tomorrow, greatly increasing mobility. Some lucky territories may encounter gold-rank mutated beasts, with additional rewards for the first regional kill. The world chat explodes. Survivors lament. Half-day waiting, and instead of a temporary mission, you raise the difficulty. The cold snap is already brutal. This is not lucky territory. This is unlucky territory. Anyone who wants this fortune can have it. My mood goes heavy too. The first part, mutated beast mobility, is not a worry. My hunting ants treat ordinary mutated beasts as food delivery, and I would prefer more of them. The second part, gold mutated beast on lucky territories, is the concern. Today's silver fight made it clear there is a real gap between my strength and a gold beast. A gold rank mutated beast in my territory could overturn the shelter in minutes. The probability is low, but it is a sword of Damocles. I leave the nest exploration for later and pull up the manual. It beeps before I can open friends. Xiangha and Will, both asking my opinion on the announcement. I propose we gather rather than chat individually with the team grown to 4. Will agrees, says he and 09 will follow my arrangement. Xiangha agrees. We negotiate location. I suggest her shelter, since she owns the contract and initiated. She declines. There is no need to fixate on contract owner or initiator. I am still unfamiliar with Will and 09, and they join through your connection, so let us host at your place. Done. I tell Will, then quickly buy a round wooden table and 4 wooden chairs from the trade channel and place them in the open space. I send teleport invitations. Xiongha arrives first in a flash of white light. Before I can greet her, 2 more flashes. Will and 09, almost simultaneously, on the open floor a few meters away. Will, nearly 2-meter white male, burly, semi-long golden curly hair, wasteland-style mechanical arm gauntlet on his right arm. 09, small girl, about 1.5 meters, petite, messy silver-white long hair, expression hard to tell between indifferent and dull, delicate features. The contrast between them is striking. We size each other up. Both sides confirm identities at a glance. Will, 09, welcome. Please have a seat. We sit at 90-degree angles around the table. No small talk. Straight to the point. Xiongha, with a bitter smile, opens. Our initial goal for forming the team was resource complementarity and jointly tackling gold beasts to upgrade level 4. I thought we would have time to develop, but gold beasts have already arrived. I shake my head calmly. Plans cannot keep up with changes, but no need to be pessimistic. The announced changes start tomorrow. We still have time. Mobility and gold beast probability should rise day by day. Initial gold rank probability has to be low, or few would survive. Chongha calms, nods, continues. Better safe than sorry. While it is still tonight, we formulate a response plan and gather everyone's advantages to deal with potential gold beasts. Solemn nods around the table. I lead. My ability is to control ants, specializing in reconnaissance and combat. I notify Mowol to bring up several silver hunting ants. Different forms emerge. Ordinary, giant, winged, gene-fused individuals. Will is impressed even though I described them earlier. Description does not match the live presence of meter-long scythe wielders breathing in formation. Cheongha had seen silver hunting ants before, and most were cultivated on her food, but never the winged or the massive sizes. Janghyun, your ants have fused with other creature genes? I nod and confirm. With sufficient high-quality mutated beast flesh, I can create more special individuals at greater strength. Even 2 silver gene-fused ants in small numbers struggle against a gold beast. Reinforcement comes from 2 directions. Strengthen each ant by other means, or have a sharp blade combat power that absorbs gold-tier hits and reduces ant attrition. I look at Will and 09 on this part. Chonha I know already. Will rests his right gauntlet on the table heavily, the metal clicking against the wood with a deliberate weight, looks up, and says in a low, deep voice, I can be that sharp blade. Will, a gold beast is over 10 times silver strength. Close contact is extremely risky. Do not gamble with your life. Will looks at me gratefully. I am not treating him as a tool, but truly as a teammate whose well-being matters first, and shakes his head. Do not worry, Janghyun, I will not gamble. I have a burst skill that grants gold-tier combat power, but only 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I will be at their mercy. 10 minutes. A faint familiarity tugs at memory and pulls the right name forward. The 10-minute window plus weakness phase fits a profile I have seen before. Is your skill called Berserk? Will is stunned. How did you know? The first temporary mission's reward was a self-selected gold skill. I drew Berserk in the offer set but did not pick it. What a coincidence, Will sighs. The skill fits my system perfectly, paired with a recovery skill that minimizes the weakness duration. A self-selected skill once chosen is not drawn again from the offer pool by anyone in the same wave. If you had picked it back then, I would not have gotten this skill at all, and the entire spearhead role would not exist on the team. I shake my head with a smile. What suits you best is best. With my smaller physique, if I had picked Berserk, sitting here at all is uncertain. Even with a few days of red heart fruit and ranked meat, my physique has improved considerably. The soreness from a hard day fading faster than it should, and my stamina ceiling clearly higher, but compared to a barbarian proportion frame like Will, I am small. My main combat power does not rely on my own physical strength. Will continues. Besides spearheading combat, I can also raise mutated beasts and provide a large amount of meat. Like the silver mutated beast flesh you mentioned for gene extraction, I can provide some. Cheonha glances at me sideways, thinking something I do not catch. Perhaps about the food split if Will starts contributing meat. Perhaps about the team's center of gravity now that Will offers both spearhead combat and a meat pipeline. I am openly delighted. Mutated beasts ferocious, yet he can breed them. Silver beasts rare, yet he finds them one after another. Whatever his methods, the proposal alone means he can do it. The peaceful coexistence in his pen earlier suggests a temperament management technique I should learn from at some point. Gene fragments for hunting ant fusion now have a steady source. Another piece of the gold-conquering puzzle clicks. Will exceeds my expectations on every line. Combat, breeding, hunting, processing, and now a berserk skill that aligns precisely with the spearhead role I was about to ask someone else to play. I look at 09, his highly recommended companion, who has been silent, and find her staring blankly toward my workbench, lost in thought. Not unreasonable to zone, but this is the team's first meeting on life or death matters. Will coughs to remind her. 09 emerges. She looks at me and says, water purifier, modify, enlarge. Huh. The leap is too big. Looking at the water purifier by the workbench, I gather she wants to modify it. Shongha watches my bewilderment with interest. First time she has seen me in such a state. 09 reverts to staring at the purifier. Will sighs and explains. 09 underwent biological experiments in the organization. Her intelligence increased greatly, but her height got fixed and her hair color changed, and she developed significant impairments in emotional and expressive aspects. Cheongha and I look at her with very complex expressions. We had assumed the organization was a violent group along the lines of a paramilitary cell or trafficking ring. We had not expected it to operate at the level of anti-human human experimentation. The kind that produces a 09 fixes her growth at child height, alters her hair color, and accepts permanent emotional and expressive impairment as collateral damage in pursuit of intelligence enhancement. The line, her intelligence greatly increased, hides a lifetime of surgical cost. The dark world is brutal, but Blue Star's hidden underbelly produced its own brutality, and 09 carries it visibly in her body. Will, sensing the pity in our eyes, shakes his head and says we do not need to worry. 09 is doing fine in her own way. She can fully immerse and do what she loves, and that is its own kind of contentment. He explains for her. As long as she has materials, 09 can perform almost all mechanical modifications and has mastered beast core-driven power. The gauntlet is one of her works. She does almost all mechanical modifications with beast core power. Cheongha and I lag mentally for a long moment. The words almost all mechanical modifications and beast core driven, and without blueprints stacking in our heads like a triple bombshell. I take a careful breath, register that the conversation has just leapt several abstraction layers, and ask the most concrete question I can. Tools in the dark world need blueprints. How does she do it? Will shakes his head. Per 09's own theory, mastering the corresponding technology lets her manufacture without blueprints, including tools that do not exist in the Dark World at all. The Beast Core power technique itself she deciphered from disassembling a Dark World device that ran on Beast Core. Will continues. Jang Hyun, for your Ants 09 can specifically create a fully compatible mechanical armor set, sized to the Ant's load-bearing strength, and the Ants can be equipped with energy guns driven by Beast Core. However, her modifications require a lot of materials, so the count at this stage is limited. Mechanical armor, energy guns. My imagination fires hard at the phrase energy gun alone. Hunting ant army in mechanical armor with Beast Core energy guns becoming a steel torrent breaking enemy formations. Long-range firepower opens the engagement. Scythes finish off survivors. The sentry ants spot from elevated cover. The tunneling ants build the staging ground and emergency tunnels for retreat. Will lands the killing blow on the priority target. Cheongha defends the rear with plant-based suppression and area control growth. The team operates as one organism with 5 specializations layered into one combat doctrine, each role compounding the others. I had fantasized about this when Will first mentioned her specialty, but had filed it as long-term development. 09 can deliver it now. My gaze goes fervent. Will leans towards 09 subconsciously. Jang Hyun, are you thinking of something exaggerated? Just wanted to equip every silver ant with mechanical armor and a Beast Core energy gun. Not exaggerated, right? Will is stunned, then Rai smiles. 09 spent 5 hours just on my gauntlet. Current efficiency cannot meet that demand. I deflate. If high-efficiency mechanical modification existed at this stage, we would call this health preservation, not survival. Will continues. She can manage 5 sets right now. Modifications are custom. Sets are not interchangeable. So pick 5 sufficiently strong individuals. Your idea is not impossible long-term. If she gets enough Dark World devices to dismantle and learn from, her library of acquirable technologies expands fast, and her capability and efficiency improve significantly. Each Dark World device she dismantles is essentially a tech tree node she unlocks for permanent use. He shifts his gaze to my water purifier. 5 sets is fine, better than nothing, and the constraint forces me to be selective about which ants get the modification. The criteria should be shiny status if any are available, then dual silver gene fused individuals with the most synergistic fusion combinations, ideally the Raven plus Yak builds that combine air mobility with raw mass. 09 has eyes on my water purifier. For the dream of a mechanical ant army, a water purifier is nothing. Lucky I did not leave the gene manipulator in the open. Will, let 09 take this water purifier back for research. Before Will can thank me, 09 darts out, kneels, and hugs the purifier. Slight upward curve of her lips. A caressing infatuation. Purification. Technology. New. My mouth twitches. She is polite. She did not touch the purifier even while clearly infatuated until I formally gave it. But the reaction is intense. The kind of single-minded focus that produced the gauntlet on Will's arm. Will explains gently, do not worry, your purifier will not be wasted. After 09 researches the principles, she can modify a larger and more effective version for you. And not just water purifiers, other equipment too. A larger water purifier, plus other equipment. I am overjoyed. The purifier had felt too small, barely enough for me. If she scales it, I can equip a large-scale water purification system in the future. Underground shelter, size to the colony's full hydration needs across humans, ants, and crops, plus excess for cleaning. As for the gene manipulator, important, central to my strength, do not be careless at this critical time. The hunting ant army's gene fusion pipeline runs on it. Without it, the entire dual silver gene strategy stalls, and I drop into a different combat doctrine overnight, which would be catastrophic if a gold beast happened to land on my territory in the same window. If 09 breaks it, no place to cry, and no time during the cold wave run-up to source a replacement. Test her with the water purifier first as a low-stakes proof of concept. Then consider giving her the gene manipulator after the cold wave is passed and I can stomach the temporary downtime. I feel an intense gaze. 09 is staring at me eagerly. She wants to dismantle the purifier now and has no tools, only her eyes. I smile helplessly. Will, I will contact you once I decide which ants need modification. Let us call it a night. He agrees, says he will process the silver mutated beast corpses and send them to me for gene extraction, and that I can come visit his breeding farm during the day. 2 flashes of white light and they vanish from the open space, the table and chairs suddenly looking too large for the 2 of us remaining. Chianga smiles. Jang Hyun, these allies are reliable. With their help, an ordinary gold beast is not a problem. I nod. Fighting a gold beast cannot be taken lightly. My ants and Will need time to coordinate, otherwise problems will arise. I will go to him during the day, she nods. I have been researching combat-suitable mutated plants too. I will contribute. About the last contract slot, do you have a candidate? I do not. Top survivors are not common cabbages on a market stall, and trust in the Dark World is hard to build at speed. Most of the candidates I might consider are either below tier, too distant to feel material to the Alliance, or impossible to assess without months of trade history I do not have. Xiongha hesitates. I do know a top survivor, but I am not sure he will join. Try. Where there is a will, there is a way. Our team is strong now, and confidence helps the pitch and most candidates respond to it. Okay, I will try. If he is interested, we communicate again with Will. Cheongha leaves with a flash of white light, the magic circle shimmering close behind her, and the room is back to my own again. I sit at the table alone, propping my elbows, frowning, pondering. 5 modification slots. Must be ants with strong enough combat power. At this stage, only silver hunting ants qualify, and dual silver gene hunting ants are strongest. Any other way to further enhance ant strength? After silver ants reach their potential limit, the mutation evolution rate field disappears in the panel. What if they drink mutated spring water again at that limit? The idea grows wildly like rampant weeds. My mutated spring water produces 100 milliliters daily, and aside from what I traded to Cheongha at our gift exchange, I have barely used any. The fountain has been quietly building up reserves I had not been allocating to anything. Test it. Hunting ant or sentry ant first. Producing a silver hunting ant costs heavily, 100 jin of wheat or its meat equivalent per individual, and a failed test would hurt the cultivation budget meaningfully. Hunting ants are large. 1 gulp consumes a lot of spring water, wasteful unconfirmed. The sentry ant is also at potential limit at bronze, smaller, cheaper to test. I order Mowal to bring up 100 bronze sentry ants. Under a minute they line up before me. I do not let all 100 drink at once. First one sentry takes a mouthful. 5 minutes pass. No change. Even a hunting ant's full mutation finishes inside 5 minutes. I check the panel. No change. Idea wrong? Ants do not mutate again at potential limit. Mutation evolution rate is for evolution. Without further evolution potential, no mutation. Plausible, but I am skeptical. Even if all 100 sip the water, it is only 10 milliliters. The first sentry showed no fatal danger, so I waved the remaining 99 to drink. Disciplined formation, orderly drinks, lined up again. 5 minutes. I scan twice and find no peculiar individuals. Just as I prepare to give up, I notice one sentry seems slightly shorter than the rest. Without the parade ground neatness, I would have missed it. I call it out. Slightly smaller with a layer of dark green grass leaf patterns on its body like camouflage. Placed in jungle undergrowth, I would struggle to spot it. Panel, shiny sentry ant, bronze grade, type scout, potential bronze grade, abilities intermediate scouting, intermediate agility, fusion gene currently 1 fusion available, flashing, an enhanced individual mutated to its limit, possessing stronger abilities than the original individual, cannot mutate, cannot reproduce. It worked. The gamble paid off on a tiny dice roll. My excitement surges. The shiny variant gains the prefix in the type name, and both basic abilities upgrade to intermediate. I run the shiny sentry through scouting tests. Mowal evaluates. The 2 abilities are at least 5 times stronger than regular. Stronger but also locked from further evolution and reproduction. A one-shot upgrade. Pity it cannot be inherited. The shiny trait dies with the individual. Accept and move on. Then the bigger question. Shiny hunting ants. Combat type, the upgrade should multiply combat power. Shiny plus dual silver gene fusion plus mechanical armor. Even short of gold beast, not far. Mowal has cultivated over 110 silver hunting ants under ample food, so based on the sentry 1% rate, a shiny hunting ant should be achievable. Hunting ants are large. Bring them up in groups of 10 to the spring water. Take turns. Group after group fails. Time creeps as group after group fails the dice roll, and the count of hunting ants who have drunk approaches 50. Group 5, 1 silver hunting ant begins to change. Originally 1 meter no fused genes. In 3 minutes it surges to 2 meters, equal to a yak fused individual. Carapace shines steel black, far harder than the ordinary bronze and silver hunting ant carapaces I have been tapping with my fingertips during fusions. The scythe mandibles change too, 1.5 meters normal for body size, but the inner serrations now move along the inner edge as a chainsaw. Chill down spine. Master that exaggeration. Even without fused genes the size is this. With size genes fused, mountable. I will mutate 5 shiny hunting ants and have 09 modify them. Panel for the new shiny hunting ant. 10-fold bite force becomes 100-fold bite force. Basic carapace becomes intermediate carapace. Basic strength becomes intermediate strength. Per century data, intermediate is at least 5 times basic. Overall combat power up at least 5-fold. A silver to gold leap is 10-fold. Shiny is not as much, but still a significant boost on top of the silver baseline. The combination of shiny status, dual silver gene fusion, and 09's mechanical armor with energy gun is a stack I cannot yet fully quantify, but the direction is unambiguous, toward a per-ant combat power that approaches gold tier engagement, with the bonus that all 3 modifiers are independent and stack multiplicatively rather than additively. I run the rest of the hunting ants through 1 sip each, no other shiny success. Roughly 1% for hunting ants too. I had hoped lottery luck would pull 2 on 110. Spring water needed for 1 hunting ant equals 10 sentry ants. Current stock supports maybe 3 shiny attempts unless luck spikes. Spring water produces only 100 milliliters per day, and shiny success is uncontrollable. I am about to check the trade channel for boost items. Then a trade request from Will arrives almost as if on cue. He sends the materials of 2 mutated ravens and 2 mutated yaks. Will, Jang-hyun, this is what I have for now. Use it. I will hunt more during the day. Already processed, just flesh, no hides or beast cores. For my immediate gene fragment needs, it is more than enough. My extraction tests so far show blood yields the most fragments per unit of input, then meat, then other materials at much lower rates. Hides and beast cores are not 0 yield, but the conversion ratio makes them irrelevant when I have access to bulk blood and meat. We'll process the carcasses keeping that hierarchy in mind, which suggests he has been thinking about the supply chain rather than just delivering bulk. Earlier, 1 bottle of raven blood gave 10 fragments, 1 bottle of yak blood gave 10. Now 2 complete carcasses each side gives roughly 150 raven fragments and 150 yak fragments. Plus tomorrow's supply, even at Mowol's daily 120 silver ant cultivation rate, I can dual silver fuse the entire colony. The supply chain is now 2-sided. Chianga's grain feeding the cultivation budget, Will's meat feeding the gene fragment budget, and my workbench in the middle converting both into combat power. I thank Will and start extraction at the workbench, which over the past day has become a small biological factory with input trays for raw materials, output rows for fragments, and the gene manipulator humming as the centerpiece. 3 hours unbroken. I finish. 2 glass bottles of pale yellow fragments are corked on the bench. 152 raven, 178 yak, slightly more than expected, the difference probably explained by the higher than average meat quality of Will's processing, or by some variance I do not yet understand in the gene manipulator. While I extracted, Mowol cultivated another 15 silver hunting ants, total nearing 130, sufficient for full dual silver fusion. I rest briefly and start fusing 1 ant at a time, calling them up sequentially. The reason for the rush is a suspicion. 2 prior temporary missions ranked by region gave me huge benefits. The announcement about gold beasts is also ranked by region. The pattern feels like goo raising. Each region is a sealed goo pot. The system encourages survivors to compete and outpace each other inside the pot. The strongest in each region accumulates rewards, and the strongest by definition becomes the goo king, the one whose growth other survivors cannot match. After winning regional first twice in a row, I am undoubtedly that goo king in this pot. The goo king narrative is rarely benevolent. The strongest insect in the pot is supposed to be the next test subject, the one the system reaches for when the pressure escalates, the one who pays the costs the others cannot. In Chinese folk tradition, the goo king is left in the pot until it has consumed every other goo, then it is harvested. The Dark World may be running an analogous ritual, in which case my early lead has not just been useful, it has marked me. 2 regional firsts in 2 distinct missions, plus visible hunting ant scaling that can be inferred from the small dent I have made in the trade channel for plant fiber and adhesive. Anyone watching the patterns can pick me out. Would the Dark World let me develop comfortably? Is the gold rank deployment truly random as the announcement says, or targeted at the regional goo kings? Tomorrow tells. The Sentry Ant Scout Pass at sunrise will be the first concrete signal of whether the targeting hypothesis is right. If the territory shows nothing unusual, the announcement was probabilistic across regions. If a gold beast lands here on day 5, the goo hypothesis is essentially confirmed, and the rest of the cold wave window has to be planned around the working assumption that the system is escalating against me specifically. I push the thought back and continue implanting fragments into hunting ants like an electronics factory assembly line operator. Implantation is more involved than extraction, because each ant has to be cued, calibrated, and fed energy after the fragment lands. 5 hours later, all 150 hunting ants are dual silver fused. 15 extra cultivated by Mowol, while I worked also got upgraded along the way, since the assembly line happened to have spare bandwidth. 150 silver hunting ants with 2 silver rank genes, 2-meter bodies, 1.5-meter scythe mandibles, big wings, war machines, and 150 is exaggerated. Energy depleted, eyes blurry, back aching from the long bench session. 8 hours of night remain. Mowol, from now on cultivate 40 ants then wake me. Yes, master. Mowol understands. 8 hours of sleep fits the cultivation budget exactly. I crash on the bed without bothering to tidy up further. The cotton quilt closes over me and I drop into sleep within seconds. Master, Mowol has cultivated 40 silver hunting ants. I open my eyes. 3 minutes until end of night. Mowol's alarm clock has small error and saves me having to set an external timer that might not fire reliably in the cold. I rise, dress, tidy, night ends. Day arrives as expected. Gold Beast time has arrived. Lucky one or unlucky one, soon enough I will know which side of the announcement my own territory is actually sitting on this morning. Whatever the Dark World's intent for this morning, no carelessness allowed on my side. The moment day arrives, I order Mowol via the contract. Send all sentry ants out to scout the shelter territory. Spread out. Look for anything unusual. Sentry ants pour out of the nest entrance one after another and gather at the shelter's door, a low rustling pile rapidly rising into a marching column. The shiny sentry ant stands at the front of the column. Without her placement, I might have lost track of her among the 1,000. The total cap I set is 1,000 sentry ants. Daily maintenance scales with count, and at current territory size and sentry detection capability, 1,000 is enough. The shiny sentry ant stands at the front. Without that placement, I might not have noticed it. After about 5 minutes, the full 1,000 sentry ant column is assembled in tight rows. Only the small sentry ant size makes such a count fit through the entrance space at all without crowding into the doorframe. I open the door and they march out in neat formation, then disperse like scattered petals fanning in all directions. Within minutes, they are out of sight. Half an hour at most will give me the entire territory status. Mutated beasts located. Chests located. Anomalies flagged. I close the door and sit at the round table to ponder the underground shelter. Dark world danger is climbing. Strength is priority 1, but survival capability is also crucial. Encountering an insurmountable enemy and being unable to flee would be a death sentence the system has already shown willing to write into the next 24 hours. Before the Gold Beast announcement, I was not in such a hurry. Now the underground shelter goes back on the agenda. Yesterday, the Nest tour ran on a single kerosene lamp at 30-meter visibility, and even with that minimal lighting, I could barely make out the layout of the central chamber, let alone the side rooms branching off it. A vast underground space without proper lighting is essentially blind territory, and blind territory in the dark world is exactly what the system uses to kill people. A massive underground shelter needs serious lighting infrastructure, not to mention water supply, drainage, ventilation, and oxygen. I do not want a dark rat-infested hole, I want a comfortable living space. Completely self-sufficient, a complete self-circulating ecosystem where 100 years underground is fine. Air circulation tied to plant beds for oxygen, water purification tied to a deep well or condensate collection. Food production tied to soil layers fertilized by mutated beast offal and ant frass. Lighting tied to either beast core fixtures or a discovered alternative. Trade channel. A small lamp is over 10 wood per piece. 100 small lamps will not dent a vast underground shelter. And 1,000 stretches my wood reserves and barely produces an evenly lit space. Wrong idea. Wait. 09 builds mechs. Lighting is trivial for her. How could I forget? I am about to contact her when I realize awkwardly that we have not added each other as friends. Signed a mutual aid contract but not friends. Improper. I send her a friend request. Based on last night's impression, she could not speak properly, like a social anxiety case. I expect difficult communication. If needed, I will use Will as intermediary. She is more familiar with him, and Will can translate her short phrasing into actionable specs without me bumping awkwardly against her conversational rhythm. The translation overhead alone has been costing me 10% of clarity per exchange. Just as I am about to message Will, the friend request is accepted, and a beep follows. Faster than I expected. For someone who reportedly cannot leave a workbench mid-task, the response speed suggests she was either already at the manual or has it permanently within arm's reach during work. I open it. 09. Hey, Jang-hyun, what is up? You are not asking me for the water purifier, are you? If it is that, do not bring it up. I have already torn it to shreds. But do not worry, today I can thoroughly understand its principles, and as long as you provide materials, I can custom make whatever kind you want. I look at the string and lose my place. Is this 09? Did I add the wrong person? Name 09, no mistake. Avatar, a delicate silver-haired little girl, correct. Reconfirm the chat recipient. Yes, it is her. Could it be that 09 is the timid, socially anxious type in real life, and a social butterfly online, hitting hard with rapid-fire messages in flatter affect than spoken language? Must be it. The biological experiments must have hit the speech and expression circuits without touching the typing motor pathway, which leaves her chat persona far more legible than her in-person one. Easier to communicate with in the stuttering in-person state though, and once I get used to the persona switch between the two contexts, the bandwidth jumps significantly. Manual chat with 09 is going to be the primary channel for technical specifications going forward. I reply with a smile. Do not worry, the purifier is yours for research. I will not ask for it back. I have something else for you. If you can help me, I have a more impressive device that I might let you research. On her side, 09 is sucking on a lollipop, sitting cross-legged in front of her workbench. She snaps out of relaxed lollipop mode at more impressive device, sits up straight, eyes burning, and replies fast, faster than anyone normally manages on the manual. What impressive device. You sly dog, you hit it well. I did not even notice last night. Quick, tell me what you need. Still unaccustomed to her excitable register, I pause and reply. I want to build an underground shelter. I have run into problems. Lighting, water supply, air circulation, basic living facilities. Small scale is fine, I can buy from the trade channel. For a huge underground space, it is a big problem. Solutions: 09 can build energy guns and beast core driven gauntlets. Basic living facilities should not be a challenge. I send the message and watch the manual expectantly. Chung-ha's voice in my head reminding me that do not rush is one of her favorite phrases. A minute passes with no reply, just as I frown. Has she hit a snag? The manual beeps. 09's reply lands as two short words, casual to the point of being dismissive of the entire problem set I had been hand-wringing over for the last hour. Is that all? 09's reply is two words flung back at me like the whole problem bored her, but it lands like a weight lifting off my shoulders. The thing I have been chewing on for an hour, lighting and water and air for a huge underground space, is apparently nothing to her at all. I smile and reply that this is good, and ask whether I need to prepare anything on my end. She tells me to build the main frame of the underground shelter first, then warns me not to bite off more than I can chew. Even with her technology, she says, if I try to carve out an enormous space from the start, I will never be able to feed her enough materials to fill it. I frowned a little at that. My whole plan was to dig one giant chamber and be done with it, and having her shoot it down on the first exchange stings. But this is her field, not mine, and on things I am not good at, I have always been happy to take the advice. Fine. Smaller it is. I ask her how big a shelter she thinks I should start with. Around 500 square meters, she says. Anything inside that footprint she can fully outfit with mechanical facilities within 3 days. 500 square meters. That actually sounds generous. For just me, it is more than enough. The ants can stay where they are. I will dig a fresh space beside them so the two never get in each other's way. I am about to ask what materials she needs, when another message comes through. If I really want a vast shelter, she says, it is not impossible. I just keep digging deeper, stacking layer on layer of space like a building. Except a building climbs upward, and my shelter would grow downward. My eyes light up. She is right. There is as much underground as I could ever want. I can carve out a small space to live in now and slowly expand it downward later, and the tunneling ants are sitting idle anyway, so they can hollow out the frames for the lower levels in the meantime. Like stacking blocks, one floor at a time, until an entire underground kingdom is no longer a daydream. I feel a surge of excitement and reply fast, telling her I will dig the framework during the day and trouble her to install the equipment that night. There is a pause on her side and then a stunned question. She wants to know whether I can really dig out the framework for a 500 square meter shelter in a single day. It is 500 square meters, she stresses, not 5, with a depth of at least 5 meters, which works out to roughly 2,500 cubic meters of earth. Anyone who has ever buried something the size of a person knows that scraping out even a few cubic meters by hand takes hours of brutal work. So how could one man move 2,500 in a day? I tell her she is right that it is 2,500 cubic meters, but I am not the one digging. I have ants that are very good at it, and at their pace this is more than enough time. 09 has never actually seen my ants. She only knows my ability is tied to them, and her mental image is stuck on whatever a normal ant looks like, so my colony being this monstrous never crossed her mind. The penny drops and she tells me to hurry up and get to it. Then, almost shyly, she asks whether my ants could dig a few holes for her too once they are free, because she wants to build an underground laboratory of her own. I tell her it is a piece of cake, no problem at all. She thanks me, and we end the conversation. I tell Mole to call all the tunneling ants up. She answers at once that she will, and I set the manual down, ready to put them to work. Then I remember the sentry ants have been out scouting for a while and I have not heard back, so I ask through the mutual aid contract whether they have found anything. Mole goes quiet for a moment, gathering the data, and reports half a minute later that they have currently mapped 60% of the territory, turning up 11 unranked mutated beasts, 6 black iron rank, and 3 bronze grade. I frown at the numbers. Yesterday, the black scythe hunting ants swept the entire shelter territory clean of mutated beasts. So where did this fresh batch come from? Last night, I read the world announcement and assumed it only meant the mutated beasts already inside a territory would roam more freely. Now it looks like something else is going on. The only explanation that fits is that they migrated in from the dark world under cover of darkness, which would mean those nameless monsters out in the dark world are themselves mutated beasts. I tell Mole to keep tracking it and to notify me the instant anything changes. I shake the worry off for now and look at the tunneling ants already climbing out of the nest. They spent more than 2 hours yesterday eating black rot soil again, and I wonder how much further their evolution rate has to climb before it hits full. I scan them. The tunneling ant queen has already reached 52%, while the ordinary ones that went to feed later are even higher, sitting around 63. I nod, satisfied. All of them should evolve to bronze grade today, and once they do their digging, efficiency will jump again. I will not rush them onto the shelter yet. After the sentry ants finish their sweep, I will let the diggers eat black rot soil and reach bronze first. The tunneling ants are my precious darlings, and until I understand what is happening outside, I am not comfortable sending them out into it. I wait another 10 minutes before Mole checks back in. She has explored 80% of the territory, she begins, and I cut her off and tell her to just give me the silver rank mutated beasts and anything above. Everything below silver is a walking resource to me. Only silver and up can pose any real threat at my current strength. She tells me 2 silver grade mutated beasts have been found so far, and I tell her to keep going and report again. My brows knit and a quiet unease creeps in. Yesterday there was a single silver grade beast in the whole territory, and today, before the sweep is even finished, there are already 2. Another 10 minutes crawl by, and just as my nerves start to fray, the new intelligence lands. 100% of the territory explored. 1 more silver grade mutated beast found, and 1 gold rank mutated beast. A gold rank mutated beast. The words hit and my pupils shrink, every hair on my body standing on end. my whole frame snapping tight. At my current strength, I cannot stand against a gold rank beast alone. Not a chance. I had long suspected the first gold rank mutated beast would surface in the territories of the top survivors, but suspecting it and having it land on my own doorstep are two very different things, and it still catches me flat-footed. I force a breath in, steady myself, and ask Mowol for the beast's current state, telling her to analyze its behavior and gauge whether it could actually threaten the shelter. She is silent a few seconds, then reports, "The gold rank beast is hunting other mutated beasts across the territory, but it only kills. It does not eat, so it is not hungry. It is simply indulging a hunger for slaughter. If its pattern holds and it keeps culling, the closest its path will bring it to the shelter is 300 meters. Its range is enormous, and the odds it threatens the shelter run as high as 70%. 70%, that is brutally high. Almost no room left for luck. My underground shelter is not even dug yet. If the surface shelter goes down, the best I could do is huddle in the ant nest to survive the immediate danger, and the nest has no living facilities and barely circulates air, so it is no place for a human to last. Forced down to that, I would be no better off than buried alive. No, the shelter absolutely cannot fall. The pressure of it presses down on me, frantic and crushing, and I drag in another breath and make myself think. The best move at this stage is obvious. Team up with Chungha and Will to bring the thing down. But if my hunch is right and gold beasts surface first on the top survivors land, then odds are they are already scrambling to save themselves. If that is the case, all I can do is lure this one away from the shelter and race to build my strength. I can throw black scythe hunting ants or sentry ants at it to harass it and drag it off elsewhere. Even if I bleed ants doing it, as long as I breed them faster than I lose them, there is a thread of hope, and if I can stall the thing for a few days, wearing it down and killing it is not out of the question. Having a plan steadies me, and the panic eases. Will and the others have not called me for help, so maybe no gold beast has reached their land yet, but I have sentry ants for reconnaissance, which means I learn my situation fast. It is entirely possible a gold beast has already appeared on their territory, and they simply have not found it. So I grab the manual and message Will and the others, asking whether any gold rank mutated beast has shown up on their land, and at the same time I open the world channel to read the room. The channel is the usual churn. Most people are crowing or complaining about the surge of mutated beasts. One survivor delighted to be roasting rabbits tonight, another panicking over a yard full of bronze and silver beasts they are too scared to walk past. Nobody mentions a gold rank mutated beast at all. Then again, anyone who actually ran into one might not be in any condition to type. Soon Will and a couple of the others reply. Will tells me no gold rank beast has appeared on his side and asks what is going on with me. 09 reports that her life detector has not picked up anything resembling a gold rank mutated beast and that she is safe for now. Some of the tension drains out of me. Setting 09 aside, Will is firmly among the top survivors at this stage, having taken regional first place in 2 temporary missions of his own, and if no gold beast has reached his land, then my guess was wrong, which means the gold rank deployment really is random, exactly as the announcement claimed. I just happened to draw the short straw. In a way that makes things easier, I can lean on Will and the others and pour everything into this one beast. I send the 3 of them another message, telling them a gold rank mutated beast has appeared in my territory and I may need help. Will fires back almost at once, saying I have a gold beast there, that he will grab a few things and come straight over, and that it will be a fine chance to see for himself what makes a gold rank beast different. 09 replies that her own strength is limited, and she will not come and get in the way, but if I send over the ants that need modifying, she will work on them as fast as she can. Their warmth gets to me a little. Facing something this dangerous, with neither of them fully prepared, they still volunteer help without hesitation. What puzzles me is that Xiongha has not answered. From what I know of her, she would never shrink back and bolt, so she must have run into something that is keeping her from replying. I set her aside for the moment, better to prepare for the fight first, and turn my mind to the battle plan. 09's mechanical modifications have to fit a creature's exact body shape. My flashing black scythe hunting ant has not integrated its genes yet, so it has no fixed form and cannot be modified. And the reason I held off integrating them was precisely so I could tailor it to whatever gold beast I ended up facing, which makes intelligence everything. First, I need to know what kind of beast this is. I tell Mowol to have the sentry ants probe its attack methods and movement, whether it fights mainly at range or up close, and whether it can fly. Sentry ants cannot identify a species outright, so I can only piece the thing together sideways. Half a minute later, Mole reports its attacks are mainly melee, though ranged methods cannot be ruled out, and that it has no wings, relying on running and leaping. No flight then. No need to integrate the Raven gene. As it happens, I killed a silver rank mutated unicorn wolf yesterday, so I will fuse the mutated unicorn wolf and yak genes into the flashing black scythe hunting ant instead. The gold beast is still off having its fun and will not reach the shelter for at least another hour, so there is time. I tell Mowol to bring up the mutated unicorn wolf's blood from the cellar, then head to the workbench to start fusing the yak gene in first. The manual beeps. I pull it over, and it is a message from Chungha. The moment I read it, my pupils tighten and my face goes grave. Her territory, she tells me, also has a gold rank mutated beast. A gold rank beast on her land too. My heart, which had only just settled, climbed straight back into my throat. If only my territory had a gold beast, the four of us could converge on the one. Hard but not hopeless. Two of them changes everything. We do not yet have the means to hold off two gold-rank beasts at once, so we will have to concentrate on killing one first and stall the other. I had only just rehearsed how to delay a gold beast, and if her situation is the more urgent, I will have to shelve mine and turn to hers. I reply fast, asking how serious it is on her side, telling her my beast is expected to threaten the shelter in about an hour, and that I have other means to drag it out. Cheungha answers quickly. She tells me to deal with my gold beast first, that she has ways to hold hers off for a while, though she cannot spare me much help right now. She says she is sending me some of the mutated plants she cultivated, that they should help, and that I should kill the beast on my land first, and then come to her. With that, she trades several items over. 4 fist-sized fruits, bright red. I pick one up to look it over, and my eye of taming pulls the reed for me. It is an explosion fruit, bronze grade, that detonates violently under outside pressure with a force equal to 50 grams of TNT, with a dry note that if I do not want to lose my friends forever, I should not use it for pranks. 50 grams of TNT, that is hand grenade territory. I stop being casual at once, set the fruit down on the table with great care, and let out a slow breath. Even in a crisis of her own, she found a way to hand me 4 of these. I have to put down my gold beast fast and get to her side. I bend back to the workbench and keep extracting mutated unicorn wolf gene to fuse with the flashing black scythe hunting ant. 5 minutes later it is done. Both the mutated unicorn wolf and the yak genes folded into the flashing black scythe hunting ant. It has swelled to an absurd 3.5 meters in length, and most striking of all is the ice blue horn jutting from its head, the very image of the mutated unicorn wolves. It does not look like an ant anymore. It looks like a prehistoric beast carrying terrifying destructive power. I open the manual and find 09, telling her the ant is ready for modification, and that I am trading it over now. She tells me to send it quickly, and I give the flashing black scythe hunting ant a standby command and trade it across. On her end, 09 is sitting perfectly composed 1 second, and the next a massive creature materializes in her room, dropping squarely onto her heap of clutter and crushing a pile of mechanical parts to splinters. She is so stunned her mouth falls open, not even noticing her lollipop hit the floor. She had figured an ant half a meter long would already be wild, which is exactly why she told me she could modify 5 of them. She never imagined my opening move would be this outrageous, and the materials this single flashing black scythe hunting ant demands far outstrip what she had budgeted for 5 ordinary ones. What she has on hand is simply not enough. After a few seconds of silence, she replies, asking whether my ant is not a little excessive. She is out of materials, she says, and asks whether I still have iron ore and beast cores. Not enough. So much for 5 ants. If it cannot do 5, it cannot even do 1, though I have to admit the flashing black scythe hunting ant is genuinely enormous. A bit awkward, I dig through my belongings for what she needs, and turn up a surprising amount of fine iron and iron ore, materials I had pulled from treasure chests without knowing how to use, just piled in a corner. Finally good for something. I trade all of it over along with my bronze and silver beast cores and ask whether that is enough. Enough, she says. Hold out an hour and she will have it done. An hour is cutting it close. The gold beast will reach the shelter in less than that, but with the lure tactic I can buy a little more. My brows unknit, and I start counting my available forces. 150 silver black scythe hunting ants, each fused with 2 silver genes, plus the flashing black scythe hunting ant currently under 09's hands, plus will once he arrives. I wonder whether it is enough to kill the thing. It does not feel safe. Is there any other way to push my combat power higher? My eyes catch on something and I remember Moel's skill. Rapid development, a way to force young ants to maturity fast. It burns a lot of energy and I have never used it, but if not now, when? I ask Moel how many young ants we currently have. 58, she tells me, not yet matured. 58. Against my current 150 hunting ants, that is a real boost. I tell her to eat whatever grain and fresh meat the cellar holds, spare no consumption, and mature every one of them. She answers that she will do her best. While she works, I do not sit idle either. I stand at the workbench and run the gene manipulator, extracting silver mutated unicorn wolf fragments, because there is still time before the gold beast attacks, enough to fuse the fragments into the ant's mow wall is ripening. 5 minutes pass, and the manual beeps again. I pull it over, and it is Will's teleport request. I accept, and in a flash of white light he is standing in my shelter, dressed in animal skin armor, with 2 hand axes tucked at his pant legs, and a long-handled battle axe in his right hand fitted with a mechanical arm gauntlet. With his burly frame and rugged face, he looks like a living Viking warrior in a wasteland tribal cut. Seeing me hunched and harried, he asks in a low voice whether he has come at a bad time. My eyes light up instead, and I tell him he has come at exactly the right one, pull him over and put him to work. Before he has even warmed his grip on the axe, he is helping me extract gene fragments, looking completely lost. I take the gene manipulator while Will cuts the mutated unicorn wolf meat into pieces, sized for extraction, laying them onto the platform at the right moments. For all his rough exterior, he turns out to be deft, finding the rhythm quickly and meshing with me so cleanly that my efficiency nearly doubles. I tell him that without his help I would have had a hard time finishing before the gold beast arrived, and that I had pegged him as a pure strength type, never expecting him to be this nimble. He replies as he works that a good hunter is also a good tailor, and that he often assists 09 in far more complicated situations, so this is nothing. Then he asks, while he coordinates with me, whether I got this gene extraction instrument from the dark world. I tell him I did, that it is a gold-grade item I picked after taking regional first in my last temporary mission, and one of the core sources of my power. Then it occurs to me to wonder why he is asking, and I ask, a little cautiously, whether he is thinking of telling 09 about it. Caught out, he throws up his hands, a little embarrassed, and admits 09 quietly asked him to find out how rare and useful my item is. He insists her skills are reliable, that the gold-grade item he won for his own regional first has already been disassembled by her, and that his mechanical arm gauntlet was built by her, out of the technology she pulled from it. But he promises he will not say a word without my permission. I shake my head, a little helpless, and tell him to look at the situation. Gold-rank beasts are surfacing constantly now, one on my land and one on Shamha's just today. I tell him I have a feeling the odds of one appearing on his and 09's territories are not low either, maybe as soon as tomorrow. Once we have settled the gold beast threat, I say, during whatever stretch I do not need the gene manipulator to boost combat power. I will let 09 study it. Will nods and bends back to the fragments. 10 minutes on, with his help, I have extracted enough mutated unicorn wolf fragments to fuse all 58 ants, and Moal has ripened the 58 larvae ahead of schedule, so Will and I move seamlessly into fusing genes into them. Another 10 minutes, and 58 black scythe hunting ants, each 1.5 meters long with a pale blue horn on its head, line up and march back into the nest. It is finally done. Now all that is left is to wait for 09 to finish the flashing black scythe hunting ant. I lean back in my chair and start to let out a breath, and a message from Moal cuts it short. The sentry ants have detected a shift in the gold beast, she tells me. The mutated beasts across the territory have grown more mobile and abandoned their starting positions. The gold beast's hunting route has changed accordingly, and it is now expected to reach the shelter in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. My loosened body snaps tight again and my face goes hard. Will does not have Moal's feed, but he reads the change on my face and knows the situation has turned. He asks what happened, and I tell him in a low voice that the gold beast's route has shifted, and it is expected near the shelter in 10 minutes. He is not especially surprised. The unexpected is part of battle, he says calmly. Things never go exactly to plan, and as it stands, we can only go for it. He is right. A gold beast is not a stone to be positioned on a board. How could it move exactly as I scripted? But I shake my head and tell him the flashing black scythe hunting ant is the only thing in my arsenal that can stand against a gold beast head-on, and I will not let him take the full weight of it. We need to wait for 09's modifications. We have to stall at least another half hour. Will frowns. The beast will not hand us that much prep time, he says, and if we let it close on the shelter, then even if we kill it in the end, the shelter almost certainly will not survive a gold beast's destructive power. Rather than wait to be slaughtered, he argues, we should seize the initiative and pick a different battlefield. I stand, nod, and agree. We need to take the initiative, but it is not time for him to make his move. His combat power has to be spent at the decisive moment. For now we need to buy time, and that buys us something else too. A chance to test exactly how strong this gold beast is. 2 birds, 1 stone. I tell Moal to send out a small team. 5 black scythe hunting ants, 3 fused with crow yak genes, and 2 with mutated unicorn wolf genes. First to lure the gold beast away from the shelter, then to fully test and evaluate its combat power. She answers, and the 5 large ants pour out of the nest entrance. I open the shelter door and the strike team vanishes from sight. Will watches them go, shaken. His own ability is tied to beasts, giving him a beast's nose and a feel for a creature's strength. When my 5 black scythe hunting ants appeared all at once, he says he could feel a lethal threat coming off them. And these are only the scouts I sent to probe the gold beast. He swallows hard and asks how many of these ants I have. I am half buried in Moal's feed and answer offhandedly, oh, not many, around 200. 200. He questions reality, mouth hanging open, staring at me. With over 200 of these monsters, he is clearly wondering whether he is even needed, whether I could not just devour the gold beast alive on my own. I do not catch his expression. The strike team moves fast and is already in close combat with the gold beast, and Moal begins feeding me the reports. The team has engaged. The target roared, the air shuddering violently, suspected sonic and mental attacks, and every member shrugged it off immune. The target leapt and pounced. The 3 crow-fused ants dodged. The 2 mutated unicorn wolf ants took the hit, their carapaces slightly dented and already healing. The reports settle my furrowed brow into doubt instead. That is not right. Yesterday, a single skill from a silver mutated unicorn wolf sent one of my black scythe hunting ants flying. Most of the ones hurt now are the ones without fused genes, true, but a gold rank beast is supposed to be 10 times a silver's strength, So even with all that fusion, my ants should not be able to take a single blow standing. Why does this gold beast feel weaker than it has any right to be? Will catches my puzzled look and asks whether the ants found something. I nod and voice the doubt, telling him that yesterday a silver beast wounded a swarm of my ants with one skill. But just now this gold beast clearly connected and did almost nothing. Damage lower than a silver's makes no sense, he thinks, then asks what kind of silver beast I killed yesterday and how it dealt its damage. A wolf type called the mutated unicorn wolf, I tell him, that used its horn to release a skill called Ice Spike for heavy damage, then used nothing else before my ants swarmed it. Understanding dawns on his face. The mutated unicorn wolf, he tells me, was almost certainly a creature that had mastered elemental attacks, which are extremely rare among mutated beasts, and most Dark World creatures have little resistance to them. Elemental attacks, extremely rare. I run the count in my head, dozens of mutated beasts killed, and the only one that ever used a real ranged method was that mutated unicorn wolf, and none of my 3 ant types have awakened anything elemental. So the ability really is rare. Then a thought stops me. If the mutated unicorn wolf had elemental power, did the black scythe hunting ant that fused its genes inherit any? After fusion they grew larger and gained the same blue horn, so I check, and to my disappointment the fused ant has no ice spike at all. Power like that is not so cheaply won. I shake it off and pull Mowell's read on the team. The 5 ants are still pinning the gold beast, taking hit after hit to keep it from drifting toward the shelter. Their carapace is dented more and more, but their lives are not in danger. Through all of it, the beast has not loosed a single elemental attack, so it seems to have only physical methods. My black scythe hunting ants happen to be a type with overwhelming physical resistance, and weak elemental resistance, which is the perfect counter. Which means that maybe, even without the flashing black scythe hunting ant, I could kill this gold beast with my current strength alone. The thought sends a thrill through me, half tempting me to grab Will and march out to chop the thing up this minute. Reason stops me. 09 will have the flashing ant done in under half an hour. No need to rush. Better to play it safe. I tell Will the beast seems to have only physical attacks, that my ants happen to counter it and the fight may be easier than I feared. But it is still a gold rank existence and might have something special, so to be safe we wait for the modifications. He nods. Patience is a hunter's finest quality, he says, and I am an excellent hunter. 20 minutes later, the 5 black scythe hunting ants finally fail to hold and die under the gold beast's claws, but they did exactly what I needed, dragging it clear of the shelter and resisting this long. Mission complete. Just as I am weighing whether to send another team to stall, the manual beeps. It is 09, telling me the modifications are finished and to trade. She said an hour, and she has it done in 50 minutes. She truly gave it everything. I accepted once, and the next second the flashing black scythe hunting ant materializes in the open floor of the room. It is clad now in thick metal battle armor, even its 1.5 meter scythe mandible sheathed in refined iron, with bronze-grade beast cores set at the joints for some purpose I cannot yet read. On its back rides a rusty, deeply wasteland-style firearm, except the chamber holds no magazine, only a silver-grade beast core clamped in by a metal brace, which has to be the energy gun 09 mentioned. With that, it has its answer to the lack of any elemental attack. Looking at the metal behemoth standing in my room, a complete sense of security settles over me. I tell Will, who has been restless for a while now, that it is time to deal with our uninvited guest. He nods, the corner of his mouth curling, his fighting spirit clearly long overdue for release, shoulders his long-handled axe, and is the first out the door. Will stands outside in the cold wind, and when I do not follow, he turns back, confused, and finds the flashing black scythe hunting ant jammed in the doorway, straining to squeeze through. The 80-centimeter doorway simply cannot accommodate its bulk, and the whole frame is already creaking toward cracking. Miscalculation. I should have sent it out through the tunnel. I look at the scene with a headache, the ant stuck fast, unable to go forward or back, and I grit my teeth and order it to force straight out and not worry about the damage. A few beast cores on its armor flicker, and it shoots forward like a cannonball, taking a good chunk of the doorframe and the planks around it along for the ride. I look at the wreckage of my doorway and raise an eyebrow. Never mind. Kill the gold beast, claim its gold rank core, and the shelter can be upgraded to level 4, at which point the whole thing gets rebuilt anyway. I tell Mowell to call up every silver black scythe hunting ant. Depart. At my command, 203 silver black scythe hunting ants, fused with every variety of gene, stream out of the nest and charge the gold beast in a wave of sheer menace, with Will and me close behind. The trees within 800 meters of the shelter were cleared long ago, so the cold wind sweeps through unbroken howling as it goes. I am bronze grade and wrapped in an ancestral dragon self-heating windbreaker, so I feel fine. And what surprises me is that Will, in beast hide armor with half his body bare, seems perfectly comfortable too. I cannot tell whether his leather is special, or whether he is simply built to shrug off cold. My shelter is not large, and the gold beast is not far. In the blink of an eye I hear a string of majestic roars, and looking toward them I find a colossal creature standing in a sparse stand of trees my ants have not yet reached. It is about 8 meters long, 3.5 meters at the shoulder, draped in thick brownish-yellow mane. Its back is to us, and it is shaking its maned head and tearing at something on the ground, roaring now and then. It is so absorbed in its prey, or so utterly unconcerned, that even with my black scythe hunting ants only 100 meters out, it keeps toying with its kill. Will and I hang back another 50 meters behind the ants, since we do not yet know its abilities and dare not close in. This silhouette. This is a lion. On Blue Star, the lion was the king of the grasslands, ranked alongside the tiger, and I recognize the species at a glance. While its attention is elsewhere, I pull its reed, and the Eye of Taming gives me a mutated lion, gold rank, with abilities listed as Bite, Lion's Roar, Sharp Claws, Pounce, and Furious Rage. The detail is thin, the same as when I scouted the mutated unicorn wolf, but enough to grasp its capabilities. Silver beasts carry only 3 abilities. This gold rank mutated lion has a full 5, and most of the names give away their effects on sight. Only Furious Rage leaves me uncertain, though I can guess at an explosive skill of some kind. With the picture in hand, I lean toward Will and tell him quietly that I am a beast tamer, not built for close observation, so I will command the ants from a distance. The plan is to let the flashing black scythe hunting ant lead the attack while he supports from the flank, and the moment he feels real danger, he retreats fast, because as long as the Green Mountains stand, there is no shortage of firewood. Will, gripping his battle axe and staring at the mutated lion with an excited expression, does not answer, only nods slightly. I take the nod as confirmation and withdraw without pause to 500 meters out, stopping only when the lion is completely out of sight. I let out a breath and link with Mowol through the contract to watch the fight in real time. She tells me my companion has already charged the mutated lion and asks whether the black scythe hunting ants should join. What? Why is Will being so reckless? His state a moment ago was strange, as if he had slipped into some peculiar condition, perhaps tied to his ability. To keep him out of danger, I tell Mowol fast to make the flashing black scythe hunting ant the main force this round, and to cover Will's retreat the moment his state turns bad. I tell her to take over command herself. No need to ask me for instructions anymore, just feed me the battle as she can. She answers. The instant Will charged, the mutated lion stopped tearing at its prey. It dropped the kill from its mouth and turned slowly, looking at the charging Will and the swarm of black scythe hunting ants with open mockery. It had not turned earlier, not because it failed to notice us, but because it was feigning ignorance to draw us in. As for why the 5 scouts had pinned it so long before, it was simply bored and stumbled onto some durable toys and got carried away playing. The ants have decent defense and attack, but their speed is the problem, and even if it could not beat them, its own speed meant escape was never in doubt, so it never took them seriously at all. Through Mowol's running feed, I might as well be watching a live broadcast, and understanding the lion's true state, I cannot help fearing for Will and the others. In an instant, the two sides close. Will charged first, but does not arrive first. Something reaches the mutated lion even faster than he does, and it is the modified flashing black scythe hunting ant. The seemingly clumsy thing, driven by the beast cores in its armor, started later and overtook the early charging Will, tearing toward the lion like a war chariot. The mutated lion, calmly playing cat and mouse with Will, never expected a surprise attacker to come howling in with that kind of momentum. In a flash, the flashing black scythe hunting ant's electroplated upper jaw, its fine iron edge spinning like a chainsaw, is about to clamp onto the lion's face, and if it bites down clean, the lion is in trouble. But a gold beast is a gold beast, and it reacts fast, a cold flashing claw sweeping up to meet the side jaw. The two collide with a ringing clang, the upper jaw knocked aside, and the lion's mouth curls into a cruel smile. Then a white light flares from the dark muzzle on the ant's back, a beam lancing out, and as the lion's old strength wanes before its new strength can rise, it takes the shot square in the abdomen, a coin-sized wound opening, blood gushing. The lion freezes, like a medieval knight meeting firearms for the first time, staring at the wound in disbelief. Before it can recover, the flashing black scythe hunting ant seizes the moment, its open scythe jaw swinging down and around to clamp onto the lion's right hind leg, the inner serrations whirring, sending fur and flesh and bone fragments flying. In a single exchange, it has punched a hole in the lion's belly and severed one of its legs. Watching the result, Will up close and me far away are both stunned, both gripped by the same sense of disjunction, like sharpening the butcher's knife for ages only to find the thing on the block was a chicken. Maybe I am being too cautious. The truth is I am very strong. I could afford to be a little more arrogant. Watching the flashing black scythe hunting ant's astonishing showing, a faint sense of unreality washes over me. It carries the flashing trait, which multiplies its combat power 5-fold, plus 2 silver rank genes for at least 3 times more, plus 09's modifications, putting its overall power well past 10 times an ordinary silver beast. A gold beast is only 10 times a silver, and this mutated lion has no elemental attacks and does not look like a heavyweight among gold-ranked beasts. So by the math, the flashing ant's theoretical strength even edges out the lion's, and wounding it in one careless exchange is perfectly reasonable. But that is only theory. The lion's innate life level still sits a full rank above the ant, and it has those 5 abilities, especially Furious Rage, which has been nagging at me the whole time. I compose myself and tell Mowal fast to watch the lion's movements and guard against a counterattack. Before the warning is even out, the scene shifts. The mutated lion flings its head, hurling the flashing black scythe hunting ant away along with the severed leg still clamped in its jaws. Then it gapes its maw and looses a deafening roar toward Will and all the ants. A sound so shrill it is less a roar than a scream. As it roars, red mist pours steadily off its body, giving off a strange, dangerous feeling, the unmistakable prelude of a villain charging a big move or transforming in some anime. Why would anyone ever let a villain transform? Back on Blue Star, I used to mock the hero parties in anime and games who just stood there watching the villain power up, and my first instinct now is to interrupt. But Mowal's feed kills that plan. Will, the instant the roar hit him, doubled over in pain, clutching his head with both hands and dropping to one knee, 2 streaks of blood sliding from his nose. Forget interrupting the lion's transformation, he cannot even protect himself. And my black scythe hunting ants, though better off than Will, are lying quietly on the ground, with nowhere near the strength to break it up. Things really are not as simple as I imagined, but the lion's state comes and goes fast, lasting less than a minute before the roar tapers off, and the red mist dissipates, and Will and the ants get their mobility back. When they look at the mutated lion again, it has changed enormously. The right hind leg the flashing ant snapped off, and the bloody hole in its belly have both healed clean, and its already massive body has swelled another full circle to a terrifying 10 meters long, 4 meters at the shoulder. The black scythe hunting ant, huge in its own right, now looks as pitifully small before it as an ordinary ant beside a lion. And Will, a 2-meter man, has to crane his head to see the thing's face. This has to be furious rage. Seeing the change, I finally understand why it is a gold-rank beast. Next to gold creatures with elemental power, a mutated lion that leans purely on its body may be short on attack variety, but it is certainly not much weaker for it. It does not give me time to dwell. The instant furious rage lands, the lion glares with red eyes and pounces on the flashing black scythe hunting ant that wounded it, and its bulk is deceiving, because its speed is no joke. One stride and it stomps the ant into the ground, then snorts and stomps the same spot again and again, until the earth is flattened and the ant is buried out of sight. Only then does it stop, turning its gaze on the other black scythe hunting ants, which look much like the buried one, and lunging into the middle of the swarm with claws flailing. Every swing flinging an ant away with a cracked carapace. Not killed outright, but badly hurt. Watching from afar, my brow furrows deep. This is monstrous. If every gold-rank beast is this fierce, how is anyone supposed to fight them? And just as the lion wreaks havoc and my worry peaks, Will, kneeling and shaken by that earlier roar, slowly rises. He tells me in a deep voice that the lion's state will not last long, that this furious rage should work much like his own berserk, both explosive skills with powerful side effects. The intelligence reaches me through the ants on the field, and understanding settles in. No wonder the thing turned so savage. It is riding an explosive skill. So we just need to weather this stretch. But how? The flashing black scythe hunting ant is planted in the ground. The rest of the swarm is being swatted away one by one, and once the lion has had its fun, it will certainly turn and run, leaving me to eat that loss for nothing. As I hesitate, Will speaks again, low and even, telling me he will hold it off through its burst phase and I should finish it. Then he walks toward the enraged lion, white steam curling off his body, his golden fragmented hair stirring without wind. Sensing his threatening aura, the rampaging lion suddenly stops and turns its blood-red eyes on the little thing walking up to it. Will halts 20 meters out, a single step for a 10-meter lion, and as the beast lowers its head to size him up, puzzled, he glances at it indifferently, grips his long-handled battle axe, and slams it into the ground. He calls Berserk to activate, Soul of 100 Beasts to descend, and then simply hunt. In a heartbeat, his whole body glows red, a procession of phantom beasts rising behind him, and he reaches back, pulls the 2 hand axes from his lower back, and hurls them at the mutated lion. The 2 hand axes spin and arc through the air like flung discs, twisting at impossible speed toward the lion. The distance is too short and the lion too vast for it to dodge, and both axes shear through the tough fur, kicking up streams of blood, burying themselves deep in its body. So cool. Watching the attack land, I am stunned and I slap my thigh in regret. If I had known warriors were this fierce, why on earth did I pick Beast Tamer? But effective as it is, the hand axes are too small, and to a beast that size it is a needle prick. A little painful, no real harm, and worse, it ignites the lion's ferocity. The lion drops its head, gapes wide, and roars at Will, a huge sound wave laced with foul stench, rolling out. Not good. Judging by how Will buckled under the last roar, this could stun him. I am about to send the remaining ants to pull him clear, when, to my surprise, Will stands tall, completely unaffected by the roar. His current state must grant immunity to the negative effects of sonic attacks, a kind of crowd control immunity. As I am working that out, he moves again, declaring blood drawn, mark successful, the hunt begun, and he yanks the long-handled axe free, leaps and lands atop the lion's head while it is still roaring with its mouth open. Gripping a fistful of mane, his gauntleted right hand swings the axe in a frenzy, opening the lion up, every swing driven by the beast core in the gauntlet, each one breaking through the thick fur and biting hard into muscle. His marking ability is taking effect too, amplifying the damage, and every blow tears a wretched roar out of the lion. Enraged, it bucks and thrashes, throwing itself around to fling him off and failing, charging and rolling and turning the whole clearing upside down, until one man and one lion are locked in a stalemate. Through Mowal, I take in the brawl and find myself stunned again. It looked so cool a second ago, and the cool lasted all of 3 seconds before the methods turned primitive, like two people trading sharp threats before a fight, and then, once it actually starts, ending up pulling each other's hair and rolling on the ground. But I get it. Everyone here was an ordinary person a handful of days ago, and only gained these powers a handful of days ago. So where would the supply of high-end flashy skills even come from? Truly learning to cleave mountains with an axe takes a long stretch of refinement, and the mutated lion is a purely physical gold creature with no flashy methods of its own, which is exactly why the fight looks like this. I cannot let Will carry it alone, not with this lion threatening my territory, so I tell Mowal fast to call the flashing black scythe hunting ant up to join the fight, and stop slacking underground. I also tell her to take the 4 explosion fruits Chungha gave us, hand them to a few raven-fused ants, and look for a chance to throw them into the lion's mouth while Will keeps it busy. She answers. The flashing ant's carapace is brutally hard under that mechanical armor, and while it cannot trade blows with the furious rage lion just now, the idea that the lion could kill it in a few hits is unrealistic too. The reason it stayed underground this long is almost certainly that clever Mowal saw the situation turn and tucked it away to preserve its strength. Sure enough, the moment she gives the order, the flattened ground splits into several fissures and a small mound of earth rises, as if a planted seed were sprouting toward the surface. The mound pushes higher and higher until the thing beneath breaks through, and it is the flashing black scythe hunting ant, untouched but for some dirt in the gaps of its armor. It shakes the soil off and scrambles toward the lion, the energy gun on its back already charging, sighting on the lion's blood-red eyes, and fires. Meanwhile, the 4 raven-fused ants carrying explosion fruits drift quietly overhead, waiting for the moment. The shot blows out one of the lion's eyes clean, and the lion, still tangled with Will, throws its head back and roars in pain, mouth gaping. The 4 raven ants seize the hard-won opening and drop the explosion fruits straight in. As the lion closes its mouth and crushes them, 4 blasts thunder inside its maw. Will pours on a frantic assault, and the rest of the swarm pounces from every direction, and the red mist slowly thins, the swollen body shrinking back toward its original size until, with a heavy crash, the lion drops and does not rise again. The gold-rank mutated lion is dead. As it falls, Will, who fought like a man possessed, deflates like a punctured ball and sprawls on the ground, panting hard, a long-absent smile on his face. A gold-rank beast soul, he says. It was worth it. A lion-shaped soul, visible only to him, floats up from the corpse and sinks slowly into his body, and as he merges with it, his badly overdrawn frame recovers some of its stamina, enough to push himself up and sit cross-legged. The reason he threw himself into this fight, beyond backing me up, was mainly to enhance his skill, Soul of 100 Beasts. Its conditions are strict. He has to personally join the hunt and deal enough damage to claim a beast's soul. But the payoff is enormous. The ability to house the souls of 100 beasts and draw on their combined power, and the stronger the beast, the greater the boost. A gold-rank lion gives him a tremendous lift. I hurry to the field and help him up, asking whether he is alright and telling him he is a bit too fierce, the way he completely overpowered a lion that size. He smiles and shakes his head, telling me not to tease him, that he did not overpower it so much as exploit its big inconvenient body with a trick, and that the main damage came from the bombs my ants threw down its throat. I shake my head right back, telling him that without him holding it off, my ants would never have gotten the chance to shoot its eye or drop the bombs in. He laughs and says fine, then he will take the credit, and when I have time I owe him a drink. I promise him he will drink his fill. Then he sobers and tells me his body is fine but severely depleted after furious rage, that to recover his combat strength he needs to rest a full day, and that he cannot help with Cheongha's side for now. Right, Cheongha still has a gold-ranked beast of her own to deal with. Without Will, the main combatant, can the two of us alone drive that beast back? Just as I frown into the thought, a familiar voice sounds. It congratulates me on becoming the first survivor in this area to kill a gold-rank mutated beast with a reward of 100 treasures pouch. Gold rank. Area first. I am briefly stunned, then it clicks. Right, yesterday's world announcement did promise a first kill reward to the first person in an area to bring down a gold-rank beast. I was simply too wound up to remember. A golden 100 treasures pouch appears out of thin air and drifts down into my hands. 100 treasures pouch. Just the name tells me the value is not low, and it is a gold-grade item on top of that. Will, who heard nothing of the broadcast but saw the golden pouch materialize, guesses from the earlier announcement that this is the area first kill reward. I confirm it, tell him the item is a gold-grade 100 treasures pouch, and add that it was all thanks to him holding the lion back, that I never could have killed it alone, and that if it opens something useful for him, it is his. He shakes his head and rises slowly against a tree, telling me not to worry about him, that what would be great is if I could come help when a gold beast appears on his land. He is badly depleted and needs to get back to the shelter to recover, he says, and he will have to trouble me to go help Xiongha alone first. A flash of white light, and he is gone. I glance at the empty spot and do not linger, organizing my team at once to rush to Xiongha's aid. I tell Moel to tally the black scythe hunting ants. How many wounded? How many intact? Counting out the flashing ant, I brought 208 silver black scythe hunting ants of every gene into this fight, and plenty were sent flying by the berserk lion, so I do not know the cost yet. While she counts, I look at the 100 treasures pouch. Unlike past temporary quests that rewarded the top 100 in each area, this one only rewards the single first killer, which speaks to how high its value runs. I wonder whether the pouch can open a powerful item to turn the coming fight, because heading to Xiongha alone genuinely worries me, and any item that could raise my combat power now has to be used. Without hesitating, I pull open the golden ribbon at the pouch's mouth. Streaks of golden light spill from the widening bag, and I squint into it as dozens upon dozens of walnut-sized golden orbs come flooding out, darting through the air. At a rough glance, there really are dozens, maybe 100, and inside each one I can faintly make out a miniature item. A crossbow, a scroll, a fruit. Could each orb hold an item? Then this is 100 items, and the 100 treasures pouch truly holds 100 treasures. Before I can move, the familiar prompt sounds in my ear, telling me the 100 treasures pouch, gold, has opened, and to grab 3 light orbs within 10 seconds, after which, or once 3 are taken, all the orbs vanish. The count begins 10, 9, 8. Out of 100 items, I can only choose 3, and only inside 10 seconds. Thinking it over, it makes sense. 100 items with no cap would be an instant fortune, far too heaven-defying. 3 is still plenty though, and if all 3 come up gold rank, this single mission would equal the rewards of 3 temporary quest area firsts. Exactly what a reward only one person in the whole area can claim should be. I stare at the orbs whirling overhead, dazzled. Each is tiny and flies fast, and trying to pick the ones I want is hopeless, because the instant I recognize what is inside, the orb slips away and mixes back into the swarm, and the countdown ticking down keeps me rattled and tense. Fine, I leave it to fate. With 3 seconds left, I give up choosing, throw both hands into the air, and snatch wildly, grabbing 3 orbs at random. Almost the instant the count hits one, the dozens of orbs that had been buzzing like wild bees vanish without a trace, leaving only the 3 in my hands glowing faintly gold. I let out a long breath and look at my 3 chosen ones, hoping for something useful. The first orb holds a pale golden scroll. Scroll items always seem to be good, so I grab the orb and crush it eagerly. The scroll inside swells, and its read appears, a sublimation scroll, gold rank, that can take any item of gold rank or lower, and raise its quality by 1 level. Good stuff, and it actually upgrades item quality. I have plenty of extremely useful items, the mutated spring water, the gene manipulator, and pushing any of them up a level would be a massive gain. But none of them give a fast combat power boost, and I am racing to support an ally, so I am in no hurry to sublimate anything yet. The first orb is a fine start, and I let myself hope for the other 2. I do not even check what is inside the second orb before crushing it. A pair of dark red axes, a meter long and of some unknown material, drop suddenly into my hands, and the crushing weight presses down so hard I cannot hold them steady, and they fall heavily to the ground, blades sinking more than halfway into the earth. If I had not jumped clear fast, my feet might not have made it. I break into a cold sweat and look down. A bloodthirsty battle axe, gold rank, bindable, a battle axe that craves blood, able to nourish its master by absorbing blood and able to raise its own quality once it is drunk enough. A divine artifact, a weapon that can be bound and grow, simply heaven-defying. Could an attribute like that really come out of a gold-grade item? I look at the pair of axes buried in the dirt with a very complicated expression. Good news, I got a divine artifact. Bad news, I cannot use it. I lift one of the bloodthirsty battle axes just enough to feel its heft, and each one has to weigh no less than 110 pounds. That is a staggering number. The most famous heavy halberd in the old legends, the kind a great general was said to swing one-handed from horseback, came in at around 90 pounds, lighter than a single one of these axes. I doubt I could lift even one with both hands, let alone 2. And I cannot help shaking my head with a smile. I just told Will that if I opened something useful to him, I would give it to him, and here it is, delivered on cue. It is no loss to open an item I cannot use. With 3 randomly grabbed orbs, the odds of pulling things perfectly suited to me were never high. This is the very advantage of an alliance with Will. An item one of us cannot use can go to whoever it fits, and on a mission like this Gold Beast first kill, if all 4 of us complete it, that is 3 gold grade items each, 12 in total. The others would surely open things I could use, so through trading everyone ends up with what suits them. That is the benefit of teammates. Still, the weight of these axes is genuinely absurd, and I do not know whether Will can even lift them, but that is his problem to solve, not mine. The Dark World has all kinds of ways to grow stronger, so even if he cannot wield them now, he soon will. I send the read on the bloodthirsty battle axe to Will and get no reply, which tracks. If he saw a divine weapon this perfectly suited to him, he would never be able to sit still, so the silence almost certainly means he is so depleted he has already fallen asleep. Nothing for it but to leave the axe where it is and move on to the third orb, grabbing it and crushing it open. Another pale gold scroll appears in my hand. I am briefly stunned, then wild joy floods my face. A scroll, another scroll. Could it be a second sublimation scroll? My heart pounds as I look. The eye of delusion breaking, gold rank, able to see through illusions and perceive more detailed information. A skill then. From the description it has two functions. One is seeing through illusions, which I have never run into, so I do not feel I need it yet. The other is perceiving more detailed information, and that one sounds excellent. When I scouted the mutated lion and the mutated unicorn wolf, the reads I got were brief, and richer intelligence could let me kill mutated beasts far more efficiently, though I have no idea yet how detailed this detail will be. It is useful and does not conflict with my abilities, and it might even come in handy helping Chungha. I pick up the skill scroll, about to use it on the spot, and then stop. Once bitten by a snake, a person dreads a coiled rope for years afterward. A skill scroll, and an eye skill at that, drags me straight back to acquiring the Eye of Taming, when I prided myself on a firm will, and the learning nearly knocked me out from the pain. No time to hesitate now, though. At worst it hurts a while, and it will not be long. I tell Moel to stand guard and let nothing outside disturb me, then grip the scroll, grit my teeth, and tear it open. It ignites of its own accord without wind, turning into golden light that drills straight into my right eye. I manage a single cry as a surge of pain several times worse than the Eye of Taming sweeps over me. The Eye of Taming was only silver rank, while the Eye of Delusion breaking is gold, and the higher intensity drags the pain up with it. One shout is all I get before it floors me, cold sweat pouring, lips gone white, and I curl on the ground, trembling, in too much pain to even scream. Mercifully, it comes and goes fast, fading in under a minute, though to me that minute stretches longer than a century. The read confirms the skill is learned, the Eye of Delusion breaking, gold rank. I struggle upright, gasping. The pupil of my right eye has turned fully golden, as if I were wearing a colored contact lens, and paired with the left eye, the Eye of Taming long ago dyed purple. I look like some heterochromatic anime character. But I do not notice my eyes just now, because when I glance up I find the whole world transformed, like someone severely nearsighted suddenly given perfect vision, every edge clearer and more real. What stuns me more is that when my gaze lands on a nearby birch, its information appears at once. A birch tree 11 years and 3 months old, 10.3 meters tall, yielding 3 units of wood when felled. The detail really is far richer than before. Examining a birch used to give me only the species and a string of useless filler, never the age, never the wood it would yield. I cannot help feeling delighted, and that is only a tree, so I can only imagine what reading a mutated beast will reveal, or what new insight an item's read might offer. No time to experiment now, though. I will research it gradually when I am free. By now, Moel has finished tallying the black scythe hunting ants, having simply held off because she saw I was busy, and the moment I am done, she reports 25 lightly injured, 7 heavily injured, and the remaining 176 in good condition. I am stunned and blurt out in disbelief that it is only that few. The mutated lion had loosed its explosive furious rage and swatted ant after ant away, and I had braced for them to be wiped out, or at least heavily wounded or dead in droves, never imagining only 7 heavily injured, 25 lightly, and not one dead, from an explosive gold-rank beast. Loud thunder, but the raindrops were too small. Mole reads my confusion and explains that the black scythe hunting ants have brutal defense and recovery, and only took a single hit each from the lion, not a sustained beating. Apart from the one struck directly in the joints and still healing, she says, the rest recovered within minutes. That settles it. I had long known their defense was strong, but not this strong, knocked away by a furious rage lion to crash hard into the ground and still essentially fine. Truly legendary kings of durability. I let out a slow breath, far more at ease and full of confidence. As long as the beast on Cheongha's side has no elemental attacks, we should be able to hold this time until Will recovers. I tell Moel to gather the ants in good condition around me, and to come with me on this expedition to help me command. She answers. I take out my manual, flip to the Friends channel, find Cheongha's avatar, and tap it to open a dialogue box. I ask her whether she is holding up over there, tell her Will killed the gold-rank mutated beast in his own territory, and is too spent to move, and let her know that for now I am the only one who can come to her aid. Half a minute passes and no reply comes, and I cannot help frowning. If she has not even found the time to answer a message, the situation on her end must be ugly, so I stop waiting and send a teleportation request straight to Cheongha, through the mutual aid contract. This time, mercifully, I barely wait at all, because almost the instant the request goes out she accepts it. A pattern of white lines unfurls in front of me, looking for all the world like a teleportation array out of some animation. Until now, it had always been others teleporting into my shelter, never me teleporting out. So I look at the white array with a touch of novelty and have one black scythe hunting ant step onto it as a test. The moment it stands on the lines, they flare white, and in the next breath, the ant is gone without a trace. Through the species contract, I can still feel that it arrived in good condition, and the array itself sits quietly on the ground, almost unchanged, which gives me a guess. It seems the array sets no limit on how many units cross at once, and whether it stays or vanishes depends only on whether the contract holder himself has gone through yet. To avoid the embarrassment of teleporting myself away and stranding all my ants at home, I tell Mowol to have every black scythe hunting ant step onto the array, and quickly. At my word, she marshals them, white light flashing in waves as they vanish from their spots, and in only 3 minutes all 176 of the ants in good condition have crossed. Only Mowol and the flashing black scythe hunting ant remain at my side. With the 30-odd lightly wounded ants left to guard home, I have nothing to worry about, so I take Mowol and the flashing ant onto the array myself. A white flash and we are gone, the array slowly fading from the ground behind us. I feel as though I only blinked, and when I open my eyes the scenery has changed completely. Green everywhere green. A riot of oddly shaped plants I cannot begin to name. Little fruit trees hung with colorful fruit, growths covered in dense fuzzy white spheres, and yet nearly all of it low to the ground. Hardly anything taller than 3 meters. I glance around, and the moment I let the eye of delusion breaking open, a torrent of information floods in, and my skull swells with the pressure of it. I quickly force the eyes shut, and only then does my head feel bearable again. So this eye of delusion breaking cannot be left running loose. It has to be opened and closed by conscious will, or the sheer flood of information will bury me. I shake my head with a wry smile and look around. My ants are scattered through the plants, with Mowol and the flashing black scythe hunting ant beside me since they crossed when I did. Dropped into a strange place with a gold-rank mutated beast on the loose nearby. Having something to lean on this close does put me more at ease. Still, something is off, because both Cheung-ha and Will had teleported directly into my shelter when they came, while this array has dumped me out somewhere with no Cheung-ha and no shelter in sight. That is plainly not normal. Then a thin, weary female voice reaches me, telling me she is here. It is faint, but I can still tell it belongs to Cheung-ha, and what throws me is that the voice comes from above my head. Could she have been outmatched by the gold-rank beast and fled up a tree? Gold-rank mutated beasts can all climb trees. Surely. I shake the strange thought loose, push aside the thick green leaves blocking my view, and look up toward the voice. About 30 meters overhead, on a tree branch thick as a wall, sits a level 3 shelter, and Cheung-ha is standing outside it, waving down at me. No wonder she teleported me here. The drop point was simply not far from her shelter, the same horizontal position, only at a different height. Cheung-ha has tricks of her own, building her shelter up in a tree, far safer than on the ground. Wait, in a tree. Something is wrong, and my pupils contract as it lands. How enormous would a tree have to be to hold up a level 3 shelter covering 80 square meters? I shove the leaves aside and my vision clears, and ahead of me, maybe 50 meters off, stands a dark brown trunk thick as a wall, easily wide enough for a dozen people to circle arm in arm, and Cheung-ha's shelter is perched at the top of it. I stare at the giant tree with naked envy. A tree that grows to that size is no ordinary thing, almost certainly an existence of terribly high quality, and Cheung-ha is a survivor who specializes in plants, with a plant of this caliber sitting beside her shelter from the very start. How is that any different from cheating? No wonder she has held a lead in this area. Cheung-ha calls down for me to wait a moment, saying she will have Little Green carry me up. Little Green, I think, and before I can puzzle out what she means, a thick branch swings out from one side and wraps around my waist. Seeing what looks like an unknown creature seizing me, Mole reacts on instinct, her antennae twitching, ready to order the black scythe hunting ants to shear the branch off. I stop her fast, telling her to wait, because I can feel that the branch is only gently looped around my waist, the force exactly measured, and after what Cheung-ha just said, this is plainly a friendly unit. She holds, with no choice but to obey, and I rise slowly into the air, hoisted by the branch until it reaches the branch 30 meters up, and sets me down. Being lashed around the waist and lifted 20 meters into the sky is, I have to say, a thrill several notches above bungee jumping, and only when my feet are firmly down do I let out a breath. Cheung-ha walks toward me in a light green dress, apologizing, saying she was treating Little Green's injuries and had no time to answer my message. Her face is a little pale, but her movements are unimpaired, so things should not be as grim as I had imagined, and I relax a fraction and ask her softly what the situation is and where the gold-rank mutated beast has gone. She smiles bitterly and tells me it left. It left? I am puzzled by her expression, because a gold-rank beast leaving ought to be good news, and yet she still looks troubled. She sighs and explains that it is a mutated beast shaped like a scythe deer that had appeared near her territory half an hour after dawn, and kept trying to devour the various plants she cultivates in her farmland. If Little Green had not fought it off with everything she had, she says, all her plants would have been eaten and even her shelter might not have been safe. I had just heard her mention Little Green, and now she tells me Little Green could resist a gold rank beast, so I have a guess forming and ask her what Little Green is. She tells me Little Green is this tree, her mutual aid contract partner, and adds that I am in fact standing on Little Green right now. As she finishes, a soft rustling of leaves sweeps in from every direction, and she says that is Little Green greeting me, a tree with intelligence. I had already half guessed it, but hearing that Cheung-ha had formed a mutual aid contract with such a thing, and can command it in battle stirs something in me. So I open the Eye of Delusion breaking and look at the giant tree beneath my feet. The information rises at once. It is a Casimir world tree, silver rank growable, a world tree of ancient lineage, and as its rank climbs it can gradually reclaim the knowledge and abilities of the Casimir family buried in its bloodline, with nearly limitless growth potential. One tree, one world, and at a high enough level it can open a new world entirely. The master listed is Cheung-ha. I am simply stunned. Nearly limitless growth, the power to birth heaven and earth, and currently only silver rank but with a ceiling that is terrifying. This world really is unfair, that an existence of this tier should land in someone's hands so early. Then again, it proves that the dark world is no illusion running on a fixed program, but a real world of extreme randomness and infinite possibility. I stare at the world tree for a good 10 seconds, then gather myself and tell Cheung-ha her contract partner looks to be of a very high level, so I ask why a gold rank mutated beast is still so hard for her to handle. She smiles bitterly and explains that Little Green is indeed high level, but that if she were in perfect condition, Cheung-ha could never have formed a contract with her in the first place. Little Green is still in a growth state and needs vast amounts of energy to develop, she says, and every violent movement burns through that energy, enough that overspending it could drop her a whole rank. Resisting the mutated scythe just now nearly drained her dry, and if it comes back, Little Green will likely have no strength left to fight. Cheung-ha's plant perception tells her the deer has not gone far, that it is circling near her territory eating plants to recover, and that once it heals the wounds Little Green inflicted, it will certainly return. She pauses, her face bitter, and tells me that if I had come any later she had already prepared for the worst, feeding all her cultivated plants to Little Green and staking everything on a death match with the deer. Even a win on those terms would have been ruinous, she says, the cost far too high. Knowing now what the Casimir world tree truly is, I find the casual little nickname grating, a being that can grow without limit and create worlds, and she named it Little Green. I keep that to myself. Out loud I tell her not to worry, that I brought plenty of firepower, a full 176 silver level black scythe hunting ants fused with silver rank genes, plus a flashing black scythe hunting ant that's 09 mechanically modified. It is only a deer, I say, and even if my ant army cannot beat it outright, it can stall it until Will recovers and comes to help, so there will be no problem. That is not me being overconfident. By my read, no matter how much a sika deer mutated, it is still an herbivore, so how strong could it really be? I had only just dealt with a mutated lion, and even with Will's help my ants carried real weight in that fight and came out with hardly any losses. Every factor pointed the same way, so I was brimming with confidence. Then Cheung-ha's next words land like a basin of cold water over my head and chill that confidence flat. She tells me earnestly that this mutated sika deer is no ordinary deer, that I must not treat it as a common beast or I will pay dearly for it. The antlers on its head can loose sharp leaves that fly no slower than gunfire, and there are many of them, she says, and it used exactly that ability to gut Little Green. Worse, it can also send out vines to bind its target. Vines tough beyond reason and strong enough that some 20-year-old trees were torn out by the roots. As she lays out the deer's traits, my brow furrows deeper and deeper. Hold on, this deer sounds off. These abilities, they all sound like elemental attacks, and wood element at that. A mutated beast that fights purely with its body would hand my black scythe hunting ants a massive advantage. But a mutated beast that has mastered elemental attacks is a wholly different proposition. A mere silver-rank mutated unicorn wolf could wound a cluster of my ants with one skill, and the gold-rank mutated lion needed its explosive furious rage, then more than 10 direct slaps one after another, to do its damage. So how fierce would a gold-rank beast's elemental attack be? Would it not gut a black scythe hunting ant in a single blow? An herbivore stronger than a carnivore is too counterintuitive. My expression turns grim. A moment ago I had thought Little Green resisting the deer for only an hour was a little beneath her level. Now it is clear the world tree is exactly that, a world tree to hold off a gold rank beast wielding elemental attacks for a full hour at only silver rank. The situation is genuinely thorny. Still, retreating without firing a shot is not my style. I have to go see this mutated sika deer for myself and gather some intelligence, and perhaps my Eye of Delusion breaking will hand me a surprise. Golden light flickers in my right eye, and I raise my head and tell Cheung I understand, and will be careful, that while the deer is still recovering I will go scout it, and I ask her to guide me to its location. As I speak I turn to the edge of the branch and leap off it, dropping straight down from 30 meters up. She cries out for me to be careful, and looks down, only to see a huge winged ant catch me and ease me to the ground. The black scythe hunting ant fused with raven genes carries me down and lands without a stumble. With an ant's strength, hauling a man my size is nothing. only the ride quality cannot be guaranteed. Seeing me safe, Cheongha pats her chest in relief and calls down that she will have the plants show me the way. And to be careful. How can plants show the way, I wonder? And just then the flowers and grass beside me tilt gently toward the northeast, like a person pointing with an outstretched hand. So that is how it works, quite handy. I tell her that if it proves impossible I will come back and think of something, then mount the flashing black scythe hunting ant and spur it in the direction she indicated. The flashing ant runs a full 3.5 meters long but stands low, so I have to fold my legs up to keep my feet from dragging, like steering an oversized go-kart, not elegant in the least but far faster than my own 2 feet. Following the plants, I quickly lead a column of black scythe hunting ants to the edge of a dense forest, where Cheongha's plant guidance abruptly stops. I understand at once that the target must be close, and sure enough, a string of whistling sounds carries from somewhere ahead, followed by a heavy crash, as if something massive had slammed into the ground. I dismount fast, lower my body, lighten my steps, and creep forward, and after about 20 paces I peer through the gaps between the trees to find an open clearing. It is littered with thick fallen trees and broken stumps of every height, each stump's cross-section perfectly flat and smooth as a radish sliced by a kitchen knife. At the center of it all, a huge scythe deer with a pair of large emerald antlers stands with its head down, eating the tender shoots at the very crown of a felled tree. After it strips the tiny shoots, less than a hand's width long, it ignores the rest and looks up at another tree still standing nearby. The emerald antlers flash green. Several flying leaves shoot out in a straight line and slice clean toward the trunk, and the tree is cut through at the waist and crashes down. The deer ambles over, eats the shoots at that crown, ignores the rest again, and starts hunting a new target. So that is how this clearing came to be, and that explains the earlier noise. This mutated scythe deer is staggeringly wasteful, and at this rate no quantity of trees could ever satisfy it. No wonder Little Green fought it with everything she had. A creature moves to live, a tree moves to die. However gifted the world tree, she is still a tree with no legs, and if she had not resisted with all her might, this deer would have gnawed her bald. While the deer eats happily, I tuck myself out of sight, fix my gaze, and open the eye of delusion breaking, and its information appears. It is a mutated scythe deer, gold rank, and its abilities read out in full. There is a headbutt that rams with the antlers at a force reaching 500 kilograms, and a stomp that lifts the front hooves to crush with 750 kilograms of weight and 300 kilograms of force. There is a willow leaf flying dagger that condenses wood element energy for a second, and then looses willow leaf blades to cut the target, with longer charges spending more energy and throwing more blades. There is a vine entanglement that flashes the antlers green for 3 seconds before vines erupt under the target's feet to bind it, and a photosynthesis that lets it absorb sunlight to replenish wood element energy. Its status shows a minor injury at 86%, and energy at 71%, and its listed weaknesses are the abdomen, the eyes, the calf joints, and the tailbone. This detailed, my eyes go wide. This is practically reading the color of the deer's underwear. Every ability spelled out, its status, even its weaknesses, all laid bare. When I faced the mutated lion, I did not yet have this eye, and the intelligence I scraped together then was nothing but the names of a few abilities, which is exactly why I was caught flat and nearly took a terrible loss. Now, with a strategy guide this complete, if I plan it sensibly, I feel I could solo this mutated scythe deer outright. The deer is far from its peak right now, so I have to seize the window. Still, I am in no rush to act. When I outmaneuvered the mutated lion, the explosion fruit Cheongha gave me played a decisive role, so I wonder whether she still has any useful mutated plants on hand, since more preparation never hurts. I slowly pull back, leave Mowol to hold the other black scythe hunting ants and waiting off to the side, mount the flashing black scythe hunting ant, and ride back the way I came toward Cheongha's shelter. She sees me return so soon and assumes I found nothing useful, but seeing me come back unharmed, she breathes a sigh of relief all the same. Before I even reach her, I call up for her to check her manual, which puzzles her, since I am standing right in front of her and could simply speak. She opens the message anyway, and the next instant her pupils blow wide and she stares at the manual in disbelief, because what I sent her is precisely the mutated scythe deer's information I just pulled with the eye of delusion breaking. She murmurs that it cannot be possible. It is not that she failed to investigate the deer herself, but that her results matched mine against the mutated lion. Only a handful of ability names. She had no idea I gained this skill only after killing the lion, and now, seeing intelligence this thorough, she nearly weeps with regret and covers her face. With detail like this in hand earlier, she could have held the deer off at a fraction of the cost, and she should have pulled me over first to read it. While she sits there dazed, I ride up below, and since I brought only the flashing ant this time, I cannot fly up to the branch. So I shout from the ground that she saw the message, and ask whether she has any other items useful against the deer, telling her to hand them all over. There is no time to lose, I tell her. We strike while it is down, because if it fully recovers, the difficulty climbs again. She knows the urgency too, and having studied the information I sent, she has already worked out a plan. She runs back into the shelter and brings out a few items, calling down that the fight earlier was fierce, and these are all the useful things she has left. and then she simply tosses them down from above. I am pleased to see her move so fast, and then my smile freezes on my face, because among the items she throws are two bright red fruits I know all too well. Are those not the explosion fruits that nearly crippled the mutated lion? And she is dropping them from that height. Could she be so anxious she forgot what explosion fruit does? Watching the red fruit plummet, my pupils constrict, and I bend at once to grab the flashing black scythe hunting ant beneath me, meaning to ride it clear. But after 2 steps I stop, because a branch whips out, gently cradles the falling items, and eases to a halt right in front of me. It was Little Green stepping in just in time. So there was a backup plan, and she did not even drop a hint. I exhale, straighten up, take the items the world tree hands over, and feeling thoroughly foolish after that scare, I keep my head down, mount the flashing ant, and ride off fast, telling her I am leaving first. She tells me to go on, wishing me luck, telling me safety comes first. Behind me, perched on the branch, Jeongha covers her mouth and laughs softly, muttering that this is what I get for trying to look cool and scare people, and asking under her breath whether I will dare do it again next time. She threw the explosion fruit on purpose. Before I went to scout, I had leapt off that 30-meter branch and given her a real fright, and then I came back to do it all over, so she paid me back in kind. After laughing a while, she watches my figure shrink into the distance, her lips slowly settling, her gaze drifting in the direction I went, her eyes filled with worry. That guy did it on purpose, she thinks, absolutely on purpose. He was just chuckling about it a moment ago. I shake my head and look over the items she gave me. The 2 bright red ones are explosion fruits, of course, and besides them there are 3 black beans and 5 translucent pale blue fruits the size of blueberries, gleaming like precious gems. Riding hard on the flashing black scythe hunting ant, I read the 2 unknowns. The black bean is an earth silkworm bean, bronze grade, that greatly raises wood element resistance for 5 minutes, with multiple beans stacking. The blue fruit is a blue crystal fruit, bronze grade, that greatly raises movement speed for 10 minutes after use, also stacking. Good stuff. My eyes light up, because though both are only bronze grade, their effects are exactly what I need against the mutated Sika deer. My original plan was to have Moal command the ants to read the deer's skill tells, predict and dodge in advance, then swarm and strike its weak points, writing their numbers to bring it down at a cost that would likely be heavy. But these 2 items changed the picture entirely. The whole reason the deer was so hard to deal with was its elemental attacks against ants whose elemental resistance is poor, since one skill deals high damage across a wide area and my ants alone simply could not kill it. The overall strategy stays the same, but after I feed the flashing black scythe hunting ant these items, it can hold the deer head on by itself. I intend for the flashing ant to eat the whole lot, making it our spearhead the way Will was the spearhead against the lion, rather than spread the boost thinly across several ordinary ants of middling power. Far better to concentrate the resources on the strongest unit. With the flashing ant pinning the deer face to face, the other 100+ ants can coordinate strikes from ground and air against its rear, multiplying the efficiency more than tenfold, and slashing the losses. The thought has me a little excited, and just then the flashing ant carries me back to where Moal and the others wait. I speak with her silently through the contract, asking whether the deer has made any odd moves, and she reports that the target is still repeating its earlier behavior. Nothing unusual. I tell her to ready for action, that she will command every black scythe hunting ant, including the flashing one. The flashing ant is to hold the deer off while the rest sees openings on its weak points, and she must watch the deer's skill releases and have the ants dodge wherever possible. She answers that she understands. I dismount, take out all the earth silkworm beans and blue crystal fruits, and stuff them into the flashing ant's mouth. It closes its great jaws and swallows the lot, and within seconds its body begins to change, the black of its uncovered carapace deepening, several pale blue patterns surfacing on its head. The beans and the fruit are taking hold. I hand the 2 explosion fruits to 2 raven-fused black scythe hunting ants to serve as bombers, then turn and tell Mowal that she and I will pull back a little farther and to begin the operation. She answers, and as she and I withdraw from the clearing, the rest of the ants, led by the flashing black scythe hunting ant, march in fast from every direction. Another tree crashes down, and the mutated Sika deer, used to the routine, steps up to nibble the crown shoots. This is the 85th tree it has eaten. By its own sense of its body, it needs only 16 more to fully recover, and then it can go back and settle accounts with that big tree. What kind of tree was that, it wonders, with such endless pull on it, a desire buried at the deepest level of its genes. The thought brings a look of obsession to its eyes and drool to its mouth, and suddenly the shoots taste like nothing. The trees it eats now are common, vulgar things whose finest parts cannot match a single tendril or leaf of the world tree, and if it were that tree it swears it would gnaw it to nothing, not a speck left. Not even the roots. Its eyes harden, and just as it means to keep eating to recover, its ears twitch twice. It stops, and it lifts its head to look around. Faintly it seems to catch a rustling. Dark shapes surface from every side of the clearing, revealing themselves before the deer. It startles, then calms, because these unknown creatures do not feel strong, and it is sure it can swat them aside easily. A vegetarian, it has no interest in black scythe hunting ants at all, just as it means to throw a few willow leaf daggers to shoo away the pests interrupting its meal. A larger armored black scythe hunting ant bursts out, charging at a speed wildly out of step with its bulk. Through Mowol's running feed, I tell her the battle has begun, and to report any critical situation the moment it arises. Under Mowol's real-time reports, I feel as though I stand on the battlefield itself, though I am a good 1,800 meters from the fighting, with a full grasp of every turn. The flashing black scythe hunting ant opens with the first strike, exploding forward like a cannon shell under the beast cores driving its armor. The instant it appears, it is already on the deer, jaws gaping, the upper jaw 1.5 meters long like a fusion of chainsaw and scythe, clamping up from below toward the deer's front lower leg joint, one of the weak points I had marked. The deer breaks into a cold sweat, startled by the speed, but it is gold rank after all, and a scythe deer famed for agility, so it bends its lower legs sharply, slams down on the ground, and bounds over 4 meters straight up. A 750-kilogram deer leaping 4 meters from a standstill is a jarring sight, and under that exaggerated jump, the flashing ant's opening attack whiffs its momentum, carrying it forward, until it crashes into a tree and reels, slightly dizzy. At this moment, the deer is still airborne and has its back turned. Yet against all expectation, it seems to have eyes behind it, its antlers glowing green, condensing several willow leaf daggers and loosing them at the dazed flashing ant. Not good. The deer's combat experience runs this deep, it can exploit even a sliver of an opening like that. Under Mowol's feed, the situation flips in a heartbeat, and where 1 second I was pleased by the flashing ant's swift strike, the next my chest tightens with worry for it. The daggers fly like bullets out of a barrel, and the flashing ant, only just shaking off its daze, has no time to dodge and takes them square on its back armor, and on the carapace the armor does not cover. There is a metallic clatter, and the willow leaves, delicate as they look, carve a groove 2 millimeters deep into the refined iron back armor. The power of those daggers is terrifying, and if even refined iron cannot fully stop them, surely the exposed carapace is in trouble. Just as I worry, Mowol's report comes in, and the exposed carapace on the flashing ant's back shows only a white scuff, nearly unharmed. The carapace is harder than refined iron. How is that possible? I am startled. Then it clicks. The willow leaf daggers look like physical attacks, but they are leaves condensed from wood element, so their core attack type is elemental and should hit harder than pure physical force. The reason they barely scratch the flashing ant is the wood element resistance from the earth's silkworm bean it ate before the fight. I shake my head in admiration. With that resistance, the deer's main weapon, the willow leaf daggers, is rendered all but useless, leaving it a lamb to the slaughter. So I tell Mowol to attack without restraint. Seeing its certain kill attack do nothing leaves the deer stunned, and the instant it lands, the flashing ant pounces and clamps its lower leg joint. The deer cries out in pain, tears its broken leg free, leaps aside, charges up, and looses dozens of willow leaf daggers at the flashing ant. But the ant deliberately turns its uncovered carapace to take the volley, and after a clatter of impacts, the unscathed thing lunges again, jaws snapping open and shut like a bloodthirsty butcher, and with a crunch it shears off another of the deer's lower legs. The deer bellows in pain and rage, almost out of its mind, its antlers flashing green for 3 seconds before it whips a vine out to bind the flashing ant. The vine moves like lightning, a guaranteed kill the ant could never dodge on reflex alone. The deer wears a fierce, triumphant look, and then the whole creature freezes, because the flashing ant had already sprung left half a second before the vine even surfaced. By pure reaction, the ant could never have dodged that vine. It dodged only because I had read the tell of the vine entanglement release, and Mowol had it jump in advance. Watching its certain kill miss, the deer falls into despair, and the next instant an energy beam punches into its abdomen and tears open a bloody hole. Countless black scythe hunting ants swarm in from every side at its weak points. The deer's earlier attacks had all failed against the flashing ant, and now, seeing identical-looking things pour in from all directions, it assumes they all share the flashing ant's powers and sinks into total despair. Out of tricks, it sprawls resigned on the ground and lets the swarm work it over, its eyes fixed blankly on the sky, where the crowns of several trees sway gently in the wind, as if waving it goodbye. The mutated scythe deer dies. A true life-and-death struggle is nothing like sparring between friends. No trading of pleasantries and drinks, but danger at every step with life and death settled in an instant. The fight between the black scythe hunting ants and the deer looked complex, yet it ran under 5 minutes from start to a decisive finish, ending with the deer dead and less than half of both the flashing ant's enhancement states spent. I feel a faint regret, wishing I had not fed it so many items at once, though that is hindsight. This was a gold-rank mutated beast with elemental attacks, and who would have guessed it would prove so fragile? With the Earth's silkworm bean's resistance turning back its elemental attacks, its remaining combat power came in under half a mutated lion's. Had the fight truly dragged, feeding the flashing ant more items mid-battle to sustain its states would have been hard, so a good outcome with only a slight waste of items is fine by me. I let out a long breath smiling, and have the black scythe hunting ants haul the deer back toward Xiongha's shelter, no longer bothering to muffle my speed or sound. And in under 2 minutes I am back at the world tree riding the flashing ant. Xiongha sits with her eyes closed beside the world tree's main trunk, her hands glowing green against the bark, focused on repairing Little Green's body. Hearing the commotion, she opens her eyes, sees it as me, relaxes, and smiles that I am back, that it is good I came through unhurt, and that the deer is powerful, so we will figure out another way. She has barely finished half the sentence when she sees the great column of black scythe hunting ants closing in behind me. A dozen or so in the middle walking steadily, some bearing a lower leg, some a deer head, some a thigh. Seeing the ants hauling assorted loose parts, Xiongha forms a faint guess, and a closer look at the deer head with its pair of emerald antlers confirms it. I took down the mutated scythe deer just by going out for a stroll. Her small mouth falls slightly open, her eyes wide as she stares at the corpse in shock, and she asks how I did it. I smile and tell her it was thanks to the items she gave me, the earth silkworm being above all, because once their wood element resistance went up, the deer's attacks became almost wholly useless against my ants, which let me kill it easily. She still cannot quite believe it, since she had used an earth silkworm bean herself on Little Green, and though the damage from the deer's attacks dropped, the tree was not left unscathed. After she voices that doubt, I understand at once and explain that my aunt's own physical and elemental resistance is not weak to begin with. I had earlier fused a mutated unicorn wolf gene into the flashing ant. I tell her, and though it did not gain the wolf's elemental attack, it inherited the thick fur, which should have added some elemental resistance. So that is how it was, she realizes. She smiles brightly and is about to say something when her whole body seems to hit a pause, freezing in place, and I react almost instantly. She must have just received the reward for killing a gold-rank mutated beast. Sure enough, golden light flares in the air the next second, and a glittering golden pouch like a sachet appears out of nowhere and drifts into her hand. She comes out of her daze and grips it, and I let out a breath of relief. I had been wondering. I killed the mutated lion in my own territory with a high degree of personal involvement, so it was perfectly reasonable that the area first kill reward came to me. But the deer just now I killed with my own ants, with almost no involvement from Xiongha, and I had worried she might not receive the first kill reward at all. These are 3 gold-grade items with enormous utility, and as a team it does not matter whose hands they fall into, since either way it is a huge boost to our overall strength. Seeing her receive it, I finally relax. She frowns, turning the pouch over with some confusion, then asks me what it is for, knowing I achieved the first kill before and would understand it. I smile and explain that once she opens this 100 treasures pouch, 100 gold-grade items will appear in midair. 100 gold-grade items, she repeats, her mouth falling open again in disbelief, not making a fuss so much as overwhelmed, and I see she has misread it, so I shake my head and continue. It is not what she imagines. The 100 items appear as tiny light spheres. She can choose only 3, and only within 10 seconds, and through the selection the 100 orbs spin and fly so fast that the contents inside are nearly impossible to make out, so it is almost entirely a random draw. So that is how it works, she says, relieved, since 100 gold-grade items was simply too much, and 3 chosen at random feels far more grounded. She smiles and says that being able to kill this gold-rank beast and save Little Green is already extraordinary luck for her. 3 gold-grade items on top of that. If anything we draw turns out useful to me, she tells me, I should feel free to take it. I shake my head and tell her there is no need to be so polite, that she has a share in my aunt's too, so there is no call to keep such distance. She smiles faintly, says no more, and gently lifts the hand holding the sachet, asking me to watch the items as they appear, and if I can touch the orbs too, to help her pick them together. That would be an interesting experiment. If someone besides the user can also grab from the pouch, then with one person focused on a single item, at the start of the countdown before the orbs speed up, the odds of seizing a desired type rise considerably. I nod and tell her I will try, and ask what type she is most interested in, plant fruits or otherwise. She says she would prefer sustainable resource type items, the kind everyone can use, and adds that springform items tend to have the highest chance of being sustainable resources, like my mutated spring water, since she has seen others with different kinds of springs on the world channel. I agree, telling her we will prioritize springs, and that even if I cannot grab them, I can at least keep watch for her. Strategy set, she opens the pouch, and in an instant countless golden spheres burst out and shoot into the air, a miniature item visible inside each one. They pause a beat, then spin and scatter, and Xiongha calls out that it has started. 9 seconds left. I lock my gaze on the hundreds of spheres, searching hard for any sign of a spring-type item, and immediately my head swims and my eyes ache. Random grabbing really may be the only option. I give a bitter smile, and just as I am about to tell her to simply snatch 3 at random, something occurs to me and my eyes brighten. I wonder what the eye of delusion breaking would do to the spheres in the air. The thought is barely formed before golden light flickers in my right eye, and I turn it on the orbs. At once, every sphere in my vision changes. Lines of information surfacing above each one. Fur grass, gold rank. A first-tier trial scroll, gold rank. A demon-breaking bow, gold rank. My pupils blow wide, surprised and delighted, because the eye of delusion breaking can pierce these golden spheres and read the items inside. The shells block enough that I can only make out the names, not the detailed effects. But that is plenty. With only 5 seconds left, I want to find the most valuable items fast and try to grab them. And just then I notice one orb that is different, a faint purple glow beneath the gold. What is that? The golden purple orb threads through the others at speed, trailing a purple exhaust flame as it moves, and through the eye of delusion breaking it stands out like a firefly in the dark. Drawn to it, I fix my gaze, follow it, and read it. A mechanical heart. Gold rank. Growable. A growable item. I am stunned, my thoughts turning fast. I have seen only 3 growable items so far. Cheongha's Casimir World Tree, the bloodthirsty battle axe I opened from my own pouch, and now this mechanical heart. I had cracked the bloodthirsty battle axe open casually before and thought little of it, but now, under the eye of delusion breaking, I finally grasp it. Growable items are a 1 in 100 rarity. Out of every 100 items in a whole pouch, only 1 carries the growable tag, and I had pulled 3 at random and opened 1. A sheer explosion of luck. Having found the rarest thing here, there is nothing to deliberate. I steady myself, sharpen my gaze, fix on the gold-purple orb, and snatch. Got it. Feeling its warm solid weight in my hand, I am delighted, since I had been unsure whether I could even grab an item from Cheongha's pouch, and now I exhale. 3 seconds left. Cheongha watches the dazzling swirl, faint golden stars flickering in her eyes, and seeing me move she stops hesitating and grabs a golden orb. After a quick glance at it she means to grab another, when suddenly a black shadow sweeps in from the side and seizes one of the remaining orbs. As it takes the third, all 3 picks are spent, and the other 97 orbs dissolve in the air. Where did that person come from to snatch it? Cheongha and I both freeze, then look toward where the shadow went, and seeing its true face we both relax. Cheongha chides Little Green for acting on her own and frightening us, asking what she would have done if she had picked a bad item. The world tree rustles its leaves softly, and Cheong's face lights with joy as she explains to me that Little Green sensed an item among the orbs that could strengthen her, which is why she suddenly reached out. So that is how it is. It seems that besides my eye of delusion breaking, the world tree as a very high-level being has unknown means of her own to see through the spheres. Cheongha asks what item I got, saying she could not make out the contents and simply grabbed one at random in the final seconds, and wonders how her luck ran. As she speaks, she opens the orb in her hand and a transparent glass bottle of fine golden sand appears. One sweep of my eye of delusion breaking reads it. It is golden sandy loam, gold rank, a renewable resource that produces 100 grams a day, greatly enriches soil and accelerates plant growth, and greatly enhances metal properties when used in metallurgy. Used by earth affinity creatures, it raises growth speed, and over long use it raises the growth ceiling. Good stuff. This rich woman foodie just casually scooped up a resource item. Such luck. Cheongha sees the information too and turns to me overjoyed, saying she got a resource item, one that enriches soil and perfectly matches her abilities. I am stunned because the golden sandy loam has 3 effects and she mentioned only 1. I certainly do not think she is hiding anything, since there would be no reason to, and in a flash I understand. My eye of delusion breaking read information beyond the item's standard effects, so I quickly send her the fuller information I saw, smiling that there is more, that she should look at what I sent. More? She is startled and picks up her manual, and seeing the detailed read her small mouth falls open in shock again, but she had already seen the deer's detailed information I sent earlier, so she has some resistance built up. And where last time the urgency kept her from asking, this time she reacts at once and asks whether I have a detection type skill. Seeing she has guessed it, I smile and nod in confirmation. I never meant to hide it. Since working with her going forward, I will inevitably keep using the eye of delusion breaking. I point to my golden right pupil and explain that my detection skill came from the 100 treasures pouch, that it reads more detailed information on creatures and items, and that I just discovered it can even see through the items inside the pouch's golden orbs. If I can see through the orbs, that is as good as choosing 3 gold rank items myself. I read her thought from her expression and shake my head, telling her it is not so extreme, that the orb shielding is strong enough that my eyes catch only the item names, not the detailed effects. Far from disappointed, her cheeks flush and she says excitedly that it is still very impressive, then asks what item I openly chose. I do not keep her in suspense and hand her the orb. She takes it, finds it unremarkable, no different from the one she picked, so she does not look closer and simply crushes it. A palm-sized metal thing of intricate gears and mechanical structure, shaped like a heart, appears in her right hand, and its weight drags her hand down so suddenly it looks about to slip and crash to the ground. I am quick enough to grab her right hand with both of mine, and together we keep the metal item up. Cheongha feels her hand sink under the metal heart, then feels it caught by a pair of large hands that keep it from smashing down. This is a precious thing I chose with my detection skill, and given its intricate make it would be a grievous loss if it broke, so seeing it held secure her racing heart slowly steadies. Then she registers the warmth of the large hand around hers, and the heart she had just calmed begins to pound again as the situation dawns on her. Her pretty face flushing, she quickly calls to the world tree to take it, and a branch lashes out to wrap and tighten around the metal item. With it firmly held, she pulls her hand free and steps back half a pace, murmuring thanks with her head down, then looks up at the heart the gem produced. Watching her flustered reactions, and the softness that slips so quickly out of my hands, I touch the tip of my nose and look at the heart wrapped in the branch. I already know its name, the mechanical heart, but not its specific effect, so golden light flickers in my right eye and the information surfaces. The mechanical heart, gold rank, global, greatly enhances its host's control over mechanical creations and metal materials once it recognizes a master, can grant a mechanical creature life and intelligence when fused with one, and improves in quality with the host's understanding of mechanics. This is tailor-made for 09. I cannot help a look of shock. Cheong-ha saw less of the information and finished reading earlier without speaking, and seeing my expression change after I finish, she sighs with a complicated look that she never expected the pouch to yield an item of this caliber, that it is too perfect for 09. I nod and smile that 09 truly lucked out, that we must exploit her thoroughly, or it would not be fair to the divine item we fought tooth and nail to get for her. Cheong-ha laughs at the teasing, and the strange tension between us dissolves. She tells me she has no need of 09's mechanical creations right now, and since I happen to need 09's help to build a shelter, I should give the mechanical heart to her. Several joint missions in, the two of us are familiar enough that I do not decline and simply take it. Then I ask about the item her world tree grabbed, and we look to see what it is. Cheong-ha nods, asks Little Green to show her the treasure she picked, and the world tree rustles its leaves joyfully and hands over the golden gem it took. Cheong-ha strokes the branch with a faint smile, takes the gem, and opens it, and a walnut-sized emerald ball appears. The read surfaces for us both. It is a plant essence orb, gold rank, a treasure orb holding a vast amount of wood element energy, which plants can fully absorb to raise their life potential. The information is simple and pure, and even with my eye of delusion breaking, I can pull nothing further from it. Seeing it, Cheong-ha shows even more excitement than she did over the mechanical heart. First, she strokes the branch and tells Little Green she chose well. Then she turns to me, thrilled, and says this is wonderful, that with the plant essence orb Little Green's damage from this battle should fully heal, that she might even advance further to the peak of silver rank. Then she asks whether I remember what she told me the day before yesterday. With one thing after another these past 2 days, I have long forgotten which matter she means, and after frowning in thought, I can only shake my head. She continues that it is about advancing, asking whether I still have a first-tier trial scroll, and reminds me she had said that once of her abilities improved, she would test my life potential before I undertook the advancement trial. Right, there was such a thing, I realize. She explains that the ability to test life potential is something only Little Green possesses, and it requires reaching the peak of silver rank to use. Little Green was nearly at that peak before this battle set her back, she says, but with the plant essence orb it should be no issue. So that is how it is. Does this mean I will soon know whether I can advance? I do not know what advancement entails, or what it brings, so the thought leaves me both excited and a little apprehensive. This is not a game where you level up the instant the bar fills. Even learning a skill is excruciating, never mind advancement, or who knows what dangers might arise. As I deliberate, Cheong-ha adds that Little Green will still need some time to absorb the plant essence orb, and once she has and can test my life potential, she will let me know. I nod and tell her that she is in a weakened state, so I will leave her 10 silver rank black scythe hunting ants, 5 flying and 5 regular. Since she has no mutual aid contract with the ants, I add she can only command them through a few instructions I have already trained into them, and I will head back to the shelter to handle some matters and await her news. She tells me goodbye. Teleporting back, it turns out, does not require each unit to stand on the array, since they can all return together, though I do not know the principle behind it. We exchange farewells, and I vanish with over 100 black scythe hunting ants in a flash of white light, leaving only 10 behind. Cheong-ha watches me go, and for reasons she cannot name, her pretty face flushes faintly before she shakes her head and busies herself again. I feel as though I only blinked, and the next second I stand in a sparse jungle, fallen broken trees and countless pits all around, exactly where my group fought the mutated lion. So I am back, returned to the precise spot I teleported from, which is convenient. I look at my hands, curious about the teleport, then look up at Mowal and tell her that besides the mutated lion there should still be plenty of roaming mutated beasts in the territory, and to take some ants and clear them all out. She answers that she understands, and with that task handed off, I do not stand idle but mount my personal ride, the flashing black scythe hunting ant, and gallop toward the shelter. I have a gold rank beast core now, so I should be able to upgrade the level 4 shelter. I bend my legs, grip the carapace beneath me, and lean low against the ant's back to spare myself the harsh cold wind, taking battle updates from Mowal as I hurry on. Under the flashing ant's extreme speed, the bushes around me streak past, and a small wooden house rises into view and grows nearer. Arriving near the shelter, I swing a leg over, dismount, pat its back, and thank it. telling it to go help Mowal. With it sent off, I stand before the trim wooden house, take out my manual, and read the upgrade conditions. The shelter is at level 3, an exquisite wooden house, and to upgrade it demands 2,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, every upgradable facility raised to level 3, and 1 gold rank beast core. I rub my chin and study the terms. The hardest piece, the gold rank beast core, is already settled. Next comes upgrading the facilities. I currently have only 3 upgradable facilities: the farmland, the beast pens, and the workbench. Though I have not tried upgrading yet, based on the materials level 1 facilities took to build, I conservatively estimate that pushing all 3 to level 3 needs at least 1,500 units of wood and 500 units of stone. That puts the total around 3,500 units of wood and 2,500 units of stone. Even for me, that is a hefty amount. I frown and tally what I have. The black scythe hunting ants have already cut every tree within 800 meters of the shelter, and I hold a total of 2,610 units of wood. Not even enough for the wood alone, let alone the 2,500 units of stone. Without Xianha and the others supporting me, gathering it all today is impossible. I shake my head. I cannot lean too hard on allies. Once Mowal clears the surrounding mutated beasts, I will have the ants fell trees from farther out, trade for more materials. And by tomorrow I should have enough. Plan in place, I move toward the farmland and beast pens, deciding to first upgrade the 3 facilities to level 2 to clarify the total resources needed. Walking between them, I read the farmland first. The level 1 farmland, built for 200 units of wood, is 100 square meters of protected ground, immune to dark world monster attacks, where crops can grow, and its upgrade condition is 500 units of wood. Just to reach level 2 it wants 500 units of wood. I frown, a bad feeling rising, and look at the beast pen beside it. The level 1 beast pen, built for 200 units of wood and 50 units of stone, is 100 square meters of protected pen, also immune to monster attacks, where creatures can be raised. Its upgrade wants 500 units of wood and 200 units of stone. Good heavens, even more exaggerated. I have not checked the workbench inside yet, but I doubt it differs much. At this rate, raising all 3 to level 2 alone needs 1,250 units of wood and 400 units of stone, nearly what I had just estimated for taking them all the way to level 3. Are the conditions for a level 4 shelter a little too extreme? Even I find them overwhelming, and ordinary survivors likely have no shot at a level 4 shelter at all. Before level 4, each upgrade demanded a meaningful jump in resources, but nothing near the enormous leap from 3 to 4, and I have a faint suspicion about it. Could the level 4 shelter hold something special? Special enough that the Dark World walls most survivors out through its conditions. What that something is, I long to know, but with my funds short, I have to set the question aside for now. Let it wait another 2 days, since the cold wave has not even arrived, so the need to upgrade is not yet urgent. The priority right now is dealing with any gold rank mutated beasts that might exist in Will's and 09's territories. It is not only their safety I am weighing, but the mission rewards. The area first kill of a gold rank mutated beast grants 100 treasures pouch that lets me choose 3 gold grade items. With my Eye of Delusion breaking plus my ability to help others extract treasures, a single pouch can almost reliably yield 1 growth type artifact like the Bloodthirsty Battle Axe or the Mechanical Heart, along with 2 resource items. I have coveted growth type items like those for a long time, and none so far have suited me, but if I help Will and 09 handle their gold rank beasts, that is 2 more growth type items in play, and surely among them I can find one that fits me. The thought leaves me restless. I pick up my manual and open the friend channel, pausing over the avatars. Will has not replied, likely still asleep, so my finger skips his avatar and taps 09's below it. I ask whether any gold rank mutated beasts have appeared in her territory, and her reply comes instantly. Not yet, she says, but she has only set up life detectors within a 1,000-meter radius around her shelter, so it is not impossible they exist farther out. Not within 1,000 meters? I read it and think a moment. So far, only my territory and Chomhas have turned up gold-ranked beasts, a mutated lion and a mutated sika deer, 1 carnivore, 1 herbivore, and yet both were ferocious and highly mobile, reaching the shelter within an hour at most. It has already been 2 hours into the day, with no gold-ranked beast inside 1,000 meters of 09's shelter, so most likely her territory simply has none today. There is a slim chance a homebody beast that rarely moves is sitting undetected somewhere though. So I reply, offering to bring some ants skilled in reconnaissance to her shelter and scout her entire territory to settle whether any gold-ranked beasts are there. She goes quiet a moment, then replies that perhaps we should not, that it is very safe there right now. Seeing her refuse, I am startled. Then I get it. 09 is extremely socially anxious offline, and she is probably too embarrassed to meet me alone. I smile and reply that I see that I had been thinking of bringing her a meeting gift for my first visit, but since it is inconvenient, never mind. A meeting gift. 09, sitting cross-legged and eating a lollipop, tilts her head in confusion and quickly types to ask what meeting gift. I say nothing, only attach the item information for the mechanical heart. On the far end 09 sees it, Her eyes go wide, her mouth falls open, and she does not even notice the lollipop dropping to the floor. 09 looks at the mechanical heart's information, her head spinning, and after a dazed moment she snaps back and pounces on her manual, hands flying across the screen so fast they blur. She calls me Big Brother, says I truly am her big brother, demands to know why I did not tell her about such a good thing sooner, insists it is very convenient there, and tells me to hurry. A flurry of rapid beeping bursts from my manual a few seconds after I send the information, and even thousands of miles off I can feel her excitement, so I reply with a smile not to rush, that I am coming now. As I speak, I call out all the sentry ants through the mutual aid contract, and half a minute later they crawl from the ant nest entrance one by one and line up neatly at the door. With them nearly assembled, I send a teleportation request to 09, and it is approved almost the instant it goes out, a white array appearing on the shelter's ground. The speed of the approval leaves me briefly stunned. This girl is genuinely impatient. I shake my head with a smile and have the sentry ants step onto the array first. Unlike the large black scythe hunting ants, the sentry ants number as many as 500, but run far smaller, so dozens to hundreds cross at a time, and in only half a minute all 500 have teleported away into the shelter. I follow close behind, picking up the mechanical heart and completing the final crossing. When I open my eyes, I stand in what looks like a mechanical workshop, at least 60 of the 80 square meters of the shelter taken up by mechanical parts, gears, and machine tools. Most of my sentry ants, having teleported in, have been deposited into this tangle, and many are now lost in the maze-like mechanical zone, bumping left and right in search of a way out. The only relatively tidy spot in the whole shelter is the space near the wooden bed. 09 sits cross-legged on the little wooden bed, her long white hair draped carelessly down her back. Dark circles fixed almost permanently under her eyes from who knows how many sleepless days and nights. Yet her pale blue eyes are bright, fixed intently on me, though she says nothing and does not dare approach. The moment I land, I sweep my surroundings and feel her burning gaze, and turning, I meet her eyes for a few seconds. She blushes faintly under my look, but holds firm, watching me with anticipation. I do not tease her, only greet her with a smile, calling it a welcome gift as I walk over and carefully set the mechanical heart on her workbench with both hands. The instant it is out, her eyes cannot leave it, fixed on the magnificent creation, utterly captivated. As soon as it touches the bench, she springs up to pounce on it, but her legs, numb from sitting cross-legged so long, give out, and she pitches face first to the floor with a thud, crying out in pain. There is really no need to be this impatient, is there? I am stunned a beat, then quickly grab her by the shoulders from behind. Her body is very light and soft, well under 80 pounds by my guess, and with my own training I lift her easily and help her sit on the edge of the bed. Dusty and disheveled, in enough pain that snot bubbles form and a few clear tears slip free, she murmurs an almost inaudible thanks, recovers a moment, then excitedly pounces on the mechanical heart again and fiddles with it in rapture. I shake my head helplessly and ask whether it is convenient for me to explore her territory. Hearing the question, she looks up at me, then quickly drops her head, says nothing, and grabs the manual to tap on it with her slender fingers. My manual chimes, and sure enough, it is from her, telling me to do as I please, and not to disturb her research on the mechanical heart. The contrast between her online and offline selves is too much. I look at her, busy with the heart, with a strange expression, then rise, open the shelter door, and send the flashing sentry ant to lead the sentry ants in scouting for any gold-ranked mutated beast in her territory. Mowell stayed home to direct the clearing of beasts and the cutting of trees, so she could not help me command the sentry ants here. But I brought the sentry ant queen, and though her command is not as smooth and precise as Mowell's, it is enough. I have her monitor the situation while I play the hands-off manager, studying the items in 09's shelter as I take in the investigation summaries the queen relays. Because the shelter has a life detector within a 1,000-meter radius, we only need to scout beyond that range, and in just 15 minutes, after losing 17 sentry ants, the queen has surveyed the territory and summed it up. 3 silver-grade mutated beasts found, plus 15 bronze-grade and 32 black iron rank. I cannot help my surprise. No gold-ranked beast turned up, yet there are indeed many others. And from my quick look, 09's shelter has almost no defensive capability. So how has she stayed safe amid a surrounding horde like that? I ask her, telling her there are a great many mutated beasts near her territory, whether there is no danger, and whether she needs my help clearing them out. She pauses over the mechanical heart, pulls the manual over, and types that it is not needed for now. Her shelter has a beast-repelling sonar and Will's beast-repelling powder, she says, and with the dual protection almost no mutated beasts can get close, though these methods only work on beasts below gold rank for now. So that is how it is. I understand. No wonder I had not heard a single beast roar after so long in the shelter, with that many layers of protection in place. A pity it does nothing against gold rank beasts, so for me right now it is not much use. She keeps typing, telling me I should hurry and open up the underground shelter. That with the mechanical heart, her mechanical operation and design skills have greatly improved, and that based on existing technology, she can already begin preliminary modifications to my shelter. Is it finally time? Giving her this mechanical heart was the right call. I tell her I will head back, that I will call her once I have built the initial framework, and seeing the message she is clearly delighted. I greet her and leave with the sentry ants, and a flash of white light carries us back to the shelter. The moment I return, I contact Mole for the mutual aid contract, telling her to command all the tunneling ants to keep eating the black rot soil, and while there is still time, to upgrade the tunneling ants to bronze grade first. No sooner have I given Mole the order than the tunneling ant queen leads a column of tunneling ants out in single file toward the northeast of the shelter. That stretch is already cleared of mutated beasts, so I have nothing to worry about for their safety. Then a thought lands on me. The golden sandy loam Xiongha just opened from her pouch is gold-ranked soil that raises the growth rate and growth ceiling of Earth affinity creatures, and tunneling ants live by eating soil, which makes them Earth affinity if anything is. So the loam would work on them too. Still, I have plenty of black rot soil left, more than enough to push the tunneling ants to bronze grade, while the loam produces only a trickle each day, and has a dozen other uses. Better to save the good steel for the cutting edge, I decide, and hold the loam until they reach bronze grade. With every ant out working, I cannot just sit and rest, because the level 4 shelter still has gaping resource holes to fill. So I settle at the workbench to craft quick hemostatic bandages, the item I sell best and at the highest margin. Right now, every survivor territory in the Dark World faces the same problem of swelling mutated beast numbers, which means a great many people are getting hurt, which means bandages will sell like nothing else. The trouble is they take plant fiber, adhesive, and coagulation serum, and I burn through everything I bought before. I ask Xiongha for some plant fiber, then spend 500 units of wood buying 100 units of adhesive from a trader named Rio Seol. Will is still out cold, so I have to buy 100 units of coagulation serum off the trade channel for 2,000 units of wood. I have truly emptied my pockets, scraping the bottom of every reserve, but it is worth it. Setting aside the plant fiber Xiongha gave me, a single quick hemostatic bandage cost me only 25 units of wood to make, and at the going rate one sells for 300 without a moment on the shelf. If the things were not so brutal on my spiritual power that I cannot churn them out back to back, one hard night would gather everything the level 4 shelter needs. Before I start though, I look at the workbench itself. To do a job well, first sharpen the tools. A level 1 workbench cut my crafting time by 5% and eased the fatigue. A real difference, and a level 3 bench would be better still. And a level 3 bench is a prerequisite for the level 4 shelter besides. Upgrading it first is the move that kills several birds at once. My funds are nearly all tied up in materials. Not enough to push the bench to level 3, but I am not without a backup. Of the bandages I crafted earlier, after handing some to Will and the others I still have 7, so I list all 7 on the trade channel at 300 apiece, and within 5 minutes they are gone, leaving me 2100 units of wood richer. With resources in hand, I open the bench's terms. It wants 250 units of wood and 200 units of stone to go from 1 to 2, and I confirm. The small wooden table, barely over a meter wide, swells into a bluestone slab half again as broad, sturdier and far more stable. I feel the comfort of it for a moment and check the next tier. 1,000 units of wood and 500 of stone. The demand has leapt again. From this alone, I can guess the animal pens and farmland will be just as greedy at level 3. I have wood enough now, but I am short on stone, so I exchange 600 units of wood for 500 of stone at the going ratio, and confirm the second upgrade. A white marble countertop 2 meters wide settles into place before me. I pat the smooth, solid surface with a wry smile and tell it that it had better earn back everything it just cost me. I clear the clutter, draw a slow breath, let my gaze sharpen, and begin crafting bandages. 8 minutes later, the first one rests in my hand, a clean 20% off the old crafting time, and I still feel fine, no fatigue worth mentioning. Upgrading the bench first was exactly right. I settle into a rhythm, stacking each finished bandage to the side as one after another comes off the marble, until the dizziness creeps back behind my eyes and I have to rub my temples. The bench eases fatigue, but I have been at this too long, and I am still grinding. Just as I steel myself to push through, Mole's message reaches me, telling me the evolution success rate for every tunneling ant has hit 100%. They can finally advance to bronze grade. Relief and joy both. And I check the clock, only to find the day will end in roughly half an hour. So there is no need to keep forcing bandages out of myself. I have made 17 while resting between the work, worth about 5,100 units of wood. Not quite enough for the level 4 shelter, but close. And with no urgency left, I can sign all 17 to the trade channel at 350 apiece. Then I reach for Mole through the contract and tell her to bring all the tunneling ants home and ready them to advance. I add, after a beat, that the black scythe hunting ants should finish dissecting the mutated beast flesh, store it in the cellar, and come back too. She answers that she understands. With half an hour left to nightfall, the day's kill count was no small thing, and butchering all of it is heavy work, but there are nearly 200 black scythe hunting ants, so they will finish in time. I drop into my chair and wait. Soon an earthy brown head pushes up out of the ant nest entrance, the tunneling ant queen, not the front door but the nest, which startles me a beat before I get it. These diggers must have tunneled themselves a back door somewhere. After the queen climbs free, one earthy brown body after another follows, All 23 tunneling ants in position, and a glance confirms every one of them, the queen included, sits at 100%, so I give the order without hesitation, telling each of them to take a sip of the mutated spring water. They line up and drink, one after another, then hold their places and wait for the change to take them. With the rate maxed, I have no fear of an accident, and I watch them with anticipation, until a problem crashes into me and my face changes. When the tunneling ants advanced from no grade to black iron rank, their size jumped 100-fold, from 5 millimeters to half a meter. So how big do they get this time? Surely not 50 meters. 1 or 2 at that scale would split the shelter open from inside. It is nearly dark, and if my own ants burst my home now, that is a catastrophe, killed not by a gold-rank beast, but by my own people. Cold sweat prickles down my back and I move fast, ordering them all outside to finish evolving in the open near the farmland. They rise and file out, and I hurry after them. Dusk has come down, the last ray of sun bleeding off the horizon, throwing long dark shadows over the 23 ants, and with the trees gone, a cold wind drags fallen leaves and grit across the ground, until I have to squint just to keep my eyes open. I watch them with dread, picturing giants I will have nowhere to stow once true night falls. They do not keep me waiting long. After about 3 minutes, their bodies begin to swell, half a meter to 1 meter, 1 meter to 2, climbing under my eye until each one settles at 5 meters long and 2 meters tall, earthy brown behemoths standing on the ground like a row of small hills. I let out the breath I was holding. 5 meters I can house. Anything wilder and I would have been stranded. With night almost on me, I do not bother reading their information. I tell the tunneling ant queen to take them down to the nest, and she crosses to a meter-wide opening near the farm, and waves a foreleg at the column behind her. A few of them come up, widen the mouth, and bore in, vanishing in a blink. Then the queen leads the rest down after, the last one staying to fill and level the opening behind them. I head back into the shelter myself, take up a kerosene lamp, and descend the nest steps to find them. The evolution cost them a brutal energy deficit, so they are all buried head down in the earth, eating dirt by the mouthful, which is the whole charm of soil-eating ants. They refuel on nothing but the ground itself. And since I want the underground shelter dug deeper anyway, them feeding here saves me even the labor of hauling the spoil out. While they gorge, I leave them be and turn the eye of delusion breaking on them. The queen, a reproductive ant, holds no surprises, gaining only a production expansion ability, and when I read the ordinary diggers, the information comes back no richer than what I already knew, which puzzles me until it clicks. Through the species contract, my read on my own ants is already exhaustive, so detailed the eye cannot add a thing. Still, one new line stands out on the common tunneling ants, now bronze grade. Construction type, their abilities listed as rapid excavation, all-rounder, and a fresh one, structural master. I query the queen through the contract to learn what it does. With structural master, the tunneling ants dig tunnels along a sound, deliberate structure, so what they carve out stays safe. And better still, they read intent exactly. I need only picture the architecture I want and give the word, and without any drawn-out back and forth, they replicate the vision perfectly. That lands is pure delight. The ability does not raise their raw digging speed, but it is priceless all the same, because conveying anything precise across a species barrier is a nightmare. People struggle to communicate cleanly with each other, never mind a man in a colony of ants, and a species contract only lets me hand them basic commands. Getting them to build the underground shelter exactly as I imagine it would have been agony. With structural master, it is effortless. Even if I wanted an absurd ice cream cone spiral of a base, they would render it faultlessly. But I want nothing so silly. Back in my university days, I worked a stint passing out flyers, some of them for luxury apartment blocks. And bored on the job, I would study the floor plans printed on them, the layouts and dimensions, until I had them memorized. At the time, I only looked on with envy, never dreaming a penniless nobody like me would one day afford such a place. Never dreaming the daydream would actually come true. A 200 square meter unit is modest, but enough to live in for now and light on materials, so I will build one to start and slowly grow my underground kingdom out from there. I push the layout straight into the queen's mind, contract the project to her, and tell her to begin once she has absorbed enough energy. Even with the level 3 bench softening it, all those bandages have hollowed me out, no strength left to make a single one more, so I sink into my chair and wait for night. A dozen minutes slide by and night arrives on schedule, and when I glance at the clock, my brow tightens. The night now runs 18 hours, which leaves only 6 hours of daylight tomorrow. Every other day, the night swells by half an hour and the day shrinks to match, a clockwork creep that has not faltered once. At this pace, in another 12 days, the whole world drops into endless night, and without a halfway safe daytime to forage in, most people will burn through their supplies and die inside a few days. While I sit there worrying over my future, the manual chimes and snaps me upright. Will's avatar is flashing fast. He is awake at last, the man who took those wounds fighting for me, and I feel a real weight lift as I open the message. He is staggered. The 100 treasures pouch could yield something so high in tier. Says the battle axe fits his skill set like it was made for him. asks what I need, and swears that whatever he can supply is mine. I tell him there is no call for that it is thanks to him we put down the mutated lion at all, and that he should simply take the axe and use it. Once he finishes his own regional first kill mission and pulls something suited to me, he can give me that instead. As I say it, I open a trade and pass the bloodthirsty battle axe straight to him. He does not stand on ceremony, thanks me, and accepts. Then I ask whether he has turned up any gold rank mutated beast in his territory. He has only been awake a few minutes, and has not scouted thoroughly, he says, but he has a perception skill that reads the strength of a creature's aura, and nothing near his territory registers at gold rank. My brow knots on its own, a bad premonition surfacing. I visited 09's land during the day and found no gold rank beast, and now Will's territory has none either. To me, a gold rank mutated beast is no longer a flag for danger, but a synonym for treasure. Cheongha and I have already cleared our first kills, so ours are spent, but Will and 09 have not, and each of them stands to gain another 100 treasures pouch the moment they down a gold rank beast. If some other survivor snatches their regional first kills out from under them, that is a staggering loss. Today is the first day gold rank beasts have appeared, so it is still fine since few people can kill one yet. But if their territories spawn nothing tomorrow either, the odds of being beaten to it climb sharply. Rather than wait to be robbed, I would rather seize the initiative, so I ask Will whether he has abilities tied to beasts, and he tells me he has methods for traps, taming, and weakening alike. Then I ask whether he has any way to draw beasts in, gold rank ones specifically. Will, who has no idea I already handled Xiangha's gold rank beast, takes the question hard. He felt the power of those things today, and without his berserk skill he might have died out there. And now, I am proposing to provoke one on purpose. Yet on reflection, since we managed to kill one today and walked away with such spoils, he decides it is not impossible. He asks, plainly, whether I mean to bait a gold rank beast tomorrow, kill it, and lock down a regional first kill. I tell him exactly. That time waits for no one, and that I am worried his and 09's regions will stay empty tomorrow and the kills will be stolen. He counters that Xiongha still has a gold rank beast in her territory, that the four of us are already among the top survivors and ordinary players surely cannot kill a gold rank beast, so why not just deal with hers first? There is a snag, I tell him. The gold rank beast in Xiongha's territory, I went and killed it after he passed out. He goes silent on the far end, and I can almost see him rubbing his eyes and reading it again to be sure he is not misread. He knows we faced the mutated lion at full strength and won only at the price of his grave wounds and my spent ants, and now, with my forces badly thinned, he believes I turned around and killed a second gold rank beast alongside Xiongha. He cannot credit my strength jumping that far in so short a span, so by simple elimination he lands on a conclusion. Xiongha must be that strong enough to put down a gold rank beast even with my depleted colony in tow. Terrifying, he thinks, fitting for the woman who founded our team. Boundless confidence floods him, and he agrees at once to the plan, telling me he will deploy a tuned lure potion across his territory tonight that will absolutely pull a gold rank beast in. Since we cleared 2 gold rank beasts in a single day, he adds, why not let him salt 09's territory the same way? So tomorrow we close 2 first kill missions in one sweep. So aggressive. I do not know he has misread the whole situation, but I run the numbers on our combat power, judge it workable, and agree. I tell him to get it arranged tonight and that we will strike together at first light tomorrow. And I ask whether setting traps in the dark will not be dangerous for him. He says he has a way. Settled then. I do not know how he means to manage it at night or what trick lures the beasts out by day, but the professional handles the profession's work, and since he is so sure of himself, trust is enough. If it goes well, tomorrow is another bumper harvest. We lock in the plan, he bids me goodbye and hurries off to brew his potions. I set the manual down, think a moment, then pick it back up and find Cheong's avatar, asking whether she has produced any new food. She gives a rueful answer. The mutated scythe hit her territory during the day, so she never got the chance to plant fresh multi-year winter wheat, and she has only 5,000 pounds of food in stock, which she offers to hand over whole for cultivating ants. That bad. 5,000 pounds is not nothing, but it falls short if I want to turn molewool loose breeding freely. I tell her there is no need for now, that I just harvested some gold rank materials and mean to try raising my ant's quality instead, so I will not be cultivating tonight, and I ask only for some mutated scythe blood. By my earlier experiments, fusing a gold rank beast's genes into an ant should lift its growth potential to gold rank, and I have mutated lion materials already while she has mutated scythe. More than enough between us. She fires off a trade with nearly all the deer materials loaded into the slot, and I have to stop her, telling her I do not need that much. I only want to run an experiment. It is fine, she says. She has little use for the stuff herself, and then she tells me not to use it all, to leave a little meat, since she has never tasted gold rank mutated beast yet. I smile and promise to grill her some when I am done, and she answers that it is a deal. The trade closes and the frozen, rock-hard deer flesh appears in my shelter, solid enough that it does not foul my room, though my room is not cold, and it would melt before long. So I call a black scythe hunting ant over, Slice off a clot of blood into a small wooden bucket to thaw for gene extraction, and have it haul the rest down to the cellar. That done, I bring out the mutated lion blood I readied earlier and settle at the bench to extract genes. Then the manual chimes again. Cheong-ha once more, with something she forgot to tell me. The last teammate, the one she mentioned before, she has reached out to him and he has agreed to sign a mutual aid contract and join us. I remember now. She told me about this person earlier, that he too was a top survivor, and Cheong-ha is not careless about people, so he must have some real strength. Before I can reply, she goes on. His name is Baekhyun. She has known him a while, so his character is guaranteed, and yet, she admits, she is actually not clear on his main combat ability. Not clear on his ability? We are about to let a man onto the team and we have not even pinned down his basic information. That seems reckless, and it stops me cold. As if she saw my face, she explains. Our combat power is already sufficient. She says, what we lack are teammates like 09 who raise the team's overall strength. Then she asks whether I remember the ant nest primordial nucleus she gave me when we first met. I nod to myself. Of course I remember it. Still sitting in my ant nest, only bronze grade but tailor-made for my ability. It raises the queen's breeding speed by 20% and slowly lifts the attributes of every ant inside the nest, and its one side effect of heavier food consumption is something I can even reverse into faster mutation. A quiet little marvel. Why is she asking about it? Before I can voice the question, she answers it. The primordial nucleus came from Baekhyun. He is extraordinarily skilled at people, she says, acquainted with many top survivors and with leaders of survivor organizations. And he can act as a bridge to obtain special items and materials that never surface on the trade channel. She does not know his combat ability for certain, but it cannot be weak, or he would not have held a leading position in his own region all this time. So that is the shape of it. No wonder she wants him aboard despite the blank on his fighting. If he truly does what she describes, he is a massive boost to the team's reach. I nod satisfied, then catch on a phrase she lets slip and frown. She said, survivors have formed organizations. Like our little team? I ask. I genuinely cannot picture survivors scattered across who knows how vast a distance banding together without the binding thread of a mutual aid contract. She shakes that off. How would that be possible, she says. A mutual aid contract is a rare item, and while we are not the only ones holding them, there are certainly not many. The organizations she means are not handfuls of people like us, but groups of 20 or 30 at least. So many of them, I press, and without a mutual aid contract, how do they hold discipline and trust together? People are social animals, she answers. They band together by nature. And there is more than one kind of binding besides a contract. Family bloodlines, shared faith, common goals and pursuits. All of it draws organizations into being. She is right. As long as people can speak to one another, they never stay isolated islands. Such organizations may lack the seamless coordination a contract gives us, but their strength is nothing to dismiss. I have never imagined myself invincible, not against the sheer mass of humanity. I am one ordinary man, a little stronger than most and doing well for now, and any force able to forge an organization plainly has its own edge. Who exactly is this Baekhyun, that he moves so easily among them? He absolutely has to be on our side. My gaze settles and I tell her I will lay the situation out for Will and the others. And if they raise no objection, we bring Baekhyun in, because we genuinely need a man like him right now. She says she will wait for my word. So I find Will and 09 on the manual and send them both the same message, asking what they think of the new member. Will replies that Baekhyun's abilities are clearly useful to us, and he has no objection. 09, in her clipped way, says that as long as it is not about mechanical manufacturing, the rest is ours to decide. Both in agreement, I let out a breath and tell Cheong-ha they are fine with it, that we should sign the contract, and that we can meet up when she is free. She answers that it is no problem, that she will ask Baekhyun when he is available, and she sounds glad, saying our 5-person team is finally complete, and it is time to gather. I set the manual aside and turn back to the mutated lion blood and the gene manipulator waiting on the bench. And just as I am about to start extracting, something stops me. From the 100 treasures pouch I drew 3 items in all, and besides the bloodthirsty battle axe and the eye of delusion breaking, there was also a sublimation scroll. The scroll lifts any item below gold rank up 1 rank, black iron to bronze, silver to gold, and the higher the starting quality the wider the gap it bridges, so the optimal use is on a silver rank item. My most valuable silver rank item is, without question, the Fountain of Alienation, and it is a sustainable resource, which means the sooner it climbs the better. I do not hesitate. I cross to the fountain, take out the scroll and tear it open. A faint golden light drifts down and folds over the fountain, the spring water in the pit rippling gently, and over 5 full minutes the glow does its work and fades, the sublimation complete. The once light purple fountain has darkened to a deep rich purple, and the spring water, which had run nearly dry, has visibly swelled. I turn the eye of delusion breaking on it and read the result. The Fountain of Alienation, now gold rank, is a sustainable resource that produces 500 milliliters of mutated spring water a day, causes unknown mutations in creatures by dose, and with long consumption alongside other materials can deliberately guide a creature's mutation toward matching abilities. My pupils tighten. A silver rank fountain managed only 100 milliliters a day, so a single rank has multiplied the yield fivefold, and that alone is a windfall. But the wilder part comes after. Gold rank spring water can steer mutation toward chosen abilities outright. That matters enormously, because fusing a mutated beast's genes only lets an ant inherit that beast's body structure or traits, never an entirely new ability. This pushes my colony's potential to a whole different ceiling. Still, I am unclear on how exactly the cooperating with other materials part works, so I set a stone beside the fountain and read it through the eye. And the answer surfaces at once, that regular consumption of stone alongside mutated spring water yields defensive abilities. The eye really is that convenient. Without it, I would have to guess, test, and confirm by trial, but with it I simply read off which materials grant which abilities. Looking at the deep purple water, I even feel a flicker of urge to drink some myself, and then I think better of it. Not safe enough yet, until I understand every property of the spring water completely. I will not gamble my own body on it. I set the fountain aside and turn to the manipulator, running my hand over it as my gaze sharpens, then pick up the mutated lion and mutated scythe deer blood and begin extracting. Half an hour later, 2 glass bottles sit in my hands, each holding 10 pale yellow gene fragments, one of the lion, one of the deer. I look at them with a tangle of anticipation and unease. Bronze grade ants fused with silver rank fragments did rise to silver rank potential. True, but that is no guarantee a silver rank ant fused with gold rank fragments climbs to gold rank, because the chasm between gold and silver dwarfs the step from silver to bronze. Practice is the only test of truth. Better to try it than to keep guessing, so I call over an ordinary black scythe hunting ant already at silver rank, lift its antennae onto the manipulator, tip 1 mutated lion fragment onto the vessel, and turn the knob. When the operation finishes, I lean back and watch with tension and hope as the ant drops to the ground, its body twisting violently. I do not just watch though. From experience, I have several other ants haul 100 pounds of mutated flesh up from the cellar, because the stronger the fused gene, the more energy must be replenished after implantation. The specific food depends on the species, black scythe hunting ants needing meat where tunneling ants need only soil. Meat is precious, which is why combat ants devour resources far past what the others cost. 5 minutes pass and the ant is still changing, where silver rank fusion took only about 3, so the gold rank gene plainly carries far more force, enough to stretch even the fusion out. I count off a full 10 minutes, and with one last twist the fragment finally takes. The ant has bloated to an outrageous 3.5 meters long and 1.5 meters tall, already the size of the flashing black scythe hunting ant that fused 2 silver rank genes. Just standing in my room it crowds the space, so that 2 more like it would split the shelter. Beyond the bulk, a ring of mane-like hair now circles its head like a lion's, and brownish-red fur has spread across its body, fur whose cold resistance alone is surely no small thing whatever its defensive worth. The mutated lion gene has changed it so completely that anyone seeing it would call it a lion's close cousin, not an ant. The gene was too high in quality, I think, so it overran the ant's own expression and reshaped it this far. Then I read it, hoping the lion's gold rank gene has lifted its potential to match. The panel shows a silver rank black scythe hunting ant, combat type, abilities tenfold bite force, primary carapace, primary strength, currently fused with the mutated lion gene, with 1 fusion slot left, and no more. No growth potential line, no mutation success line. My heart drops. Those fields only vanish when an ant has hit its ceiling and can evolve no further. Is gold rank an impassable wall? Is silver rank simply the limit for ants? The thought is hard to swallow. It has been only a handful of days and gold rank beasts already walk the world, and no one can say what horrors come next. If my ants cap at silver rank, the early lead I built bleeds away fast and I am left in the dust, maybe dead. Was my choice wrong? No, it will not be like that. There are no useless paths, only useless people, and even the weakest ant can be raised to a realm that swallows heaven and earth. My gaze hardens and I turn the eye of delusion breaking on the ant, and a second reading appears, the same panel as before, but with the missing line restored. The growth potential reads silver rank at 61%, and beneath it the methods to raise it are spelled out plainly. Fusing genes of higher potential, using items that lift growth potential, keeping the ant in a suitable environment for a long stretch. There it is. The eye dragged the hidden field back into view, and laid out the path besides. I clenched my fists, grinning. I do not know how much the lion gene added, but it cannot be little, and the ant still has 1 fusion slot. So if the information holds, a second gold rank deer gene should push it to gold rank potential outright. Likely, but it has to be tested. I have the ant lay its antennae under the manipulator again and fuse a mutated scythe deer fragment the same way. Since the lion gene already swelled it so much, I send it back to the nest before the change starts, then follow it down with the kerosene lamp, expecting another 10 minutes for the deer gene to settle. Restless, I do not wait at its side. I leave Mole to watch it and walk to the stairs, continuing downward. The ground floor holds my shelter. The first underground level holds the ant nest, and the new level the tunneling ants just opened is the second underground floor. The construction crew is hard at work down there to my design, and I want to check the progress while I have the gap. After at least 10 meters of stairs, I near the second floor. The full 10-meter gap between levels, rather than the thin slab of an ordinary building, exists purely to prevent collapse, because the second floor is to be my home, and a collapse there ends the story. Before I even reach it, a drilling whine like an electric drill carries up from below, the tunneling ants busy at their work, and a few steps further a wall of earthy yellow dust hits me and sets me coughing so hard I cannot make out a thing ahead. Nothing for it. Choking and grimed, I grab the lamp and retreat back up to the nest on the first floor, brace my hands on my knees, and gasp until my lungs clear. I will just wait until they finish before I inspect it. I recover a few minutes, then look up toward where the gene-fusing ant should be, and though the dim lamp will not let me read its form, I hear it eating in great heaving gulps, the refueling that only follows a successful fusion. So the ant that took 2 gold rank genes is done. Why did I bother running down there and half choking myself to death? I think wryly, though at least the time passed quickly. I turn the eye on it and read, still a silver rank black scythe hunting ant, combat type the same 3 abilities, but now fused with both the mutated lion and mutated cycadere genes with 0 slots left. The growth potential reads gold rank at 11%, with a familiar list of ways to raise it. There is a final line too, mutation evolution success rate at 0, which feeding flesh type materials will lift, with a high chance of evolving combat type and a slim chance of mutating into another type. It worked. 2 gold rank beast genes, and the ant's potential has climbed to gold rank. Once the potential hits gold rank, the mutation success line surfaces alongside it. And once that rate reaches 100% and the ant drinks mutated spring water, it becomes a true gold rank ant. From this run, I also learned the exact value of a gold rank fragment, that one raises silver rank potential by 50%, which means even a silver rank ant sitting at 0% reaches gold rank potential after fusing 2 gold rank fragments. Pushing past gold rank to platinum the same way, though, would be brutal, requiring platinum rank kills for their fragments, but no telling how much one platinum fragment adds or how many it would take. So by gene fusion alone, gold rank is very nearly the ceiling. The old me might have sagged at that, but knowing through the eye that other paths to raise potential exist, I no longer lean on fragments so heavily. Since platinum is a long road off, better to enjoy the present, and it is time to fuse genes for the ant queens. I had held off on the queens for 2 reasons. 1, the fusion slots are few and permanent, so loading a queen with 2 low-quality genes would cripple her growth potential. 2, the matter of inheritance, whether a queen who fuses genes passes them straight to the ordinary ants she breeds, and if so, whether those ants still keep empty slots of their own. Both worried me, but now that I have mapped the ceiling, I no longer care, because if a queen's potential reaches gold rank, every ant she cultivates is born gold rank. Otherwise, I would have to fuse 2 gold rank genes into every single ant, then pour food into each to raise it, just to net 1 gold rank ant, and the resource gap between those 2 paths is enormous. I close my eyes, sense the auras of my several queens through the contract, and ask myself who should be first. Mowal. She was the first queen I obtained, carries the highest growth potential, and has managed the colony for me from the start, so she earns the first fusion. I call her to my side through the contract, and she crawls up out of the nest entrance and comes to me, lifting her head, antennae wiggling, eyes fixed on mine. I stroke her smooth head with a smile, and tell her to lay her antennae on the manipulation platform, that it is time to fuse genes for her. Mowal has basic intelligence, and at the words her antennae tremble faintly, the stir of her heart showing through. Every creature in nature strains toward evolution, and Mowal is no exception. That hunger buried deepest in a creature's genes, the thing countless lives have been spent chasing for the slimmest chance, and since taking me as her master, Mowal has evolved several times in only days. Her dependence on me and her reverence have only deepened, and she thanks me, her voice trembling, calling me master. Through the species contract, I feel the excitement packed into the words, and it gives me pause. My ants have never shown strong emotion. Even Mowal, who possessed some intelligence, only ever a little more autonomy, and feeling this from her now softens something in me. They are not merely tools then. They are companions. At the thought, a strange sensation rises in me, as though I have struck a deeper connection with the colony, able now to truly feel their joys and angers and sorrows. Could it be? I frown and check my skill. Species contract for ants, gold rank, greatly increasing my control over ant tribe creatures, and beneath it a new line. Current skill proficiency, stage 1. What is this? The information has shifted, adding a proficiency concept and that familiar phrase stage 1, and I am full of questions. Strange that a skill already learned can still gain proficiency, yet the skill itself feels little changed and I cannot tell what raising it actually does. I shake it off to ask Xiongha and the others later, and refocus on the platform. I have a few black scythe hunting ants set flesh to the side, then lay down the mutated cycadere gene first, the one with less impact on body size, and turn the knob.